the prosecutors that are assigned to your brother's case, I would go FOIA their last year of cases, each one that comes in contact or has anything to do, and see if there's anything
Right.
that you can find as far as financials or emails that might actually involve your brother's case. Okay.
Hey, C, are you a mod?
So exactly. I mean, that's a great idea. I mean, that's a really good idea. And I'll tell you, wait until you find out there is more to this case. Mustafa was involved in a lawsuit, $500,000 lawsuit. There's conversations that the police department was gonna settle the case of his $500,000 lawsuit before the vehicle accident. There was Mustafa was going against the police department in a civil lawsuit. In 2018, the police department violated Mustafa's rights. We can get into this whole entire case, but it's over $500,000 lawsuit, and now you have a vehicle accident. I'm watching body cams that the police officer are taking advantage of a vehicle accident and flat out falsifying everything. Now, does this have to do anything with Mustafa's 2018 lawsuit that dragged all the way to the vehicle accident?
Yeah.
Will you tell me?
Yes,
They want
absolutely.
every dime back. They want
Can
every.
I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
How, whenever the defense attorney was hanging out with those other three people, how was that not a conflict of interest?
It is absolutely a conflict of interest. I mean, you have the defense attorney, you have the independent expert who we paid out of our pocket $5,000. We brought in this company because the police department is on a body cam inspecting Mustafa's vehicle, and they find brake failure. The brake did not work. Now, we brought in an independent expert to reconstruct this vehicle. You paid him $5,000. And now I'm watching on a body cam that the defense attorney, Casey Stevens, the independent expert that we paid $5,000 to reconstruct this vehicle, and the investigator who falsified Mustafa's statements is narrating a dash camera to the independent expert. They're not releasing this dash camera. They won't release it to the community. They won't release it to the independent expert. And he's telling him the content of this dash camera, and he falsified everything. He's telling him that Mustafa was arguing inside the vehicle, that there is a heated argument inside the vehicle, that Mustafa did not have any facial reaction to this vehicle accident. That's a complete lie. He lied about the whole entire dash camera. Now,
And he lied to one of the kids.
yeah,
He lied to one of the kids. He said that the little girl would have been alive had your brother called 911 or something like that. But they said that they told the kid, one of the little boys, that your brother did not contact 911 or something. And so that alone, like, why would you tell a kid that? First of all, and secondly, that's not true. That's a lie.
and we find that on a forensic interview where Javen, 14-year-old Javen, in a forensic interview tell you that the police investigator told me that Mustafa fled the scene, left my 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death if it wasn't for, and they could have saved his sister, his 5-year-old sister, but Mustafa ran away. That's not true. Mustafa, on body cam, you don't have to take my word for it. On body cam, you see that Mustafa was in and out of consciousness. The documents, the hospital documents says Mustafa went into a 30-minute coma, completely out for 30 minutes. That's what the documents, the hospital documents show. Now, when I'm watching the body cam, I see Mustafa in front of his vehicle, on the floor, with paramedics all around him. He's completely out. He's out, in and out of consciousness. Like, Mustafa doesn't even know where he is. And when he's asked, where are you? Mustafa thinks he's in 2021. Obama is the president. And he doesn't even know where he's at. Now, explain to me, how did Mustafa run away when he's in and out of consciousness? At one point, he goes into a coma. He's being helicoptered to the hospital. But you've got investigators telling children, they're weaponizing the children. They're telling
that's-
these.
That's exactly what they're doing.
That's a high level concussion at its finest. And then for him to be going in and out of a coma as well on top of it, he had no ability to think freely and to make decisions that were rapid fire like that. And was there any adult present when that 14-year-old was being discussed and talked to?
So when I'm looking into, before you walk children that are 9, 10, and a 14 into a forensic interview, you have to have parental consent.
Absolutely.
So on a body cam, in one body cam, they're telling the father, Divine Jones, absolutely not. You can't be next to the children. So you're pushing that father away. And then the person that's in possession of the children is the neighbor, Tanisha Coleman. And what is she doing to the children? She's telling the children that Mustafa peed on your mother. Wait a minute. Because in the forensic interviews, the children say, we were told Mustafa is abusing our mother. Who told you? Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor. So you're left with a neighbor. You're left with the ex-boyfriend who, in his own word, tell you, Mustafa doesn't know me. In the apartment, you're left with a 16-year-old that doesn't live at the apartment, lives with her father, who apparently is connected to a club owner that got in a huge fight with Mustafa before the vehicle accident. A club owner, he owns a strip club out of Crystal City. Apparently, that 16-year-old daughter, her dad pierces all the strippers for that club. That girl hangs out with all the strippers and has been watching Mustafa. I mean, I've got audio testimonies, evidence that this is not what my word against. You've got that 16-year-old, you've got the ex-boyfriend, you've got the neighbor. They're weaponizing the children, telling the children that Mustafa did this on purpose. He ran away. He fled the scene. They could have saved your little sister. And then you got the police officer, the main investigator, telling them that Mustafa did this on purpose. I've got the body cams.
That is disgusting.
And then they walk these children in a forensic interview. I mean, what do you want the children to say?
That should not be admissible in court
It
based on the
should
fact
not.
that that was a minor without an adult present with consent.
You
That-
have no
That should not be allowed. You're right, Sassy.
you have no parental consent. You have individuals that are weaponizing and gaslighting the children that are 9, 10, and 14. And then you walk them in a forensic interview. Now you're talking about the children themselves are talking about saying that they told us that Mustafa abused our mother. I mean, you tell a child that Mustafa peed on your mother, what do you think the child is going to say? He's going to hate Mustafa.
Absolutely, because they were brainwashing those children.
So what? Okay, so I'm going to ask you. If you don't know, I understand. But what exactly was presented to the grand jury that would make them want to increase the charges from involuntary manslaughter to second degree?
I'll tell you that we went to Internal Affairs, supplied them with the audio of the conversation between Mustafa and the investigator. And in this audio, when you read the police report, the investigator wrote in his police report that Mustafa told me he was arguing inside the vehicle. Now, unfortunately for this investigator, my other brother, Muhammad, had recorded that phone call conversation. We take this audio conversation to Internal Affairs, which clearly, when you hear the audio, Mustafa never said that. This investigator falsified Mustafa's statements. We take it to Internal Affairs. First Sergeant Sean Shelton with Internal Affairs. I have a 90-minute conversation with him inside the police department that I recorded and I released on the internet. And then he later called us, and then I put that phone call on the internet. He says, I contacted the Commonwealth Attorney, Amy Ashworth. I let her know that her investigator falsified the police reports. And the chief of police gave me the green light to go ahead and investigate this officer for falsifying your brother's police report. Absolutely, he falsified the police reports. I have that phone call. I put it on the internet. Within 5 days, Mustafa's charges is elevated from DUI, manslaughter, all the way to premeditated.
What is that? What
How does that
evidence
make any
do they
sense?
have? What evidence do they have that shows that this was premeditated?
Other
Well-
than like what they assume is an argument, because
Right.
Hearsay.
It's
they have the lip, they
And
which can be thrown out.
irreversible.
By the way, lip reading.
I'll tell you what they have, because the prosecutor in court tells us what she has. She tells you, I have a witness that will come forward and testify that Mustafa premeditated this. That Mustafa on this day forced his girlfriend, forced 5-year-old Empress to get into his vehicle, forced the boys to stay home, only to crash it on purpose. That's what the prosecutor tells you. She said
But
that
who's the-
in court.
Who's the witness?
Who's the witness?
Well, this is the problem. When you open the body cam, witness number 1 is Evelyn Horton. And she sends an email to the main investigator identifying herself as Evelyn Horton. On the body cam, the only email in the discovery is an email sent by this lady identifying herself as Evelyn Horton. Now, when you open the body cam, the investigator is talking to this individual that identifies as Amy Hodson. He says, Amy Hodson, I have a very interesting email from you. And he began detailing the email of Evelyn Horton. And then Evelyn Horton, a.k.a. Amy Hodson, is telling him Mustafa premeditated this. Mustafa on that day forced his girlfriend, forced a baby into the vehicle. And then she tells him, I'm getting my information from Kylie, 16-year-old Kylie. Dorsey's daughter that doesn't live at the apartment, lives with her dad in a
But
hotel.
doesn't live in
It does not
Iowa?
make any sense. Who lives in Iowa? Yeah, who's the witness that lives in Iowa?
Isn't that Evelyn? Isn't she from? Then how is she a witness for a case of a car accident that happened in Virginia?
Well,
That she did not see.
How does she know the 16-year-old Kylie?
Exactly. I mean, it gets more disturbing because when you open the body cam of Kylie, there's a forensic interview where Kylie tells you the same exact thing. And she tells you, I wasn't there. I didn't hear anything. I'm getting my information from the neighbor. Who's the neighbor? The same neighbor that said Mustafa, that Dorothy had told me that Mustafa peed on her. Wait a minute. And then I opened the body cam of Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor. And you expect that Tanisha Coleman is going to tell you, I am the witness. I saw Mustafa. I heard Mustafa. Guess what Tanisha Coleman tells you? She tells you, I didn't hear anything. I didn't see anything. The children are telling me Mustafa abused their mother. Wait a minute now.
No.
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same children that you're in possession of? That you're telling them that Mustafa peed on their mother?
What kind of person would do that to
Why would you tell a
children
kid that?
right
Exactly.
after their mother has been killed in a car accident?
But also, was
This
there any
case has
domestic
holes
violence?
all over it. I'm sorry.
Was there a domestic violence, anything whatsoever between your boyfriend or your brother and his girlfriend? Ever?
It was a beautiful relationship. I have the Google Nest videos inside the apartment that shows Dorothy loved Mustafa. Mustafa loved Dorothy. The children love Mustafa. I mean, it's a beautiful relationship. And it's a
Have you
miracle here.
interviewed the other neighbors? The other neighbors? Have you interviewed the other neighbors to ask them if they've ever heard any arguing or if they've ever seen them fighting in the parking lot?
Have
What
the
do they
police
think?
ever been called to their residence for any type of domestic situation?
A month. Okay, so, all right. A month before. Okay, so when you look into this case, you find out that the police department, what they're doing in the discovery, the discovery talks about that before Mustafa and Dorothy relationship is 3 months long. It started in January. It's long. Now,
They're still in the
before
honeymoon
Mustafa,
phase.
before Mustafa, Dorothy was living with the ex-boyfriend, Glenn Ford. And there is a lot of domestic violence between Dorothy and the ex-boyfriend. Before Glenn Ford, Dorothy has an ex-husband. His name is Divine Jones, and it's all over the discovery. Now, what they've done, what the police department have done, they tell you that Mustafa has been in a relationship with Dorothy for years, and every time Divine Jones is mentioned, they supplement it with Mustafa. Every time Glenn Ford's name is mentioned, they supplement and then tell you it's Mustafa. So now you're looking at the discovery where Mustafa and Dorothy is in an extensive domestic violent relationship. Where are they getting this from? What they're doing here is they're taking the ex-boyfriend and the ex-husband and they're putting it as Mustafa, and they're telling you that Mustafa has been in a relationship with Dorothy for years. That's a lie. Mustafa and Dorothy relationship started in January.
This case has more holes in it than Swiss cheese.
If this goes to trial, this is going to be thrown out. There's a lot of things that are inadmissible, that are not admissible in court.
Not unless
And
they
then that this ex-husband.
May I ask you a question?
Yes,
Was
ma'am.
busy.
After
doing
this live, is it okay if we pull this live and post it on a YouTube?
Absolutely.
So our people can see the questions being answered. That's all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You have permission to post this on. As a matter of fact, what I want to do here is talk about what they're doing behind closed doors.
Right.
What are they in the Mustafa case? I mean, in my effort to bring justice for my brother, his girlfriend, 5-year-old Empress, I'm finding out that this Commonwealth attorney engages in this behavior on a regular basis. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. In my effort in gaining my brother's file, apparently, I have a bunch of other files. Now, with the help of certain individuals out of the police department, I've gained access into the police department server. I have a whole bunch of files. Now, I have Mustafa's file, and I'm leaking out files. And my question is, where is the accountability into what this Commonwealth attorney is doing? Mustafa sits in a county jail for 2 years where a whole entire case is falsified. And then when you look at other cases, you see that they're doing this on a regular basis. And every time you have police misconduct, they seal off the case.
Yeah.
You don't have
Yeah,
to take.
so nobody can see it.
You don't have
Nobody
to take.
can look into it.
I mean, the question is, why is Mustafa case sealed? Why are you listening to the brother? Why are you getting your information from the brother? Shouldn't you be getting your information from the police department, from the Commonwealth attorney, the elected Commonwealth attorney? Shouldn't you be able to call the Commonwealth attorney office and ask her, ma'am, why am I only watching a chopped up version of this dash camera on NBC4? Where is the whole dash camera? I mean, why are you getting the dash camera from me? Why am I your source of information into the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, into other cases that are sealed in this county? I mean, that's a good point. That's a
Yeah.
valid point.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Has Mustafa's new attorney filed for a change of venue to get it out of that courthouse, out of the Commonwealth, with a new judge? Because my fear is they're going to bring in people on the jury that they can sway, if you know what I mean.
We're trying to.
Are they trying?
We're trying to. And this is what we're consistently talking to Mustafa's defense attorney. We want to change a venue because Judge Carol Weimer has not been he's not impartial. I mean, he's allowing the prosecutor.
I feel there's prejudice here in this
Oh,
case.
absolutely. I mean, if Mustafa was John Smith, you think this would be happening to Mustafa?
No,
Are you kidding me here?
absolutely not. If he was blonde haired, blue eyed, John Smith, he would not be in this situation.
Now, another problem is that Mustafa had a giant lawsuit against the police department. The police already hates Mustafa. And now he's in a position where he gets in a vehicle accident and they're on camera taking advantage of this vehicle accident. I mean, what do you call? I mean, the question is, why was Mustafa originally charged with a DUI manslaughter? That's a good point. That's a good question,
Had
right?
he been drinking? What was his blood alcohol level?
Mustafa's toxicology report showed no alcohol and no drugs. I'm
So
gonna.
then how did they charge him with a DWI?
The, Commonwealth Attorney. This is my question to the police department. You've held Mustafa from April 7 of 2023 all the way to October of 2023 on a DUI charge? How? When his
That is
blood,
insane.
alcohol, and drug, I have the toxicology. So what I'm doing here, I'm over at YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. I'm going to pull up the Mustafa's toxicology report. So if I can have everybody, if there is a way that you can still be here and at the same time, like open another device that you can be on YouTube so you can actually watch the exhibits that I'm going to be playing on the screen. It's under YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. And what I like to do is pull up the toxicology, put it on the screen, and then you tell me how this Commonwealth Attorney, how this police department is able to charge someone with a DUI when there is no alcohol and there's no drugs in his system. So I'm going to
That
go
makes
over.
0 sense.
It's because he had a lawsuit against the police department.
exactly what I
Vindictive, bullshit case.
Yes, I told y'all, Sassy. I
And
told y'all.
Crazy.
I don't think that police department wanted to pay out $1 million.
And they're going to pay out more. This should hit every fucking news station.
It should.
Horrible.
Ignorance and hate of the other side. They spreading misinformation in that love. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
It benefited
Exactly.
the case.
So on the screen over at YouTube, I have Mustafa's toxicology report. Okay. And if you zoom in, you'll see it reads blood alcohol non-detected. There's no alcohol in Mustafa's system. And then you go over to THC. THC is 0.003. There's no drugs in his system. And this goes to the foundation of the case, that when you open the dash camera, they want to tell you that they're arguing inside the vehicle.
No, they weren't. They looked like they were holding hands. They did. They were there was no arguing. There was no friction. None of that.
No. And exactly, I mean, when you watch the dash camera, you see that they're passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times.
Yeah.
What are they smoking? I mean, we just watched his toxicology that shows no alcohol, no drugs. Dorothy and Mustafa are passing back and forth. It's hemp. Hemp doesn't have drugs. There's no drugs in hemp.
Right.
CBD.
It's CBD. There's no drugs in hemp. Dorothy has cancer, and for her to relieve her pain, she smokes hemp. And they're passing back and forth hemp. Now, that's why the Commonwealth Attorney is terrified to release this dash camera. She wants to tell you, because she's the government, because she's the Commonwealth Attorney, that you're going to take her word for it. She tells you that they're arguing inside the vehicle. She tells you that Mustafa told us he was arguing inside the vehicle. Wait a minute. I have an audio between Mustafa. And what I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to play what NBC4 is talking about. Because when we took the audio to Internal Affairs that this investigator had falsified Mustafa's statement, this went out on the news. And NBC4 is telling this to the community. So I'm going to pull this up on YouTube.
Tonight, there are new questions being
Device to watch it with.
raised in the case of a man charged with murder for a crash that killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old daughter last year.
They come after Prince William's police chief ruled the investigating officer had violated department policy. Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey spoke to the driver's defense attorney about why he thinks the finding casts doubt on the case.
Mustafa Al-Jazeera has been behind bars for almost a year now, accused of intentionally driving his car into oncoming traffic, a crash that killed Dorothy Fontaine and her 5-year-old daughter, Empress. Initially charged with manslaughter, the charges were later upgraded to second-degree murder. Al-Jazeera
Upgraded to murder within 5 days of us supplying the police department with an audio that this investigator falsified Mustafa's police report, that Mustafa never said he was arguing inside the vehicle. And this investigator falsified the police report by telling you, by putting on his police report, that Mustafa told me he was arguing inside the vehicle. There's the audio's on the internet. The police
also,
report. Yes, ma'am.
When did he ask that though? That's the thing. Like, so I know that your brother, he was in a coma, correct? Like,
Mustafa
what
was-
point? Yeah, at what point you said he didn't remember the correct year? So when was that question specifically asked?
So
Because you
Mus-
can't do that.
So Mustafa was released from the hospital. Mustafa wakes up out of a coma. They do a toxicology report. They release Mustafa that night after, I think Mustafa was in the hospital for almost 5-6 hours. The body cams, there's a timestamp when Mustafa was released from the hospital. And in the body cam, you see Mustafa goes through a spectrum of events. I mean, at one point he's unconscious. At one point he wakes up. At one point, there are documents inside the hospital say that he went into a complete coma for 30 minutes. He wakes up. I mean, he doesn't even know where he's at. And you get that when you watch the police body cams. Eventually, Mustafa is released. We're in the lobby. The family's in the lobby. Mustafa is released from the hospital. We take Mustafa. Mustafa is in bad shape. I mean, he's banged up everywhere. They wheel him out in a wheelchair. He barely gets up. And then we find out that at one point, and this is when you go into the details of what they've done. The paramedics have injected Mustafa with 50 mcg of fentanyl. And we'll get into what does that mean and what they've done. I mean, when you watch the hospital police body cams, the paramedic would inject Mustafa into 50 mcg of fentanyl, and then in the hospital, you see that the investigator is engaging Mustafa in an interrogation.
That should not be admissible because with fentanyl on board in his system, his testimony, whatever he said, should be completely
Along with the head trauma.
When you find out, when you watch these bodies, it's heartbreaking because you see Mustafa, he doesn't know where he's at. He keeps asking for his family. They're toying with Mustafa. They're telling him that your family is fine, your family is okay, we're taking care of him. And all of a sudden, 4 hours later, they drop a major bombshell on Mustafa and tell him your girlfriend has been dead. What are they doing here? Now, you inject Mustafa with fentanyl, and then you have the investigator sitting there with a body cam recording you. What do you hope out of this transaction? Are you hoping that the 50 mcg of fentanyl that's going to put you on cloud 9 is going to knock you out, that you're not going to have any reaction? You don't even know what they're telling you, that they want to record you for the prosecution, that when we told him that his family was dead, he didn't care. Is that what you want? Is that what the whole transaction was? Is that what they wanted to do? Is that what they're doing? That's what it looks like. And then when you watch the body cam, all Mustafa is doing, Mustafa is crying, Mustafa is broken, Mustafa is asking, he's not even processed. He's asking for his family. He's crying for his family. He's broken. When they tell him that your girlfriend is dead, this is the body cam from inside the hospital. This is Mustafa.
Was she dead on impact?
There is details. So there are details that I'm trying to work through. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I have a police body cam.
She was flown to the hospital.
Dorothy was still alive. Now, Dorothy in the hospital, on the record, in the documents, it shows that Dorothy was still alive. The testimony of the first officer, the DC officer says this. That's the first officer that made contact with the vehicle accident. He said Dorothy was reaching into the back of the vehicle and talking. She's talking about, I think he said she's referring to Empress, help Empress, or something like that. There's a whole entire statement given by the officer. He's telling you that Dorothy was alive. Wait a minute now. I thought they said that Dorothy died on impact. Right. Why am I getting a statement out of the DC officer that Dorothy was alive, that he heard her talk and reach into the back of the vehicle? So Dorothy was alive. And the question here is, you have a helicopter on standby. Why was 5-year-old Empress not medevaced to the hospital? Instead,
she should have been the first one to go out. A child is always the priority.
Now, does it make sense that you put Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress in an ambulance over an hour to the hospital during rush hour? What are you doing?
No.
And instead, you helicoptered Mustafa. In one body cam, he said he doesn't need to be helicoptered. In another body cam, they're helicoptering him. Why is Mustafa? I mean, every time I talk to Mustafa, Mustafa tell me, why did they not medevac my family?
Right.
And then I look into this file, the body cam of Officer Margiotta, Andy Margiotta. That's the DC officer that's talking about Dorothy was alive. He heard her he heard her talk. He saw her. He says that she's reaching into the backseat. Dorothy's alive. That body cam is nowhere to be found. Now here's a problem.
How convenient.
How convenient. I fucking accessed the police department server. Now, with the help of individuals, I've gained access into Mustafa's file. Now, why is that body cam not there?
Right.
How convenient that they don't want to show you what actually happened. And what they're saying is they premeditated. I mean, they're saying it's intentional. You don't have that body cam? Now, we know that the body cam is there. It exists. It's not in Mustafa's file. Now, and now you're talking about Mustafa has to be doing this on purpose. This has to be intentional. What exactly happened? Did someone make the wrong call and not airlift 5-year-old Empress, Mustafa's
Absolutely.
girlfriend Dorothy? Something happened. Did they make the wrong call? I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's intentional. That's bullshit. I'm
What's his
telling you
motive?
that someone made the wrong call. And now
Absolutely.
you're talking about
What's his motive? What are they saying his motive is?
There is no
Well,
motive.
maybe-
Arguing 3 months in a relationship, there's zero motive. All he had to do was get out of the relationship. This makes no sense. It's because he sued the fucking police department.
Can I
No
can I say
kids,
something
none of that.
from a
No.
medical standpoint? I'm a retired trauma flight nurse,
Yes, ma'am.
and children are always first priority to go. Children, pregnant women, the most critically injured. But I have never ever seen or heard of a hospital releasing a patient that has been in a coma. They release him after 5 or 6 hours? That makes no sense to me.
No
especially,
head trauma.
specifically when he keeps talking about, when you watch these body cams, he doesn't know where he's at.
He's not alert and oriented at all.
He thinks he's in 2021. Mustafa
Right.
thinks he's in this. If anybody is not tracking with this case, this vehicle accident happened on April 5th, 2023. Mustafa is talking about he's in 2021. He doesn't know where he's at.
Nothing he said there should have been no statements taken because he is not alert and oriented at all.
What if
He
I
doesn't
tell
know
you?
where he is? He doesn't know the president. This is bullshit. Pardon
What
my
if-
language.
Those
What
are
if- what
basic
if-
questions we ask to know that the patient is of sound mind.
Sound mind.
And when they can't answer those,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
unable
yeah.
to
I want
release.
to correct that. He said he was in 2020 and Obama was the president. That's what I watched.
Have you
Right.
contacted the BCI?
Now, what if I tell you? What if I tell you that the hospital identifies herself as law enforcement? She partake in. I have a body cam of Mustafa being in the hospital, and the nurse not only allows the investigator to interrogate Mustafa, knowing that the document shows that Mustafa was injected with 50 mcg. This nurse has the paramedic notes that Mustafa was injected with 50 mcg of fentanyl. She allows the investigator to interrogate Mustafa and then take it as far as identify as law enforcement.
That should have never been allowed
they didn't have a
whatsoever.
patient advocate?
Huh?
There was not a patient advocate. There was not a patient advocate assigned to your brother.
Wouldn't you think this is the first thing they do? That the hospital has an obligation. The patient is first.
Yeah, well, they have advocates. All hospital systems have advocates for the patients that are supposed to
Social workers
represent the
definitely do.
patient while they're in care. So, was he not assigned one?
I mean, when you watch these body cams, not only did they not assign him a patient advocate, the nurse identifies as law enforcement and allows the investigator to go through his number of questions, even though Mustafa is repeatedly telling them, I don't know where I'm at. What is going on? Where is my family?
His statement should have never been taken.
Ever.
Never.
Not for hours, for days, for a week, whatever it took. before
Because
they
the paramedic
decided.
gave him fentanyl and the nurse gave him fentanyl. So that's 2 injections of fentanyl within a 5 to 6 hour period. He was not alert and oriented from the wreck, and the fentanyl did not help.
What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn the screen into the computer. I'm gonna go through a number of body cams. Actually, if I can have someone, I don't know if someone can do this.
Someone
I
can
can-
pull up YouTube and then just turn their camera on.
That would be perfect. If I can have someone in the main box, if they can just have YouTube in the background, so that way I can play the exhibit. So that way, I mean, you know, it's one thing when you're taking my word and what is going on here. It's another thing when I'm showing you the body cams, showing you the document. I mean, this leaves this makes it a conversation that we're not sitting here trolling each other. I'm giving you the body cams that that Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is hiding from the county, is hiding from the community. And the question is, on your watch, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, your police officers are willy-nilly falsifying they're botching up the whole entire case. Is this a vehicle accident? Is this intentional? Well, when I look at this file, and now that the community can look at this file, we're watching Mustafa lost his family in a tragic vehicle accident. This is a vehicle accident, and your police department have been targeting Mustafa. I mean, why is Mustafa, as soon as they get on the scene, they already know Mustafa. They're talking about that Mustafa is on rugs. That's what they're talking about. Oh yeah, knowing him. Knowing
I'm a
him.
large creator that I follow on this app, and I only watch him because this is the kind of stuff that he digs into. And this guy is so good, and his heart is so huge. So when he picks like a case that's obviously corrupt,
Yeah.
no matter how big or how small, man, he blows it up. He blows it up on the internet. He's just got that ability to do that. So I can't wait for him to be able to sit here and watch this. And I hope that you have like you mentioned, a GoFundMe or something, because the amount of followers he has, plus all the people in here that are going to continue to share out. And if you need help, man, I mean, this is the time because we can push it.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I'm going through. I'll tell you what I'm going through. Every time we ask for Mustafa's legal fund, you've got the person that pretend that it's on a body cam, pretending to be a witness. Now she's trolling the case with the wife of the investigator on the internet, telling you that Mustafa does not need legal fund. They've got themselves $1 million and they are good to go. Then why the fuck am I door dashing? Ends meet. I've lost my company. I'm out here door dashing to make sure that we can still push and fight for Mustafa. I mean, these are questions. These are legit
Why would
questions.
he have why would he have a public defense attorney? That doesn't make sense. If
Right.
you had $1 million.
Was it
Why
Miranda?
was
Our state attorney.
Why would Mustafa sit there on a public defender?
Exactly.
Right.
You know, I mean, at one point, the bullshit, I mean, you can only bullshit for so long. And
I think this is the end of the bullshit because they tried lying. This woman who's going by 3 names made some pretty horrendous lies on our friend East here.
Augie
Who
asked a question.
doesn't lie.
Yeah, I don't know. But
You don't
Augie,
Yeah, so he wasn't Mirandized? Y'all don't have
Not
them reading
once.
him his rights at
not
all?
once was Mustafa Mirandized. Not
Not
in
at
the
the
hospital,
subordinate.
not in the ambulance, not on a phone call with this investigator 2 days. Oh, and Augie, to answer your question, so Mustafa spoke to the investigator over the phone 2 days after Mustafa was released from the hospital. We have Mustafa home. We're taking care of him. Mustafa is banged up from this vehicle accident. He's getting over. I mean, he's processing everything that happened. I mean, you just lost your family in this tragic vehicle accident. You have all these injuries.
Why is he in custody then? Why is he still in custody?
That's a good question, because the investigator falsified the original warrant, falsified his statements. I mean, he's talking to Mustafa on the phone. My other brother recorded that phone call. So now it's not my word against the investigator. I have the conversation. So it gets even more disturbing when you find out The audio that we took to Internal Affairs, and Internal Affairs said, yep, he falsified your brother's statements. We contacted the Commonwealth attorney. We let her know that it's falsified. Internal Affairs, what they've done, they took the audio, gave it to the same investigator that falsified the police report, and in his supplemental report, the supplemental report is when you correct the original report, conveniently he tells you, I can't hear the audio.
What?
I mean,
Listen, man, I've heard of some shit, but this is insane.
So have you contacted BCI?
what is DCI?
It's B. Hang on, I'll tell you. Hang on.
Yes, ma'am. And,
So,
and while Augie is doing that, yes, ma'am.
It's called Bureau of Criminal Investigations in Virginia. BCI. And then here's what I would do. Everybody that gets a license, so the nurse that was on staff, any of the attorneys, lawyers, prosecutors, public defenders, doesn't matter. Report every single one of them to the bar. Every single one. Report the nurse to the ethics committee for her nursing license. And have every possible department that you have come in contact with get FOIAs for every possible thing that you can, even if it's just like the financial records, whatever little inkling, right? Get attention on your county. That's really what you need. You need attention on the county.
Well, Augie, wait until you hear who the nurse is and what is the background of this nurse. Apparently,
wait a second, real quick. So Bella wants to know who sealed this case exactly, and has anyone filed a motion to unseal or submit an application?
that's what we're asking the defense attorney, and the defense attorney tells you they're not going to unseal it. And this is a bullshit answer that we get out of Mustafa's defense attorney because, I mean, the whole entire file is on the internet. So why is this Commonwealth attorney is still hanging? Why was this case sealed to begin with? I mean, we don't know. They're not telling us. You call your Commonwealth attorney. I mean, how about this? I'll do you one better. If you Google, if I can ask a favor, if I can ask someone that can take the main box and put up YouTube on the screen, because what I'd like to do is go over the exhibits. I want to pull up the Commonwealth attorney's phone number, her office, her prosecutor office, and I want to ask everybody to call in the Commonwealth attorney office and ask her these questions, because I'm not getting an answer. She's not telling me why
You
this
just
case
want
is
the
sealed.
Omar, you just want the sound played over here.
With Glenmore, we just closed out. Yeah, and he's on his way to Arpena.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. What happened?
Glenmore Farms down.
Yeah, we closed Glenmore today.
Huh?
Okay. I mean, maybe just write him down, shall and say, like, site taken offline or something, so we know.
Wait, what happened?
I'll pause it right now, though.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. What's going on?
You said Glenmore's closed?
Yes, we removed all equipment today.
What is this about?
Also,
I have no idea.
Logic department, UPS is down.
I think Shelly's probably forgot the audio on.
Yep.
I don't think she knows that the audio is on.
UPS.
Can somebody mute her? Can you mute her?
I got
Thank you.
Shelly, let me know if you want to come back. I think you accidentally forgot the audio. But if I can ask someone that can take the main box and pull up YouTube. I want to go over exhibits so that way we're on the same page with this conversation.
So you want me to put the sound on here? Is that what you want, Omar?
No, ma'am. If you have another device that you
I
can,
do.
yes, ma'am. If you have another device, if you turn your camera to that device and just
That's okay.
put the YouTube.
Hold on, give me one moment and I'll do
Yes,
it
ma'am.
for you.
So I'm going to message you this evening, and I have a friend that's got some very close ties to some big time lawyers in your area.
Okay.
And I'm going to try to get you in contact with them because you need a defense attorney that is willing to make the appeals, and preferably one that didn't have training in the prosecutor's office, which it can kind of be hard to get one that didn't go there first. So I'm going to email you a little bit later some names, and then you can look them up, and then we'll try to get you in. We're going to try to get you on the phone with somebody that can help.
Augie, I appreciate you, ma'am. And you with the background that you have with criminal justice, it's beautiful because you're looking at all this, and what the hell are we looking at? So thank you for being here. Thank you for shedding light on the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. And I want to thank everybody for being here. I mean, I'll tell you, aside from East and Shelly, I mean, it's the Lord has a different way of bringing out the truth.
That's
and
right.
Mustafa sits in solitary confinement. They put him away and threw the key away. I mean, 2.5 years, no bond, no trial. And
Have you heard of an attorney called Joe Baez?
No, ma'am.
Jose Baez.
Jose Baez, sorry. Yes.
That's the attorney for
Casey.
yes.
I can
And
get
for Anthony or whatever that college football guy's name was. Aaron Rodgers. Aaron something.
I can try to get you on the phone with him.
Okay.
That guy don't play, dude.
My
Jose
friend
Baez is a
has direct
monster.
contact with him. So if you because this has been going on a long time, and I feel like if you can just get decent representation, I feel like this would go a lot easier for you.
I agree.
You
I mean,
need
I
an
agree.
attorney that's going to be filing these appeals, actually fighting for you and your brother. Like, I don't know what your attorney's doing right now, but he ain't shit. Oh, yes.
I want to tell you, we went through a number of attorneys. It's been 2.5 years. The first attorney is working for the investigator. He steals all the money. The second attorney is the attorney that, I'm asking valid questions. Blake Weiner sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year. Blake Weiner, you can Google him. You can reach out to him. And you ask him, Blake Weiner, you had 3 jobs, 3 things to do in Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Now, reconstruct the vehicle, download the SD card, put in a subpoena, bring in an independent expert, because the police department, there's a document that tells you Officer Zymus in the internal documents. I mean, and this is where this case is disturbing. They tell you there is no audio to this dash camera. Why is it that when I look at the file, there's Officer Zymus with digital forensic that admit this dash camera does have audio? So we told Blake that Mustafa, the defense attorney, Blake, can hire an independent expert and go into and download the SD cards, the metadata and the SD card. Download the SD card. The police department is telling you they have the audio. Now, why did Blake not hire an independent expert? Why did Blake not reconstruct this vehicle accident? Why did Blake not put the Google Nest videos on the records? You have a lawyer that sat on Mustafa's case for a whole entire year, and then you find out that this lady that pops up everywhere, Christine Warda, aka Amy Hodson, aka Evelyn Horton, is on a phone call on 3-way with us, talking to Blake, hiring Blake into the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. You don't have to take my word for it. I'll release the phone call to you. You hear the phone call, and then you reach out to Blake and tell him, why is the alleged witness who now is advocating, who now is against Mustafa, who sits on a phone call on a body cam with the wife of the investigator on a phone call with you?
But also, isn't the detective's freaking wife on here?
The detective's wife, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, is on the internet. She's on a body cam on 3-way with this Christine Evelyn Horton lady who is talking to the lawyer, who now all of a sudden money being transferred and funded that lawyer. Wait a minute. Follow the money. Who paid for that lawyer? Who paid for Blake? I didn't pay for it. I didn't have a single penny. Shit, I lost my company. The other defense attorney took my money. Casey Seaman took 55. I didn't have money to pay for Blake. Who paid for Blake? Now that lady is telling you my friend paid for Blake. Well, hold on now. Did you claim that money in your tax return? And if you didn't, where did that money come from? Oh, wait a minute. On a specific body cam, I have an investigator who talks about, I have an idea that I can employ into this case, but it's going to need spending money. What are we talking about here?
You know, he's spending money for what?
Let's subpoena his financial records. Did he
Yeah,
pull
well,
cash
yes.
out of his account?
Yeah, but emails, freaking text messages, phone calls, all of it. And I would say go back to when the lawsuit from your brother, when the lawsuit started, go all the way back to that.
You know, I'll tell you, the Lord is looking out for Mustafa. And Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress is all over the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. If you think that Dorothy and Empress is not looking over Mustafa and what they're doing to Mustafa, think again. Look at how we have all this evidence that they can no longer lie about Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress. They're trolling the whole entire conversation. This lady wants to call herself an advocate.
Oh, we've met plenty
When was
of
the
those
last-
fake advocates.
When was the last time she asked what happened to, why was Dorothy and Empress not medevaced? Oh, I thought you care about Dorothy and Empress.
Correct.
You don't ask why Dorothy and Empress was helicoptered to the hospital? That makes sense to you? You're in a vehicle. You get in a vehicle accident. You wake up from this tragic vehicle accident and you find out they didn't helicopter your girlfriend or the 5-year-old baby that you took on as a father figure in her fucking life. You don't have to take my word for it. Look at the Google Nest videos. Where was her father? Where was Dorothy when Mustafa met her? Wait a minute. Oh, Dorothy was living in a van in and out of hotels with her children. Wait a minute. Where is Evelyn Horton, who apparently owns a non-profit organization that she's claiming on a tax return $24 million fucking dollar, but Dorothy, I thought this was the stepmother or the grandmother. She identifies herself as the grandmother on Facebook. Wait a minute. Where was she and why was Dorothy living homeless in a van with her kids? Now she's out and about telling you that she cares about Dorothy and Empress, but yet she's not asking why were they not helicoptered? How does that make any sense?
It doesn't make sense. A lot of these things aren't making sense. And there's a lot of, I feel like there's a lot of people that want to get involved because they feel like they may get compensation out of it some way, somehow.
You know, I'll tell you, all I can do is I've already been arrested by this county. This county put me in handcuffs for talking about my brother, talking about what I'm watching come out at this county in the process of advocating for my brother, his girlfriend, 5-year-old Empress. I'm finding out other police misconduct. I see that our county jail is abusing people, pre-trial detainees. I mean, everybody in this county is a heartbeat from ending up in a county jail. The threshold for a probable cause is so low that you can end up in a county jail and then you have to wait for your trial. But we've got inmates that go in and never come out. What are we talking about?
And that violates your constitutional rights because you're supposed to have a fair and speedy trial, and your brother's not getting that. I have a question. Is the prosecution, are they still claiming that your brother was speeding at 77 miles per hour?
Are they claiming that Mustafa was speeding? No, in court, they never said that Mustafa was speeding. On the internet, they put it out to troll the conversation. I mean, this is what they do. They release you this dash camera that says 77, and then they don't clarify that, hey, the dash camera is not calibrated to the speed. I mean, even when Mustafa is at a 7-Eleven, not driving, it just stays at 77. So it allows that lady Christine and the wife of the investigator to go on the internet and tell you he was speeding 77 miles an hour. They're trolling the
50.
conversation.
Yeah, because okay. So had that been the case, if he really was going that fast, then I would see the manslaughter, right? I could understand it because it is that's just it's
Of course.
like 25 over or something, 20 over. But since
Augie,
he was
I would not be here. I would not be here and dedicate every second of my life fighting for my brother, fighting for his girlfriend, fighting for a 5-year-old. I mean, I would not be here if Mustafa did this on purpose, or Mustafa was negligent, or he had some. I wouldn't be here. I mean, I'm watching a case where every piece of evidence that I look at this case, Mustafa was not speeding. His blood alcohol, no drugs, no alcohol. The dash camera show it's a vehicle accident. He did everything he can to avoid this vehicle accident. The computer inside the vehicle showed that he's hitting the brake. This is a vehicle accident.
Yeah, and like also, was there were you allowed a third party to do an inspection on the vehicle?
We paid $5,000. I paid $5,000 out of my pocket, and I hired an independent expert to reconstruct the vehicle accident. There's a judge order that said the vehicle should be reconstructed. And then on a police body cam, I find that lawyer, Casey Stephen, the investigator that falsified the police report, the $5,000 that I hired on a body cam, and the investigator is telling the expert, the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, said, you are not allowed to touch the vehicle. You're not allowed to touch the other vehicle. Then how are you supposed to reconstruct this vehicle accident? But in the police reports, in the discovery, they said that we allowed him to inspect the vehicle and reconstruct this vehicle accident. They falsified the whole thing. They lied. Okay? This independent expert that I paid $5,000 was told by the investigator that falsified the police report that the prosecutor doesn't want you to touch the vehicle. But you lie in the document and you say you've let him touch and reconstruct the vehicle? What are you so terrified? They're terrified to have... Yes, ma'am.
Here's an idea for that, a workaround.
Yeah.
So your brother's insurance, they had to have came out, right?
I just had I have a question, y'all. It's important because I got the call on my other line.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to talk to a criminal defense attorney that's willing to talk to you about this case? He's a big one.
But I'm going to tell you, where am I going to pay this defense attorney?
He don't. Listen, I'm telling you, he don't want no money. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to have a conversation. I mean, I can't wait to talk to somebody, a defense attorney that wants to come on this case. And, you know, I'll tell you.
We have some options that we're going to try to help out with, because we definitely think that this is 2 years. We need to at least find something out, right? We need to figure something out. We got to get your brother some type of, he's got to have, listen, if your brother is guilty, for the ones that are out there listening that are going to try to come after, I don't care. If your brother is guilty, then they would want for this show to get going, because if not, then he can file under his constitutional rights, and it would be a violation the longer that this is like stalled. But what I was saying about the insurance,
Augie,
your brother's
if Mustafa is guilty, I want him prosecuted. Now, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and advocate for someone that's guilty. I don't care how much I love my brother. Why is it that we're not talking about the evidence? Why are we not talking about the material fact of this case? Exactly. I mean, I'm looking at it. Every piece of evidence showed that this is a vehicle accident, that the police department lied about there's an argument inside the vehicle. They falsified his statements. I mean, this is the material fact of this case. Why is it? I mean, in what world do you have the person that you say is guilty is screaming all the way from solitary confinement, reconstruct my vehicle, release my evidence, tell people about what they're doing to me? What are we talking about? And you have the prosecutor who says, no. We're not going to look at the dash camera. I'm not going to release the dash camera out to the community. We're not going to put the evidence on the record. Oh, home videos? What home videos? Really?
Does Ace have your current number?
Do I have your current number? What's the
You don't,
what's
no,
the
I don't think
last
you
two
have.
of
I don't think you have my phone number.
when you get
But
off here, I
Shelly,
need you to message me that.
I'll message you the phone number. Yes, ma'am.
Mary Jo, can you
But real quick, I
text
was
it to East?
Yes, if Shelly, if you can send the phone number, I appreciate it.
I asked Mary Jo because I know she's got East number.
so they should have your brother's insurance, car insurance should have sent an agent out to assess the scene. They have to do their own. Have you gotten that report at all?
2.5 years. 2.5 years. Where's the insurance? Right?
Yeah, they had to send an agent out there, and they would have to have some type of inspection of the scene. You don't have that report, that accident report?
So, I think at one point they sent a report, and in the report, it has what the investigator schematic is, and in the report, they have the documents provided by the police department, but they never, like, nothing went forward. Now what we have is we got a letter from the lady, the other vehicle. All right. So the other vehicle put in a civil lawsuit in court and is suing Mustafa. Now that's weird because when I look at the data recorder in her vehicle, it shows that she was speeding. She was going over the speed limit. And she never hit the brake. Never hit the brake. Now, when I watched the body cam, the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statements on a body cam says that Mustafa cleared all the vehicles, made it to the 4th lane, and the SUV turned into Mustafa. Now, wait a minute. Mustafa is in jail being charged with premeditated. If Mustafa cleared all the vehicles, made it to the 4th lane, and the SUV, in panic, I'm not saying that she did this on purpose. I'm saying in panic, she turned into Mustafa. How is this premeditated? That would mean that Mustafa did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. Now,
Yes, because he would have taken out every vehicle along the way.
Now, if I can have someone in the that can put the YouTube in the big box, I want to go over what the investigator says on the scene.
I'm sorry, my kid has my second phone.
Yes, ma'am. You don't have to take my word for it. I'm going to show you the body cam. I'm going to show you the body cam where the investigator says the only way this vehicle accident was to happen if Mustafa cleared every vehicle, made it to the 4th lane. And apparently, on another body cam, the one of the paramedic is talking about the SUV driver being a PLS patient, which would explain everything. PLS, you have weak motor function, either in your upper extremities or your lower extremities. It's PLS. That would explain her turning into Mustafa.
Yeah. Well, where's her statement?
Where is her toxicology report?
Yes.
So wait, is that SUV the one that actually is what stopped
Impacted.
your brother? Was
Yeah,
that
so-
the vehicle impact that stopped your brother?
So Mustafa makes it all the way to the 4th lane, and there is an SUV that turns into the 4th lane. The point of impact is on the 4th lane. Tell me why the investigator says the point of impact is on the 4th lane, but then marks the 3rd lane? That's bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
no,
bullshit.
and you know what? I was just thinking too. I wonder if your brother, if we look like at a bird's eye view, I can guarantee that he was actually swerving out, like he had to be weaving those cars because if I'm remembering correctly, there was oncoming traffic in all 4 lanes, right? So that means that he didn't hit the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. He tried to get around them and made it all the way to the fourth. So that wouldn't be premeditated because he would just let the first one hit him.
I mean,
Exactly.
wouldn't
That's what I
you
said.
slam into the first vehicle that comes in
Yes.
your way? But we see him avoid the first vehicle, avoid the second vehicle.
No, it makes no sense.
I mean,
You would have
and
taken
now
out every vehicle in your
exactly,
path, period.
exactly.
And I want to
Now,
know what her statement is from that SUV that made impact with your brother. Where's her toxicology? Where's her box to her car that shows whatever is happening?
I have the data recorder and her
Data recorder,
vehicle.
thank you.
I have the data recorder. So I'm gonna, after this whole thing, I'm gonna release the data recorder that shows that she never hit the brake, and that she was going over the speed limit. She's speeding. Now I'm gonna release that. I'm gonna release Mustafa's data recorder that shows his foot is on the brake the whole entire time. That he's not speeding. He's going speed limit. Now, conveniently, where is her toxicology report? Because when you watch her body cams, she tells the investigator that she's on medication, heavy medication.
Oh,
We'll get into her body cam, what she told the investigator, because I have a whole entire body cam that she talks to the investigator. If I can have some, there we go. All right, Shelly, is that Shelly? Okay, Shelly, I'm gonna put you in a big box, and this is beautiful. Okay, so now what I could do is go over exhibits. Let's see if that kicks in. There we go. All right. I think it's gonna take a minute for the internet to kick in. But with this, we can go over exhibits. And what I want to go to the scene and go over what
It's supposed to be on YouTube, right?
It's on YouTube, yes, ma'am. Oh,
Okay. Okay.
You have Shelly, if you can do me a favor, there we go. Perfect, beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. All right. So
thank you, Shelly.
I have let's go over the body cams. Okay. So the minute that what did the officer do the minute they got on scene? Okay. You have a vehicle accident, and the first thing the officer do is walk up to the main investigator and tell the main investigator, knowing him is drug related. How do you know that? How do you know knowing him is drug related?
That was the first statement out of their mouth?
That was the first thing the officer that showed up on scene is telling the investigator that Mustafa is on rugs. And and then you do a toxicology, you find out no alcohol, no drugs. I mean, you start this chain of events. You profile Mustafa, you tell the officer, I mean, this is where it gets real disturbing. And they tell the main investigator, one officer would tell him, I didn't know it was that cat. I know that cat. I've been briefed about that cat. What do you mean? What do you mean you've been briefed about that cat?
Yeah,
So you're
why?
watching. Why? And then when you find out that Mustafa had a lawsuit, a $500,000 lawsuit, that would explain everything. They've been briefed about Mustafa. They've been watching Mustafa. And I mean, when you sue someone, your lawyer is going to have private investigators. Your lawyer is going to have private investigator, and the other person that you're suing is also going to have private investigators. Not alone when you sue the police department. The police department is going to have their top-notch police investigators, private investigators. So Mustafa had a lawsuit, a $500,000 lawsuit. They've been watching Mustafa. Mustafa is on their radar. Hell, he's suing them for $500,000. And then he gets in a vehicle accident. What is the first thing they say about Mustafa? We've been watching him. We know him. Oh, yeah, he's on drugs. Immediately began taking advantage of this vehicle accident. This is the officer when he gets on scene.
4520, that'll be 3.
This is Officer Casey Fine talking to Investigator Robert Drum.
I'm already here, and then Mason and Wilhelm are on their way. All right, Joe.
Take pictures while you do anything else.
No, we'll figure out where the bodies are going in a minute. Witnesses, anybody say what happened?
Yeah, there's a lady right over here in the black. She saw everything.
Okay.
I believe. This car is the at fault. This is the driver of that vehicle. Okay.
Thank you. So at fault so far.
And by the way, when you look at that vehicle, when you zoom in, those paramedics that all around this individual on the floor, completely knocked out and then out of consciousness, call it whatever you want, coma, and then out of consciousness, he's completely knocked out. He doesn't know where he's at. He thinks 2021. He thinks Obama's the president. He's completely knocked out right in front of his vehicle. It's Mustafa. And he's telling the main investigator, knowing him, he's on drugs. What do you mean?
You enter for every
you're telling me,
accident, non-bias.
Exactly. I mean, and this is so terrifying. I mean, imagine you get in a vehicle accident and the officer that respond to this vehicle accident immediately began profiling you. Let's continue listening to the body cam.
Oh, that's scary.
Crossed over when oncoming traffic?
I'm not 100% sure. Knowing him though, it's probably drug related.
Okay. If that's
and he's laughing.
Son of a bitch.
That is horrible.
And then he starts this chain of reaction. I want a blood draw. I want you to follow me. And at one point, the investigator began saying, whatever the fuck that guy goes, I want you to follow him. He's talking about when you take him to the hospital, this is how worked up this main investigator got.
This is retaliation at its fucking finest over a lawsuit.
Now, I'll tell you, it gets worse when you have officers that get on scene and say, we've been watching him. Not only him, we're watching his girlfriend and the kids. Listen to what Casey Fines tells the main investigator.
I don't know if he's going to make it through there. We should have just flipped him around. Yeah? You don't remember his name?
Mustafa is his name.
Mustafa.
I called Duplessis. I got his name, mom's name, and kid's name. That's the deadline.
Dorothy Fontaine.
I call Dorothy Fontaine. That's what investigator Robert Drum said. He said, Casey Fine says, I called Duplessis. Said, I called Duplessis, Officer Duplessis. And patrol.
Omar.
Yes, ma'am.
Jose Baez said that he'll take the case, but he needs you to email him all the body cam footage over.
Dude, if he takes your case,
he's the
your
one that
brother's
got
getting in
Casey
jail.
Anthony out of jail. He said do it as soon as possible.
And Anthony,
so I'm gonna text you the email.
You might want to restart the live. Like you might want to end live and email him, and then you can go back live again because this
your
want
brother's
to.
gonna get. If he takes your case, your brother's out. Like that's it. There's no way around it.
East, I appreciate you, ma'am. I love you, ma'am. I'll make sure I'll contact him. I'll reach out to him.
He said I'll text you the details of what he said put in the subject.
Yeah, I'll reach out to him. I would love to have this conversation with him. I would love to reach out to him. And I'll tell you, this case is getting out to the community. Whether the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, likes it or not. Whether Evelyn Horton, a.k.a. Christine Warda, whatever her name of the day, Amy Hodgson, likes it or not, this case is getting out to the police department.
Yes, it is.
This county wants to say, we're going to put you in handcuffs, take down your channel, or we'll come after you. I've got 3 different jurisdictions, and they're coming after me in court. They want me to just go away. I'm not going away. I have their file. The more you troll this conversation, the more this is going to get out. We're looking at the same body cams. We're looking at the same document. and you don't have to take my word for it.
And if Jose Baez not only helped, I don't know if you know about that case with a lot of everybody does, Casey Anthony with the small child.
Yes, ma'am.
That was the most recent. The one prior to that, the guy, his name is Aaron Rodgers. He's a football player. You can find it on Netflix.
Yes,
He was involved in a double homicide where there's a video cam with him shooting his pew-pew on the video. Jose Baez got him off a double homicide. He went and committed the third one.
Let's not keep saying his name. He's got stalkers.
Bama said to
okay, I
check
got
your
you,
text
okay.
messages if you haven't already. I'm not sure when I got that text. But.
Yeah, once we get on the once I
I'm
get off
saying
the
he's a great
live,
attorney.
yeah, once I get off the live, I'm gonna reach out to East Augie. I'm gonna reach out to you, and I look forward to reaching out to these attorneys, and we're gonna have these conversations with the attorneys. I'm gonna give them the information, and this information is getting out. I mean, right now, it's beautiful that I have all these people that originally sparked from someone that's trolling the conversation. I mean, you want to talk about miracles? I mean, God has his hands on Mustafa. Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress has their hands on Mustafa. You want to tell me that you lose your family in a vehicle accident, you sit in a county jail, and they want to delete you, but your voice is all over the internet. Your file, in what county does the Commonwealth Attorney seals off a case, but yet it's being leaked on the internet? You want to talk about miracles? This is the miracle. If I didn't have this file, if I didn't have these body cams, if I didn't have the document, what you're left with is a brother who's telling you, my brother is innocent. You're going to take my word for it? I'm telling you, you don't have to take my word for it. I've got the file. You can, I'm here giving you the body cams, giving you the documents. And for all those that are watching, I don't care what you do with the information. You can troll your information, or you can actually look at it and you tell me that this is okay. You get in a vehicle accident, and the minute the officer, this is, I'll tell you, Augie, this is 1916. The vehicle accident happened at, what time did it happen? I can get into the notes. But this is within minutes of the police officer getting on scene. You have Mustafa laying in a coma in front of his vehicle, completely passed out. Paramedics are tending to him. And then you have officers that are saying this about you. We've been watching him. Oh, he's on drugs. Oh, he did it on purpose. And then you watch in this body cam, it gets a little bit more disturbing. This officer tells you, I didn't know it was this guy. I've been briefed about this cat. I didn't know it was this cat. What do you mean you've been briefed about my brother? What have you been briefed about Mustafa that now every police report is falsified? That you talk about watching him? Oh, he was suing you and you're not happy about the lawsuit. That you found the perfect opportunity to just do whatever you want. The file is sealed. Mustafa is in solitary. He's not getting a bond. So you and me will never hear what they're doing to Mustafa on the scene.
Yeah. That's
terrifying.
So let me ask you. So just go ahead. I need to listen for a little bit. I'll ask you in a minute.
Okay.
I'll ask you.
I'm gonna Augie, that's fine. If you have questions, please ask me, because this is how the information is gonna get out. I have all what I want to say, but there is so much that I can do in putting out the information. The only way I can properly put out this information is when you guys ask the questions.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll help you with videos. I'm pretty good at putting out content videos, and I think that you're doing a very great job. I really do. But I think
saw
that
your video. I saw your
organize-
video, the documentary that you put out. I went to my mom. I told her, Ma, this is what this person is putting out. I went to my other brother, And then Mustafa called. When he called, I let him hear what you, I mean, it's beautiful, ma'am. I appreciate you. I pray for you. And I'll tell you, you're doing God's work by putting out these details. I mean, what are they doing here? This is not only terrifying, but it's disturbing.
Yeah, you can't just see this case and then just not have questions. Like you can't look away from this case once you get it in front of you, right? Like if you do, you don't have a heart. You don't have a heart for anybody involved. And one thing I hate is seeing y'all have to relive this trauma over and over and over.
Yes.
It's horrible.
2.5 years we've been dealing with this, and I'll tell you, you know, I get on here, I talk about what they're doing to Mustafa. I don't know who's listening. And yesterday I opened TikTok and I see the video that you made. I mean, it's beautiful. You know, I'll tell you. And that's when you know that, you know, God has his hands on Mustafa and what they're doing to him. I mean, this is terrifying. You want to tell me that, I mean, everything I look at, when I open this case, it's just, it's a nightmare. I mean, and why is it that when I talk about this case, all of a sudden it gets personal? You want to talk about anything but this case? What do you mean? They want to tell you, what is that lady's thing? She wants to divert the conversation. She wants to gaslight the conversation. Why not talk about the material fact of this case? Why is it all of a sudden?
Thank God she did that. Thank God she did that, because we wouldn't all be here. You know what I'm just gonna say that. Thank God she did that.
Absolutely. I mean, engage her in a conversation and talk about this case. She's going to talk about me. She's going to tell you, oh, he's bald. Oh, look at his ears. Look at his tie. Look at his, I mean.
So I think that what
are we talking about?
I think what you might be interested, because I think this would just benefit you, is if you, you kind of organize segments. So focus on everything just specifically about like the car accident or the car, like the scene of the crime. Then next one is just solely on like the hospital, and then one solely on the police. And pick out the, like, I would say 3 or 4 main key things from each of these like categories. And I can help you. I have no issue helping you. I will as much as I possibly can. Okay. Like
I appreciate you, ma'am.
I feel like if we can do that, if we can organize it, and then we can kind of condense it a little bit, I think that you would get your content out there. And I think that if you can just, because it's a good story, right? If you can just get it out there, get your content seen, that's going to give you the eyes that you need. Like I said, attention. You need attention on this case from your community at this point.
Be able to tell the story. I mean, what you're talking about is it's absolutely. I mean, be able to articulate and organize and be able to tell the story. You know, I'll tell you, I can only do so much, and I'm doing my best. You know what I mean? And I look forward. Thank you, ma'am. I look forward to, you know, working with you. You know, like giving you the videos, telling you this, like explaining the details of this case. I mean, watching that video that you made is beautiful. I mean, it just gets directly to the point. I mean, they want to tell you that what is this whole thing? That Mustafa, the first thing she does, she jumps into a live and she tells everybody that Discovery says that Mustafa peed on Dorothy. What do you mean?
I know, right off the bat.
I mean, you know, hearing that, it's so shocking. And then you find out that the home videos show that the person that said that in the Discovery, her child, her 8-year-old child and her 9-year-old child is at the apartment, at Mustafa's apartment. They're spending their spring break. The day of the accident, the day before, and that child sleeps over. What mother does that? I mean, but that lady, Evelyn Horton, doesn't want you to know that. She doesn't even talk about the home videos. And then it gets a little bit more disturbing because there is a phone call between Tanisha Coleman, the lady that says to Investigator Drum, that Dorothy told me that Mustafa peed on her. And what she's doing is she's weaponizing the children because the children are in the background.
But how close are they? How close is she with her neighbor to disclose something like that to that neighbor?
Well,
How often
according
did they hang out? How often do they communicate with one another? Are there text messages, phone calls with each other? Like,
well,
that
you
seems
know,
like a personal thing to say to somebody.
I'll tell you, Augie, I'm gonna play a phone call that Mustafa's mother had a conversation with Tanisha Coleman, and you tell me what is going on here, because Tanisha Coleman tells the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari, Mustafa is the best thing that happened to the children. Mustafa loved the children. Mustafa loved Dorothy. And then she tells the mother of Mustafa that I'm not saying anything bad about Mustafa. What I saw is Mustafa loved those children. Mustafa loved Dorothy. You should talk to Dorothy's 14-year-old child, Javen. Javen is the one that's saying Mustafa abused his mother. Are we talking about the same Javen that you're telling him that Mustafa peed on his mother? Are we talking about the same Javen that is now talking about in the forensic interview that the police told him that Mustafa fled the scene, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death, and if it wasn't for Mustafa running away, they could have saved his 5-year-old baby sister? They've lied to that child. Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. That child is being weaponized against Mustafa. And then when you open the Google Nest video, you see that Javen loves Mustafa.
Yeah. I think all those kids did. Like, also, if it was premeditated, then why would he take the time to wash the little girl's hands in the vehicle? Like, why?
He's washing her hands. Exactly. There's so much details.
Yeah, and like I just there's just a lot and why didn't he take the other kids? If this was going to be premeditated, wouldn't he want the whole family gone? I don't think he would want to have to worry about 4 kids. And also, why would you tell a kid that Mustafa ran away when he was unconscious?
I mean, this is Mustafa. I'm gonna play the home video inside the apartment. Let's start with, let's see. There's so much here. It's just, let's start with Mustafa in an ambulance. Let's see what was going on with Mustafa. Okay? This is, we saw Officer Casey Fine talk about Mustafa while Mustafa lays in front of his vehicle. I mean, this is Mustafa in an ambulance. Mustafa doesn't know where he's at. Mustafa's asked where he's at. If I can have someone put the... Actually, what I could do is... Let's see if I can do this. Make it easier. Maybe I can turn this cell phone like this. Let's see. And make life a little bit easier. Would that work? And then
There's
put
also
this.
a way that you can stream through YouTube to TikTok. I'll look into it and see if I can send you.
Yeah, Og, if you find out how we can stream easier. All right, so I've got the cell phone turned toward the laptop, so that way you can still. All right, what's going on with this? Let's see. There we go. All right, we are back. All right. So there we go. And then I can zoom in on this, right? Let's see. There we go. All right. This is beautiful, right? You guys can see it. All right. This is beautiful. It's like, you know, when they tell you back in the day when they discover recreated the wheel. This is how I feel right now. Okay. All right. So this body cam is Officer Mason interacting with Mustafa inside the ambulance. All right.
Yeah, he's getting flown. Are they flying him now? They're gonna fly him. So I'll start heading up there right now. Yeah, he's getting flown. Are they flying him now? They're gonna fly him. So I'll start heading up there right now. That's the mission. Hey, I want some. Can you go get a blood?
Hang on, I'm going to pause this. There we go. All right. So the first thing that Officer Mason says, he tells the paramedic, is he pretty much out of it? And they tell him, yeah. All right.
Is he pretty much out of it? Yeah, this is his. Oh, cool. Is this his too? Yep. Was it his pocket?
And look at how he focused. And then he later is seen telling the main investigator, look what I have. Look what I found. I made sure I recorded it on my body cam. Well,
So wait,
this is, yeah.
That's his prescription Adderall, correct?
That's his prescribed Adderall on a later
Did they
body
check
cam.
him?
Yeah.
Did they check him for a seizure?
Did they take him in for a seizure?
Did they check him to see if he had a seizure? Did they do a brain scan to see if he had any activity
So
after having
so the off-duty paramedic tells you that Mustafa thinks he's in 2021 and Obama is the president. They do a CT scan inside the hospital, and all of a sudden, I mean, clearly Mustafa doesn't know where he's at. He keeps talking about him in 2021. He doesn't know where he's at. This is consistent with a concussion. And
they did
yeah.
EEG?
So they did CT scans for Mustafa.
But okay, so the reason why I asked is because that medication can sometimes trigger seizures, and I kind of know this from personal experience. But it's possible that he could have had one of those seizures where he just like focuses on
It's a focal seizure.
Exactly.
My son has them.
Yes.
But Mustafa is not. He doesn't have a history of seizures. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't have a medical condition where he has seizures. He takes Adderall. He's on Adderall. He's on a prescription. This is prescribed. So in a later body cam, you see that they're going through Mustafa's vehicle and they find Mustafa's prescription on a body cam. They're like, oh, Adderall, oh, prescription. But they're going around calling this meth.
Yeah, that's insane. But that's really crazy. The only reason why I brought up seizure is because Adderall it does chemicals. It can mess with the chemicals in your brain, and the slight output can have one of those focal seizures, or even trigger a grand mal seizure. And I'm just saying, any test that we could rule out or that we could take into play, because focal seizures, you can lose memory with it. You can be confused. It could be like having a concussion. But any medication that can alter the chemicals in your brain, even the slightest bit, can trigger a seizure, and you might not even realize it.
So what I can tell you on that point is that Mustafa doesn't have a history of seizures, doesn't have a medical condition where he has seizures. I definitely see what you're talking about, but I can tell you that Mustafa never had seizures, doesn't have a condition of seizures, and he's on Adderall because he's ADHD. Like, I think I butchered whatever.
Yeah.
But he's been taking that medication since he was 16 years old, and he has a prescription. And then when they did Mustafa's toxicology, they found no alcohol and no drugs. I mean, like, and this goes to the foundation of this vehicle. Is this a vehicle accident? Were you on drugs? The toxicology report showed that Mustafa is not on drugs. Showed that Mustafa is not on drugs. This is a prescription. But the way when you watch the body cams, later in the body cam, you'll see that this investigator, what he's doing, he goes to the main investigator and he tells him, look what I found. Look, I made sure I got it on body cam.
He calls it Smith on body cam.
He calls it, method. I'm going to play that body cam and you'll hear how the main investigator is referring to. He doesn't say Adderall. He's like methamphetamine, meth. He's on meth. He's methed out. That's what they say. He's meth.
Wow.
They say he is fucking methed out. Okay, so you have the main investigator. They're going around telling other police officers, and then at one point, the same investigator that says he's methed out mutes his body cam, and now is interacting with individuals that were on the scene. witnesses. Is he telling them? Is he telling them, the witnesses, that Mustafa is messed out?
Right?
I mean, that's a good question, right? That officer gets on scene and he's telling the main investigator, Mustafa's on drugs. He's methed out. Why did this happen? Yeah, he's methed out.
I'm not going to interrupt. The attorney kind of wants to speak to you right now. Is there any way you can like call me from a different phone and let them see the body cam?
So we're East. I love you, ma'am. So I'm going to talk to the attorney, but I just want to finish this live.
Okay.
You know,
Okay.
there's a lot of. I just want everybody to see what I'm talking about. I'm going to talk to him today, tomorrow.
I think that lawyer wants to see what
I'm
you're
gonna call.
showing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
call
If he
him.
likes to tune in into our YouTube or TikTok, I would love to talk to him, but I just want to go through this material. I get so worked up going through this. I want everybody to see what I'm talking about. So that way we're on the same page. We're having a conversation. This body cam, clearly Mustafa is out of it. He doesn't know where he's at. But apparently this investigator has a motive. He goes to the main investigator. He's like, I got it. It's on body cam. I got it on body cam. What do you mean? I mean, it's either you're doing an investigation or you're out to get this guy. Listen to what is going on in the ambulance. I'm going to turn the screen really quick. There we go.
Yep. Front left.
Okay.
Okay, ready to go?
What is that?
Hey, sir. My name's Investigator Mason. Real quick, can you tell me what happened?
No, it's what you mean. I don't.
What's up?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? What's that thing you remember?
Man. I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I'm just really confused as like what's going on.
What's that?
What's going on?
What's going on? You don't remember what's going on?
No.
Do you know where you were going?
Right now?
Well, a minute ago in the car.
I got into a car accident, I think.
Yeah. Where are you coming from?
I don't remember at the moment. To be honest.
I'm going to borrow this
You don't
arm. You
remember?
okay? I'm going to borrow this arm.
We're going to start an IV on you.
At the moment, I don't recall what's happening right now. I'm really like confused.
Okay.
What's going on?
Do you remember taking any drugs or anything today? Huh? No? Okay. Did y'all find a license on him or anything?
Yes, it's with the unit outside. If you find the captain of engine 23, he'll have it.
Okay, cool.
Great.
See if I retransfer to you.
Fly or Centera? Or up in the air?
Squeeze my fingers.
It's still up in the air. I just
Squeeze, 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 good.
I don't think he needs to fly.
Okay.
So we're not going to fly. We're going to end up going to
4785. Got receiving that one.
They don't need to fly. I'm not going to fly. Yeah, but I mean, there's no reason. Like, he's complaining of some difficulty keeping blood pressure.
You want me to snap some of yours?
Yeah,
Oh, man. Good.
That's in the ambulance. See, Mustafa is clearly doesn't know where he's at, doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't even know where he's coming from or where he's going. This is consistent with a concussion. Now, I'm going to show you, just to draw contrast to what we're watching. I was watching a case where someone gets in a vehicle accident and the police are, let's watch this clip. There's a clip where someone gets in a vehicle accident and the police are asking him the same exact questions. Do you remember what happened? Do you know where you're at? And he pretty much told them he doesn't even know where he's at. He doesn't know where he's coming from. Let me play this for you, so that way you know what I'm talking about. This is. Let's see if I can pull this up.
What's your name?
All right. This is completely unrelated to Mustafa. This is another accident. And when you're watching, the police ask this guy that just barely made it out of this accident. He's pretty much exactly saying what Mustafa is telling Officer Chad Mason. Let's watch this video.
Robert, Bobby.
Robert, my name's Barry. What's going on today?
I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
Okay, are you hurting anywhere?
I think my hip is hurting.
Your right hip or your left hip?
Left hip.
Okay. All right. But you don't remember what exactly happened?
No.
Okay. So you don't remember getting hit or anything like that?
No.
Okay, so can you kind of tell me what happened? You were riding your motorcycle, I assume. And you just kind of ended up here?
Yeah, I really don't know what happened.
Okay. Do you know what year it is?
2020.
Okay. Do you mind us taking you to the hospital and getting you checked out?
Yeah, I wanna like work.
Where what?
Where am I?
Okay, you're in U City.
You're on Delmar.
Yeah. So we're gonna get you on the stretcher and get you to the hospital, okay?
No, let's not do that.
What's your name?
Robert. Bobby.
Robert.
Watching this, and then watching the body cam of Mustafa in an ambulance with Chad Mason talking to him, this is consistent with a concussion. Mustafa doesn't know where he's at, doesn't know where he's coming from, doesn't know where he's going. And then at one point, the off-duty paramedic tells you that Mustafa thinks he's in 2021. That Mustafa thinks he's in 2021. And Obama is the president. Wait a minute. This is April 5th, 2023. Mustafa thinks he's in 2021. Let's watch what the off-duty paramedic is talking about.
Started assessing the gentleman.
And did he say anything?
He didn't say anything. Didn't know what was happening. Thought Obama was still the president. That was 2022. So he's a little incoherent.
You work for us?
I do not.
Did you hear what he just said? He thinks Obama is the president, and he's in 2021. I'm going to replay this one more time.
Started assessing the gentleman.
And did he say anything?
He didn't say anything. Didn't know what was happening. Thought Obama was still the president. That was 2022. So he's a little incoherent.
You work for us?
I do not.
Okay. Who do you work for?
Marine Corps Embassy Security Group.
Okay.
So I'm a Navy corpsman down there.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Yep.
And we have your info?
I think so. The lady officer right there got
You got his info?
Now, would you be surprised to find out that the investigator that's talking to the off-duty paramedic turns around to his fellow police officer and he tells them, the off-duty paramedic says Mustafa is on drugs. He doesn't know where he's at, and he's in 2021. So you're telling me not only that you're talking about Mustafa falsifying Mustafa's statements, you're going to turn around to your other police officers and you're going to falsify the paramedic statements? Listen to it. He's talking.
Did he say what happened?
Yes.
Who ran what?
Nobody ran anything. This car's going this direction. Probably gets hit about right here. This car is coming the opposite direction, crosses over into oncoming traffic.
He's coming. I'm going to go hold off the traffic.
He crosses over into oncoming traffic, basically starts to yaw, gets T-boned by the truck in this lane, then spits out, hits the wall, and comes to rest. So, driver here, you guys say he's a known drug addict. We found methamphetamines on him. The kid in the back seat, thank God, was wearing a seatbelt. And then mom, who's dead right now, that's Sarah, died probably within the first 30 seconds. So I don't know if the kid's alive yet, but that driver is absolutely fine.
Good. I'm glad, but man, that sucks.
Yep.
So he's coming down here too fast. Y'all's out.
That, but Huggy gave it to me. Good deal.
Thank you.
So he's coming down too fast. Y'all's out.
I think he either got drugged out because the Navy Corps medic who works at a Quantico said he was asking him if he remembers what's going on. He said Obama's still the president, 2020, that kind of shit.
I mean, are you kidding me here? Like, are we
crazy?
Really, like what are we watching?
Yeah, that's insane.
Like literally turns to his police officer and completely falsify what the off-duty paramedic is telling him. He said the off-duty paramedic is telling me that he's drugged out. That's not what the off-duty paramedic told me. He told me.
Yeah, that's. Oh my gosh. Wow.
I mean, that's weird. I mean, that's disturbing. I mean, I'm watching these body cams.
It is.
And all I can ask myself, why are they doing this to Mustafa? I mean, is this how you handle every vehicle accident? You immediately come out with a narrative? You put out this narrative that he's on drugs? And then when and it gets more disturbing when the toxicology report comes out. They're not done. Now you're talking about weaponizing children.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the officer Chad Mason. He goes to investigator Robert Drum, and so he just came out the ambulance, and he tells him, "I got it on camera. Look what I found on him. I got it on camera." And that gives you insight into what is the state of mind of this investigator. Is he really investigating? Is he really investigating this accident, or is he out to get Mustafa?
Yeah, he sounds like he's out to get him. Is what it sounds like.
Let's watch the body cam.
Remember anything? He said he's been in a car crash, that's it. I said, should be drugs or coke today? He said no. It's on camera.
It's on camera. Really? Interesting, Chad Mason. It's on camera. He prided himself that it's on camera. Now tell me, why is it when I open the file for Mustafa Al-Jazari case, I've got chopped up body cams when he's clearly talking about it's on camera. He's clearly wearing a body cam. Why is it that this same officer who handled Mustafa's dash camera is now in a motion to dismiss on the stand? He says, I took the SD card, I plugged it into my personal cell phone, and the defense attorney at the time asked him, he tells him, is this not against department policy? Don't you have a custody of the chain of custody? In evidence. And now you're talking about a dash camera that's missing audio, a dash camera that cuts off before impact, a dash camera that has 17 frames missing from the inside.
You need to have a lawyer to file a motion to get that original SD card.
Exactly. By law, Augie, by law, you should be able to hire an independent expert to go in, especially when they're talking about this. I'm going to show you a document.
His family.
I'm going to show you a document. Now, the Commonwealth Attorney says there is no audio, right? I mean, this is what you hear on NBC4. I'm going to play this NBC4 clip, and how Julie Carey says the Commonwealth Attorney says the dash camera does not have audio. When you're watching this dash camera, it doesn't have audio. Now tell me why, when I steal Mustafa's file, there's a document that says, Officer Zymus admit that this dash camera, the audio capability in this dash camera is on. And the audio is there. They have the audio. Let's watch what they're talking about.
For tonight, there are new questions being raised in the case of a man charged with murder for a crash that killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old daughter last year.
They come after Prince William's police chief ruled the investigating officer had violated department policy. Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey spoke to the driver's defense attorney about why he thinks the finding casts doubt on the case.
Mustafa Al-Jazeeri's been behind bars for almost a year now, accused of intentionally driving his car into oncoming traffic, a crash that killed Dorothy Fontaine and her 5-year-old daughter, Empress. Initially charged with manslaughter, the charges were later upgraded to second-degree murder. Al-Jazeeri's family insists the crash was an accident. The defendant's brothers filed an internal affairs complaint with the Prince William County Police, alleging the investigating officer, quote, falsified a portion of his police report to say that the couple was arguing before the crash. Al-Jazeeri's brother provided a taped version of a phone conversation that contradicted portions of the written police report. Last month, the Al-Jazeeri family received this brief letter from Prince William Police Chief Peter Newsham reading, "The investigation revealed that Master Police Officer Drum violated department policy, therefore appropriate corrective action has been taken." Al-Jazeeri hired a new defense attorney, Blake Weiner, who tells me he specializes in police misconduct cases.
By the way,
The police report talks
by the
about
way, when you listen to Blake Weiner, all right, when you listen to Blake Weiner, I'm going to release the audio when he's talking to Evelyn Horton, a.k.a. Amy Hodson, a.k.a. Christine Warda, a.k.a. whatever she wants to call herself now, Jayashi, whatever, like whatever that is. And you can reach out to Blake. Blake is easily found on the internet. Google Blake Weiner, look up his phone number, and ask him, in what world does the defense attorney talks to the person who we have now on a police body cam? Where and who paid you? How did you get hired? How did you get hired into this case? Who paid you? What are you doing talking to the phone? Were you already aware that this is a witness, a so-called witness into this case? I mean, and then if you didn't, at some point in this case, when you have the police body cams, and now you've got this lady on the phone, you're hearing the same person on the police body cam on the phone with you, telling you, I'm advocating for Mustafa. Did you not put 1 and 2 together and say, wait a minute, why do I have the person that's on a police body cam on the phone telling me to get retained into this case? What the fuck is going on? I mean, these are valid questions. I mean, these are valid questions.
Yes.
I'm telling you, at one point, there's so much bullshit, the pendulum only has to swing the other way to find out what is really happening in the Mustafa Al-Jazeeri case.
Oh, I'm so sorry y'all are going through that.
Ma'am, I appreciate you being here. It's definitely been a nightmare.
Thank y'all for being here. All of y'all, thank y'all.
Yeah,
thanks, Sassy. All of y'all in the comments.
Thank you for sharing it out, East. I've never seen anything so messed up. Not like this, where every turn you make, there's more corruption. I can't wait to see this played out and your brother to be released from custody as he should have been a long time ago.
Yeah.
You are a strong man. And it's going to be.
God bless you. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for being here. And I'll tell you, God gives you strength. God, I think when you're going through a situation like this, God gives you strength. I mean, I'm looking at the file. I'm nobody, by the way. But how do I have the file of the Mustafa Al-Jazeeri case? You're talking about a sealed case by the Commonwealth Attorney that no one can FOIA. But yet, I've got this case. I've got this file. I've got all their police body cams. I've got their documents. And now you're talking about, I've got other cases. Wait until you hear about Tatiana David and what they've done in her case. Now, here's the problem. When you talk about Tatiana David, when you talk about the Commonwealth Attorney, who you're looking at police officers engaged in police misconduct. You're talking about prosecutors engaged in police misconduct. And you expect that the Commonwealth Attorney is going to look at all this and put a stop to it. That there is no way. I can understand the police officer is corrupt. I can understand the prosecutor is corrupt. But there is no way that an elected official like the Commonwealth Attorney is going to see this and not hold these people accountable. And then you look at another file who's completely unrelated to Mustafa, Tatiana David, where on the news, they tell you, well, on the news, they tell you, for TikTok purposes, I can play it on YouTube. But on TikTok, it'll just shut us down. On the news, they tell you that a police officer found Tatiana outside her vehicle. On the body cam, that are sealed by the Commonwealth attorney, riddled Tatiana David with AR-15 bullets, and then are seen to be dragging her like a rag doll out of the vehicle, putting her away from the vehicle, only to come out and say, we found her outside the vehicle. I mean, I'm sitting here waiting for the Commonwealth attorney, Amy Ashworth, to hold these police officers accountable, and then I look at this entire separate, completely unrelated to Mustafa, where the Commonwealth attorney went to a judge and she sealed off those body cams. And instead of holding these police officers accountable, she's protecting these police officers by sealing off their body cams. I'm waiting for that Commonwealth attorney to look into my brother's case and hold these police officers accountable. This is a they do this on a regular basis. They're not just doing it in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. They're doing it with other files that's coming out of this county. And you don't have to take my word for it at this point. I have
I've
files.
heard of Commonwealth before.
Imagine all the innocent people in jail right now because of these people.
I mean, it's sad. It's really sad. I mean, I'm at a point where they've already arrested me. They put me in handcuffs. I've got the body cams where I'm on public property, exercising what we have as a First Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
And because they didn't like what I'm talking about, I'm in handcuffs. And you can't tell me, you can't troll this conversation and say, well, you were disorderly. Well, it's not public property. We already went to court, and I took the sheriff to court. I had a jury trial, and 7 jurors unanimously said the sheriff should never have put me in handcuffs. They dropped all the charges because what they did, they gave me a misdemeanor. They trespassed me off the property, completely off the property. And a year into it, a year later, I was able to take the sheriff to court, have my jury trial, and 7 jurors unanimously said it is absolutely public property. I was not disorderly. I'm standing there exercising my First Amendment. So they told the sheriff he's in the wrong. They dropped the charges, and now I'm doing podcasts in front of the jail. When you see those podcasts every 2 weeks, I go in front of the county jail and I do a live podcast. This is the property that I was trespassed from. This is where I got arrested. Now, so you can't tell me, oh, I was doing something. No, we already went to court. So this county already put me in handcuffs. Now they're telling me I got to take down this YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. They already threatened Mustafa's attorney. She's doing a 360. Now she's coming after me. They threatened her with her bar license. My company, I've lost my company. I've gotten arrested. The lawyer stole our money. I'm not scared from these people. What is the worst that they can do? They're threatening me with being arrested. That's what they're telling us. Okay, we're gonna come after you. If you don't remove your YouTube channel, if you don't remove those body cam off the internet, I tell them, I'm here for it. I'm gonna continue to talk about Mustafa. I'm gonna continue to talk about the other file that I have. And I'm gonna expose the hell out of this county.
Good.
I'm not scared from their jail. I'm not scared from what they do. I'm gonna continue to make sure I continue to do what I do, even if I have to fucking DoorDash.
They want you, which is what you're doing, yeah, to make ends meet, and they want you to be silenced, and they're going to take measures.
God's got you on this one.
Oh yeah,
God's going to take care of you. I'm going to pray for everybody involved because this is
sick, man.
I can't believe this.
You know,
Corruption
Love-
runs
I
at the
love,
highest
I
level.
love everybody, but this community has to be safe. There has to be accountability, and this goes into
Yes.
every community all across the country. I mean, we either
Yes.
have accountability, and every time I get on this podcast, I'm absolutely not telling you every police officer is bad. I'm not saying that. Okay, as a
No,
matter
yeah.
of fact, I'm telling you, police officer swore an oath, and they serve this community every day, every single day. Prince William County, Stafford County, Manassas Park. They put their life on the line every single day. What I have is files against specific police officers that engaged in police misconduct. And we either have accountability or we don't. Now, I have these files. The chief of police, I flat out tell him, with the help of your police officers out of your police department, I've gained access into your server. Evidence.com. Evidence.com is a secure server. Is where police department keep all their files. Now, I have all their files. Don't you find it weird? Don't you find it odd that the chief of police is not saying anything about it? I mean, you have his Facebook. I'm openly telling him I'm willy-nilly accessing your server. And you don't have to, I'm actually releasing it. I mean, it's one thing to say, oh, maybe he has them, maybe he don't. I'm releasing them. I mean, these are files that are sealed by the county. I'm putting them all over the internet. And you know what happened to files that already are on the internet? They become third party. Once it's on the internet, it's third party.
Yep.
It's released. It's leaked.
Already
it's
leaked.
It's no longer sealed. So, you know, and the problem they have, the reason that you still see me on the internet, the reason that they are pretending like this is not happening. I mean, why is the Commonwealth Attorney why is she so terrified to come out and talk about this? I mean, they used to be on the news. They used to talk about it. But as soon as the file hit the internet, you no longer have NBC4, Julie Carey on the talking about Mustafa's case. You no longer have the prosecutor. You no longer have the police department. They went completely radio silent because the body cam is not matching up with the narrative they came out with. They want to tell you that this is not a vehicle accident. Well, the dash camera show us that it is a vehicle accident. They tell you that they were arguing inside the vehicle. Well, the dash camera show us that they're passing a cigarette back and forth. How could they be arguing if they're passing back and forth a cigarette? You tell us there is no audio in this dash camera. Well, why is it that when I access the file, I'm going to turn the camera so that way we can look at exhibits. You tell me what I'm looking at here. This is Officer Zymus. This is Officer Zymus, by the way. Let's see. There we go. There we go. This is off of Facebook. Apparently, she's so comfortable with herself that she's promoting videos of what they do for the police department. So I took one of the video off their Facebook, so that everybody knows who Officer Zymus is. So when we look at the document, we actually know who Officer Zymus is. The next time she's out at Starbucks and getting her coffee, maybe someone can ask her to explain to us why is it that she has a document in the discovery that says the dash camera does have audio, but her Commonwealth Attorney is saying there is no audio. You've got two government officials saying two different things. This is Officer Zymus.
My name is Katie Zamus. I'm a detective in digital forensics on the Prince William County Police Department.
All right, so that's
Digital
Officer
forensics on the
Zamus.
Prince William County Police.
See if I can pause it. All right, Officer Zamus. All right, this is Officer Zamus' document. Officer Zamus put in the discovery on April 24, 2023, that this dash camera, she said, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound, for the love of God, someone Google what several mean. Because several mean not everything, a few, several videos. Now this dash camera records in 1 minute increments. This dash camera records in 1 minute increments. This dash camera is facing the outside, and it has a lens facing the outside, and it has a lens facing inside the vehicle. This is a very sophisticated dash camera. Officer Zymus is telling us the sound record feature on the device was turned on. Wait a minute. If it's turned on, why is there no audio? Now you're telling me the last several videos did not have audio, so that means the other videos, 1 minute increments, have audio. Why is it that when I open the file in evidence.com, none of the videos have audio? The whole entire dash camera doesn't have audio. Wait a minute. This dash camera is so sophisticated. It sees the outside, it sees the inside. When it records in 1 minute increments. It has a file for the outside, it has a file for the inside. 1 minute, and in Mustafa's discovery, I believe it's, if I have to check my notes, there is about, there's a lot of minutes, there's a lot of files, and it records in 1 minute increments. Now, Officer Zymus is talking about these files. She says, although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound, then, all right, let's go with your narrative. You say the last videos didn't have sound. So what about the other videos? All right, and then you go on and you say the sound record feature on the device was turned on. So wait a minute, this is a very sophisticated dash camera. If I were to buy a dash camera, Mustafa had this dash camera for over 5 years. This dash camera is very expensive. I mean, go to your local Best Buy and look up how much a Rexon dash camera would cost. It's just about $500-600. It's a very expensive dash camera. And Mustafa got this dash camera specifically because he sued the police and his lawyer told him, hey, you're suing the biggest gang in America. You're gonna get harassed. Mustafa puts a dash camera in his vehicle, and I have multiple videos where Mustafa was being harassed by the police. Now, we get back to here. He has a dash camera, a very sophisticated dash camera, and Officer Zymus with digital forensics says the sound audio was turned on. Wait a minute. If this was premeditated, wouldn't you think he would turn off this audio? Wait a minute. Wouldn't you think he would remove this dash cam? Why would I record myself if I'm going to premeditate this?
Exactly. Yeah.
It has to make sense. I mean, I'm sitting here. I'm begging the prosecutor. I'm begging the Commonwealth attorney. Let me help you prosecute Mustafa. But don't you have to convince me that Mustafa is guilty? Your narrative doesn't make sense. You're telling me that he got in a vehicle, recorded himself, went into oncoming traffic without wearing his seatbelt? I mean, don't you think I'm going to put on my seatbelt? Don't you think, I mean, it's just, there's so much bullshit coming out of this. The whole narrative. Over what exactly? Oh, an ex-boyfriend that he didn't know? What are you talking about? The ex-boyfriend tells you he doesn't know me. Your narrative does not make sense. So the only way this prosecutor can get away with it, I'll tell you how. She can falsify. She can have police officer falsify the police reports. She can bring in individuals like Christine Warda, that is Evelyn Horton, manufacture probable cause. The case is sealed. No one can FOIA request this document. And then you find that they have the audio. And then Officer Zymus says, I mean, it gets worse. Officer Zymus said, showed that the file did have an audio track. Oh, that's interesting. It does have an audio track. I'm going to turn the camera this way so that way everybody sees. What the hell am I looking at? I don't know if you can see it. But if you go over on YouTube, this document is posted on the internet. I can post it again. If you have a hard time finding it, I'll hashtag you into it so that you can look at what I'm looking at. Officer Zymus says that this dash camera has an audio track. I mean, and my question is, the Commonwealth attorney comes out on NBC4 and says it doesn't have audio. They release a dash camera that doesn't have audio. As a Commonwealth attorney, wouldn't you think that the first thing you're going to do, I mean, your digital forensic is telling you it has an audio track, it has the audio feature is turned on, The last several videos didn't have audio, but the rest did. As a Commonwealth attorney, wouldn't you think, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. I'm going to invest, as a Commonwealth attorney, I want to get to the bottom of it. Wouldn't you think the first thing the Commonwealth attorney would do is invest in hiring a digital forensic to look at the metadata and investigate and look into what is Officer Zymus talking about?
Absolutely.
Instead, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth hires herself a lip reader. A lip reader that in the discovery says Dorothy said, he's lip reading what Dorsey is talking about. He says, Dorsey said, I want to get out of the vehicle. Wait a minute. Your lip reader is now talking about that Dorsey, when you watch the dash camera, Dorsey is saying that you want to get out of, that she wants to get out of the vehicle? Wait a minute. So you're not hiring a digital forensic to get to the bottom that your police officer is telling you we have audio. Maybe I opened it in the wrong player. You know, when you have a dash camera, you can open it in the wrong media player, or you can actually download it without audio. Now, specifically when you're talking about your investigator plugged it into his laptop, conveniently didn't follow the chain of custody with this dash camera, Officer Chad Mason, on the stand, he says, I plugged it into my laptop, the SD card, I plugged it into my SD card, and I downloaded the audio. I downloaded the dash camera. Wait a minute. You took this dash camera, plugged it into your personal laptop? Who's to say that you didn't tamper with this dash camera? I mean, now I have a dash camera that doesn't have audio, that cuts before impact, that stops before impact. Have you ever seen a dash camera that stops before impact? I mean, a dash camera is going to continue rolling all the way to the end. Specifically, when the dash camera is still connected to the windshield. I mean, I've got pictures taken by on the scene that the dash camera was still on the windshield. It's not damaged. So why is this dash camera cuts off before impact? All of a sudden, the wire is cut. In a motion to dismiss, they say the wire is cut. Do we have an investigator that cut the wire only to say, plugged it into his laptop, removed the audio, cut the dash camera before impact? Because I have a dash camera that has 17 frames missing from the inside of the vehicle. This dash camera is clearly tampered with. And the Commonwealth attorney, first thing that she's going to do, not hire a digital forensic to look into this situation. She's going to hire herself a bullshit lip reader that's going to tell her, yep, Dorothy said, I want to get out of the vehicle. Wait a minute. The Commonwealth attorney wants to conditionally enter this dash camera into and put it on the record. What does that mean? So the community can't see the dash camera. Now she wants the jury to not see the dash camera. And she wants only a couple of seconds for the jury to see. She doesn't want them to see the whole dash camera. She wants them to see a portion of the dash camera. So you're telling me you're going to take this dash camera out of context, present it to the jury, and bring your bullshit lip reader that you have on your payroll to lip read you something that you took out of context? Oh, how convenient that you're not lip reading Mustafa's lips, but you're lip reading Dorothy. And then you open the dash camera, and then you see what was happening before what they're lip reading, and then after what they're lip reading. Dorothy is passing a cigarette back and forth between her and Mustafa. Dorothy is seen to be giving Mustafa direction 3 times. They're passing a cigarette 6 times. You want to tell me in the middle of all this, she said, I want to get out of the car. I'm going to call you out on your bullshit. I'm going to say, you're taking the dash camera out of context. You don't want the jury to see the full dash camera, because once you do, the jury, everybody's going to see, wait a minute, she's giving him a cigarette. He's giving her a cigarette back. She's doing it again. They're passing the cigarette back and forth. Wait a minute. All of a sudden, she said, "I want to get out of the car." And then, oh, by the way, there you go. She passes him a cigarette. And then he passes her a cigarette. I mean, at one point, how much are you going to bullshit us? I'm going to pull up on the screen the dash camera. We're going to go through this dash camera together. You tell me if they're lying about this case. If they're so comfortable with this case, why not release this dash camera? Why is it that I'm releasing this dash camera? You say Mustafa was arguing inside the vehicle? Well, I'll tell you what. You show me where they're arguing, I'm going to shut down my channel. I think that's fair. You tell me the brother got on national television. The brother, Dorothy's half-brother, got on national television and he said, my sister was on the phone telling her friend that Mustafa was crashing the vehicle on purpose. Wait a minute. Why is it that when I'm watching the dash camera, Dorothy is never on the phone? That brother lied about the whole thing. But you don't know anything about this case. You're watching the brother on national television tell you my sister was on the phone. Who are you going to believe? And you want to tell me they're not trolling this conversation? You show me where Dorothy's on the phone, I'm going to shut down my channel. I think that's a fair trade. Let me show you what the brother is talking about. This is, let's see. And the problem is, let's listen to what the brother is talking about. There we go. This is Dorothy's half-brother, Derek.
My sister was on phone with another one of her friends when all this was happening.
My sister was on the phone with her friend. I mean, you listen to this immediately. I mean, if I didn't know anything about this case, I'm listening to the half-brother, the brother on national television tell you it's an open and shut case. I mean, she's on the phone telling her friend he's crashing the vehicle on purpose. This is on national television. This is on day one they ran with the brother. And then you find out in a body cam in the file, the brother is talking about he doesn't know Mustafa. He doesn't know anything about his sister. He lives all the way in West Virginia, like 4 or 5 hours from where we're at. He's not in his sister's life. The children, if he was right there in front of them, doesn't even recognize him. He doesn't know anything about his sister. He doesn't know Mustafa. But he's on national television telling the whole entire community that his sister was on the phone. I mean, we're going to go through the dash camera. Before we go through the dash camera, I want to point out something really interesting. In the Mustafa Al-Jazari file, there is a subpoena that was put out by the police department to upload Mustafa's dash camera on April 5th. Now, you're charging Mustafa with premeditated M1, right? This is premeditated. Now, Mustafa has a dash camera that has a large SD card. And on one of the police body cams, the investigator says that Mustafa is door dashing. He sees that Mustafa is door dashing. Previous to the vehicle accident, the day before, he was door dashing. Now, this is relevant because now they want to tell you that Mustafa is a reckless driver. That's interesting because when I'm watching the dash camera, I'm not watching a reckless driver. I'm watching him drive normal. I'm watching him drive speed limit. I'm watching him as a good driver. I mean, he's not driving reckless. If he was a reckless driver, I would see it in the dash camera that we're all watching. But the prosecutor litigates. She tells you he's a reckless driver. Well, oh, hold on now. Your investigator is talking about Mustafa door dashing. Why are you not putting the whole entire SD card into the record. Instead, you subpoena and you only put a portion of the SD card into evidence.com. And then it gets worse because their subpoena is for the 5th. But they start uploading this dash camera after, I'm going to show you, after 12/21. 12/21, they omit that part out of the discovery. How interesting. What is so relevant about 12/21 that this has to be omitted out of discovery? They start uploading that dash camera after 12/21. And you ask yourself, I mean, so what? What is so relevant about the whole entire day being uploaded? And then you zoom in here and you see that Mustafa interior camera shows that Dorothy's vehicle in the background. If you can see it, I'll post this image. This is a door open. This is Dorothy's door. Dorothy's vehicle is in the background. And it shows that Dorothy was going into her van with the kids, with the flowers. She's going to her mom's anniversary. Their narrative is that Mustafa forced Dorothy on that day, that Mustafa forced Dorothy to get into the vehicle, forced Empress to get into the vehicle, forced the boys to stay home. Now, when we're watching this, we see a completely different story. At 12/21, that's omitted out of this case, omitted out of the file. Okay, at 12/21, you're going to see that Dorothy opens her van. Dorothy is getting into her vehicle. And on the last minute, she changes her mind, goes back into the apartment, and is telling Mustafa to take her. This is what the child, Dorothy's child, is talking about. I'm going to go into the forensic interview of Pharaoh. This is the forensic interview of Dorothy's 10-year-old child. He says that mom was going to go. He says mom was going to go in her vehicle. On the last minute, she changed her mind. He says she changed her mind. And she started asking Mustafa to take her. Mustafa didn't want to go anywhere. He woke up late in the afternoon. He had other plans, but then said, okay, I'll take you. He cooked for everybody, and he took her to her mother's anniversary. Whose idea is it? The forensic lady that's sitting in the interview, she says, whose idea was it to go over the cemetery? She says, it's mom. It's her mom. It's her anniversary. It's mom's idea. We didn't want to go. We didn't want to go with her. We wanted to stay home. This is what the child in the forensic interview is talking about. This completely against what the prosecutor claims in court, completely contradicts what these individuals that are being brought into this case that tell you we were not there. It completely goes against their narrative. And before I play this forensic interview, I have Muhammad. Muhammad is civil injustice. Muhammad is Mustafa's brother. Muhammad, thank you for being here. You know, I gave him a huge introduction, and if he accidentally just happened to be in the box... Oh, okay, he said hello. Muhammad, can you hear me? Mary Jo, hello. All right. Mom, can you hear me? Okay. All right. Let me know if you have any question. I'm going to go through the forensic interview. I'm going over what the police department omitted. What they're doing is they're omitting exculpatory evidence. Exculpatory evidence is every piece of evidence that the prosecutor has to put on the record. Whether it looks good, whether it looks bad, they have to put it on their record so that you can show what happened. It is a Brady violation if the police department starts cherry picking what they want on their record. And this is what they're doing here. They upload the dash camera after 1 o'clock to omit the fact that Dorothy was going to use her vehicle. Dorothy is the one that was asking Mustafa to take her to the cemetery. They're omitting key details in this case so that the prosecutor can get in court, can be in court, and just pretty much say whatever she wants. The prosecutor in court, I have the audio from every proceeding where the prosecutor claimed, I have a witness, Your Honor. And by the way, she proffers. Proffers is when she doesn't have to present evidence. She just tells the judge, I have evidence. And the Judge Weimer is so impartial that he allows her to say whatever she wants. I mean, it's been 2.5 years. And every time this prosecutor gets in front of the judge, she says whatever she wants. And then we have evidence that show that she's lying about Mustafa. She tells the judge, Your Honor, I have a witness that's going to come forward that's going to say that Mustafa premeditated this. And then you open the body cams. Every single person tells you we were not there. They make these claims and tell you we were not there. We heard this from somebody else. You go to that somebody else, you open that body cam, and they tell you we were not there. They're playing a game of ping pong. The prosecutor knows that her case, she's building a whole entire case on manufactured probable cause. This is a child in the forensic interview that tells you that the prosecutor is lying. He tells you that mom is the one that wanted to go. The prosecutor tells you it was Mustafa's idea. Well, here's the child tell you that Mustafa was sleeping. He woke up late, and mom is the one that's telling him, can you take me to my mother's anniversary? Let's listen to what Pharaoh is talking about.
And whose idea was it to go to your grandma's grave?
My mom's.
Your mom's.
Because it was her birthday.
Because it was your grandma's birthday? Is that right?
Did you hear what Javen just said? Did you hear what Pharaoh just said? I'm going to rewind it. Whose idea was it to go to the anniversary, your mom's anniversary? It was my mother that wanted to go. Listen.
And whose idea was it to go to your grandma's grave?
My mom's.
Your mom's.
Because it was her birthday.
Because it was your grandma's birthday? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to go into what the prosecutor is talking about. All right? The prosecutor in court, I have the audio from her proceeding. You can't make this up even if you want to. I mean, the prosecutor in court tells you this. If I can find the audio stem. So if you go on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast, and I've numbered the timestamps where, let me find the timestamp where she says, Your Honor, I have a witness that's going to come forward. Let's see. Somewhere in here, I have Sarah Sammy that says, I have a witness that's going to come forward and say that Mustafa premeditated this. There we go. wait. Timestamp 30 and 10 seconds. I think this is it. All right, we're going to listen to it together. And you tell me, you listen to the prosecutor, and then you listen to the children in the forensic interview, and then I'm going to take you into the Google Nest video inside the apartment that shows that this prosecutor is lying about Mustafa. She's using individuals that are manufacturing probable cause. They're not witnesses. They're not there. They just tell you whatever they want. The police department is allowing them to lie about Mustafa only so that the prosecutor in court can say whatever she wants. And the police department is omitting the complete dash camera that actually show you what happened that day. At 12:21, Dorothy was going to use her van. She changed her mind on the last second, and she went back into the apartment and is now asking Mustafa to take her. How could this be premeditated if it's Dorothy's idea? Let's listen to what the prosecutor says in court.
Another individual came forward to say that this defendant had told Dorothy that he would kill her in the past. Your Honor, an individual totally unrelated to this matter, after all of this happened, contacted Investigator Drum with the crash unit to indicate that he had previously been in a vehicle with this defendant, and the defendant had caused a crash in which he had a traumatic brain injury from. It was apparent to Investigator Drum as this individual could not actually get his...
By the way, this person that she's talking about is Jason Nance. Jason Nance is now on the internet telling you, I never told the police department that Mustafa crashed a vehicle and gave me a brain injury. That police officer, Robert Drum, whatever he put in that police report, that's not, I never said that. That prosecutor knows that. But in court, she said Mustafa gave someone crashed a vehicle and gave someone a brain injury. The judge was so horrified. He says, I was going to give Mustafa a bond, but you're telling me he crashed a vehicle and gave someone a brain injury? I mean, and what she does, she proffers, so she doesn't have to present evidence. All she has to do is tell the judge, Your Honor, I have a police report where the investigator is telling me that Mustafa crashed a vehicle, gave someone a brain injury. Wait a minute. Mustafa's complete driving record is provided in the discovery. When you open the discovery, you'll see that Mustafa's entire driving history is provided to the prosecutor by the FBI. There's a document in the discovery that you have Mustafa's whole entire driving file. And the prosecutor is looking at, there's no car accident. So how could Mustafa crash the vehicle if there's no car accident? How could Mustafa give someone a traumatic brain injury if there is no hospital record of a traumatic brain injury? So you can't even give the prosecutor the benefit of the doubt that she didn't know that her police officer is falsifying the witness statements. This is the same investigator that falsified Mustafa's statements. This is the same investigator who turns around to his fellow police officer and tells his fellow police officer, the off-duty paramedic says he's methed out. That's why he thinks he's in 2021 and Obama is the president. Wait a minute. The off-duty paramedic on a body cam tells you Mustafa is dealing with a concussion. He thinks he's in 2021. The officer's falsifying not only the witness, he's falsifying Mustafa's statement. He's botching up the whole entire case. This prosecutor knows that. But she tells the judge a bunch of lies, proffers, and she gets away with it. And she's just been getting away with it. But she can't do that in trial. In trial, she has to bring evidence. What she's doing right now is she's proffering. Proffer is when it's been 2.5 years. Why do you think this prosecutor is so terrified to take Mustafa to trial? Because the minute you take him to trial, Mustafa's coming home, and this prosecutor is going to end up in federal prison. Her police officers, what she's doing, I mean, they're botching up a whole entire case. I want to go to, I want to find where she says, hang on a second. Let me see if I can find the timestamp where she says, I have a witness that's going to come forward. Welcome back to that timestamp. There's a timestamp in this bond hearing where the prosecutor says, she tells the judge, Your Honor, I have a witness that's going to come forward and say this is premeditated. That Mustafa forced Dorothy, forced Empress, forced the boys to stay home, forced Dorothy and Empress to get into the vehicle. And then you open those body cams. Those individuals are telling you we were not there. I mean, hearsay inside of hearsay. You say you have witnesses that's going to come forward. Well, your witnesses on these body cams are telling us we were not there. And then you open the Google Nest video. You see that Dorothy is the one it's her idea to go over to her mom's anniversary. And then the child forensic interview, the child says, it was Mama's idea. So how could this be premeditated? I mean, when you talk about premeditated, when you look up the definition of premeditated, premeditated could be before, or it could be on the last second. That's the definition of premeditated. Now, in this case, the prosecutor is telling you this is planned days in advance, ahead of time. She's telling you that this is planned ahead of time. She's not telling you on the last second. And the reason she's not telling you on the last second is because when you pull up the computer inside the vehicle, it shows that Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. It shows that Mustafa is doing everything he can to avoid every vehicle, to avoid this vehicle accident. It shows that this is an accident. So what does she do? She allows individuals to come into this case to tell you that this is premeditated. And then she seals off the body cams that those individuals are saying, we were not there. Those are not witnesses. I mean, this is hearsay. And then you open the body cam of the children. The children are telling you, this is Mama's idea. So wait a minute. You're telling me for the past 2.5 years, you have a prosecutor that's been telling you this is premeditated, and then the forensic interviews, the children are telling you that Mom is asking Mustafa to take her? The Google Nest video inside the apartment shows you that Dorothy is the one that's asking Mustafa to take her. She's asking Empress. She's asking the children, and the children says, we don't want to go. Let's listen to what Pharaoh is talking about.
Whose idea was it to go to your grandma's grave? My mom's. Your mom's? Because it was her birthday. Because it was your grandma's birthday, is that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And so earlier, and I need you to correct me if I get something wrong, okay? You said something about Moses and your mom got into a fight. Is that correct? Yeah, because he didn't want to go.
مصطفى الصوت بعيد.
And so he got really mad at her.
Dr. Talar, thank you for being here.
Okay.
I'm going to try to fix the audio, but, this is the best we can do at this point. But we'll see if we can fix it. Dr. Talar, thank you for being here. I want to thank everybody for being here. This is a podcast that's going over 2 hours and 38 minutes. We're going to continue to go through the material. I know it's been over 2 and 38 minutes. Usually I have a 1 hour podcast, but everybody's here. Might as well. Let's go over the material. Let's continue going over what the child is talking about. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. I'm going to start from the beginning. In this forensic interview, Pharaoh is talking about, this is Pharaoh, this is Dorothy's child. He says a couple of things. key things in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. He says that this was mom's idea. He says Mustafa didn't want to go, but then mom convinced him. He said, and then the forensic lady would ask him, what were they arguing about? He says they were arguing about Mustafa didn't want to go anywhere. She finally convinces him, and he takes her. He decides to take her. He takes her. Okay? She convinced him to take her. It was her idea. What does it look like when they're arguing? Oh, they're mostly talking. Wait a minute. That's not what the prosecutor is telling us. She's telling us that they were arguing over an ex-boyfriend. Wait a minute. An ex-boyfriend that the ex-boyfriend says Mustafa doesn't know him? That doesn't make any sense. The prosecutor is telling us that Mustafa is so violent that he body slams Dorothy. Wait a minute. This is Dorothy's child. This is Dorothy's 10-year-old child who tells you, what does it look like when mom and boyfriend are arguing? Oh, they're mostly talking. What were they arguing about? He didn't want to go anywhere. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, no wonder this forensic interview is sealed by the county. No wonder they're so upset right now that they're threatening me with handcuffs. They want me to shut down my channel. It's because this is going on the internet. And now you can call out the bullshit by the prosecutor office. Now you can pick up the fucking phone and ask the prosecutor, what the fuck have you been doing for the past 2.5 years? I'm watching a forensic interview that the children are telling us that you lied to us. They're so concerned about the children. They're so concerned about the children that they don't care about weaponizing the children. They don't care about those children put in a forensic interview without getting approval from the parents. Where is the parents' consent? Someone tell me which parent allowed this child to be in a forensic interview? Divine Jones didn't. Divine Jones is the father of this child. Okay? As a matter of fact, I have a body cam where Divine Jones is on the phone with the police department, and the police department tell him, you are absolutely not allowed to be next to the children. Why? And then you find out why. Because they're sitting there weaponizing the children before they put them in a forensic interview. Who consent? Who gave you the consent to have those children in a forensic interview? Who, the neighbor? Who, the ex-boyfriend? That's interesting. So you have no problem putting those children in a forensic interview, lying to them, telling them at one point, Javen, we'll come back to this forensic interview. This is what Javen's telling us. I'm going to pull up what Javen is saying. Javen is Dorothy's 14-year-old child. And he tells you that the detective tells me that Mustafa ran away, left my 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. And if Mustafa had not ran away, they could have saved my 5-year-old sister. That's what you're telling Javen? Because when we look at the body cam, Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. That's what's on a body cam. But yet you're telling the children that Mustafa, the person that you loved, the person that you trust, you don't have to take my word for it. Go look at the home videos. That child that sits in a forensic interview is on Google Nest videos talking to Mustafa, where Mustafa is in his life as a father figure. Mustafa took on the role to be that child father figure. You don't have to take my word for it. Go look at the home videos. And then go back to this forensic interview and listen to what that child is talking about. The police department has no problem engaging in child abuse. This is child abuse. And you want to come after me, telling me I'm the problem for releasing these forensic interviews? I'm exposing what you have done behind closed doors to these children. Because these children are telling us they've been weaponized. They tell you the real story of what actually happened. They call out the bullshit of the prosecutor. They tell you the prosecutor is lying. Prosecutor wants to talk this is premeditated. How could this be premeditated? If the children are talking about Dorothy is the one that wanted to go, the Google Nest video show that it's Dorothy's idea. What are you talking about? Let's watch what Javen is talking about.
And on the game, I went into my mom's room, was watching YouTube with my baby sister. My brother wanted me to leave so I can show me something. She begged me to stay, so I stayed. And I stayed until I left with Daniel. And because they were leaving soon to go get errands, rather I should have stayed because I was going to be the last day I ever saw her again. I came back from Daniel's house to my brother and my younger brother, Farron, and I should still here. Apparently they didn't go with them, which was a good thing. Anyway, I was watching them, waiting for them to get back until I caught the news. So I saw, we called him Moses, but anyway, he came from the hospital in a hospital gown and blood on his forehead, and which was weird. He told me my mom they got into a T-bone accident. Rather, no, that was on purpose. He made that T-bone accident. He ran out into mid-traffic and he put himself in an accident on purpose. I don't know why, I don't know his reasons, but at the time I was so upset, I didn't realize the truth. I was crying, I was upset, I was really upset. My mom just died. We cleaned the whole house for her too, cheer her up. And at the time my baby sister was in the hospital. She was in a car seat at the accident. She sadly did not make it. The fact is, I saw him lie to my face, and his family lied to my face. His mom lied to my face, and they were trying to protect him. He left before the cops came and get there. When they got into the car crash, the detective said he jumped out and ran, left my babysitter.
Did you hear what he just said? I'm gonna rewind it really quick. He said he said detective said that he jumped out or ran. What are you talking about? You're telling me that the detective is telling you that Mustafa ran away from the scene? I'm gonna rewind it. Let's listen to it.
When they got into the car crash, the detective said he jumped out and ran, left my baby sitting there. And if he just thought to bring her to the hospital, maybe she would have made it, but she didn't because he decided to be a coward. And now she's gone. And now all I have is my two brothers. She was the sweetest. She would never even hurt her fly. She was innocent too. 25. And my mom's gone. Now she's gone. It's because of one man that I trusted. My mom kept on telling me he's a good guy. I kept on saying, okay. Alright, I told her, I had my suspicions and I should have went with my gut. I knew something wasn't right. And I still believed her, and that's why they're gone today.
Mom told me to always trust Mustafa. What did Javen say? I mean, this gives you insight into the relationship that Mustafa had with Dorothy. Mom told me to always trust Mustafa. Wait a minute, if Mustafa was so abusive, why would mom tell you to tell her child to always trust Mustafa? This gives you insight into the relationship. I always trusted Mustafa. That's what 14-year-old Javen is talking about. But the detective told me that Mustafa ran away and left my 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. And if he hadn't run away, they could have saved my 5-year-old baby sister. Are we talking about this Mustafa? The Mustafa that is laying in front of his vehicle? Are we talking about that Mustafa? What are we talking about here? This is the Mustafa that we're talking about? You're telling children that are 5, that are 10, that are 9, 10, and 14 that this Mustafa ran away, left your 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death? This is what you're telling these children? You want to talk about child abuse? This is the definition of child abuse. You're weaponizing these children. You're telling these children that Mustafa ran away, left your 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death, and we could have saved her if Mustafa hadn't run away. Mustafa is in and out of consciousness. Mustafa is helicoptered to the hospital. At one point, he went into a complete coma. That's the Mustafa they're talking about. Now, really interesting, this child is being told by the neighbor that Mustafa, that Tanisha Coleman is in possession of these children. Javen, Pharaoh, and Imagine. A 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old. Now, Tanisha Coleman is telling this child that your mom told me that he pees on her. And then they walk him into a forensic interview. So first they tell him, your mom is telling us that Mustafa pees on her. And then they tell him Mustafa ran away, fled the scene, left your 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. Wait a minute, this is the same child that's seen on Google Nest videos, loves Mustafa, but he's being told all these things and walked into a forensic interview. Now, Tanisha Coleman, she says that Dorothy had told her that Mustafa pees on her. That's interesting. Well, ma'am, why is your child is in Mustafa's apartment? Tanisha Coleman's children are inside the apartment. They're spending their spring break in Mustafa's apartment. I'm gonna mute this person real quick.
Sir, I have a question.
Glenn, if you can do me a favor, can you go ahead and mute yourself so that way, there we go.
I have a question.
Yes,
May
ma'am.
I ask a question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
When the children were being spoken to, did they have an adult representative, like a family member there with them while these people were talking to these children and blatantly telling lies to these children?
The father, I have a body cam where the father is being told that they're not going to let him near the children. So they're pushing the father away, and the children are left with the neighbor. You have the neighbor, Tanisha Coleman. You have the ex-boyfriend. I mean, in what world is this? I mean, I'm trying to process what's going on here.
I can't understand that.
I mean,
why they would do that and leave the neighbor in there with them instead of a parent.
who gave you consent? Who
Correct.
gave the police department consent to have these children walk into a forensic interview? And then, in the forensic interview, you're listening to, the detective told me, I mean, they're weaponizing this child against Mustafa. The detective is sitting there telling this child, before he walks him into a forensic interview, that Mustafa ran away, left your 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. And then the neighbor is telling these children, your mom told me that Mustafa pees on her. Wait a minute. I didn't know any better. You're weaponizing these children.
That's exactly what they're doing. Exactly.
And how do you know Tanisha Coleman is lying about Mustafa peeing on their mother? Well, I'll show you the Google Nest videos that Tanisha Coleman, the person that is telling these children that Mustafa peed on, that your mom told me that Mustafa peed on her, she leaves her 8-year-old child and 9-year-old child in Mustafa's apartment the day of the accident, the day before that day. They're spending their spring break in Mustafa and Dorsey's apartment. I mean, as a mother, I like to talk to a mother that has a 9-year-old, has an 8-year-old, that her friend tells her, hey, my boyfriend pees on me. And you as a mother, you're going to allow your 8-year-old, your 9-year-old in that person's apartment unless you're lying about that situation. I have a Google Nest video where Tanisha Coleman, the one that tells the children that your mom told me that he pees on her children are in the apartment. And then they go as far as call Mustafa dad. What are we talking about?
And she told the children to trust your brother, Mufasa. Didn't she?
Who, Tanisha Coleman told the children?
No, the mother. Didn't the mother tell
yes.
children to trust Mufasa? Or how do you?
Mustafa.
Yeah, Mustafa. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Now, in the forensic interview, Javen says, Mom told me to always trust Mustafa. This gives you insight into what kind of relationship Mustafa and the mom had. I mean, the child is talking about his mom told him to always trust Mustafa. And then he goes and says, I always trusted Mustafa. Clearly, I can see that in the home videos. What happened? What happened before and what happened after the neighbor, the ex-boyfriend, and the police department got involved? It's obvious. They're weaponizing these children. They told them a bunch of things only to walk. And I'll tell you something that's really interesting. I have a phone call between the neighbor, Tanisha Coleman, the one that says Dorothy had told her that Mustafa pees on her. A phone call between the neighbor, Tanisha Coleman, and the mother of Mustafa. After, I think it was a couple of days afterward, like after the body cams that I had. So she would tell the police one thing, she would tell the children one thing, and then when she gets on the phone with mom, she tells mom that Mustafa loved the kids, the children loved him, Dorothy loved Mustafa. The best thing that could happen to Dorothy and the children is Mustafa. He loved them. But the 14-year-old child is the one that's saying bad things about Mustafa. Not me. All I saw is Mustafa loved those children. All I saw is Mustafa loved that mother. But Javen, the 14-year-old child, is the one that's saying bad things. Wait a minute. Are you talking about the 14-year-old child that you're telling that his mom came to you and told you that he peed on her? Are you talking about the child that the police department is weaponizing against Mustafa? Are you talking about that child? If I didn't know any better, you weaponize that child, put him in a forensic interview, and all of a sudden come out and say, yeah, I mean, it's not me. Listen to the children. The children that you're weaponizing. Let's listen to that phone call. And you tell me what is really happening here. That's fair, right? I think that's fair. Before we listen to that phone call, I want to briefly go over the Google Nest video where I like to point out Tanisha Coleman's child. And this is very relevant to what we're talking about because apparently we have the so-called witness who's on a police body cam, identified as Amy Hodson, aka Evelyn Horton, is now on the internet. And the first thing she does, it says, in the discovery, it says that Mustafa peed on Dorothy. Well, hold on now. Hold on. On a body cam, you're so-called a witness. On the internet, at one point, you pretended to be an advocate. Now you hide behind a screen. You won't tell us who you are, but apparently you've got multiple names, and you go into these lives, and you like to tell people, in the discovery, it says that Mustafa peed on Dorothy. Well, let's look at the home videos. Who is saying that in the discovery? Who is that person? Who is saying that in the discovery? And are they telling the truth? Because according to Judge Carol Weimer, the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer strike that from the whole entire case. He says this is hearsay. What is hearsay? When you haven't witnessed it. When you come out and say, someone told me that something happened, that's hearsay. Unless you heard it, unless you witnessed this, then you can't tell me that this happened, and it's considered hearsay. We all know what hearsay is. Everybody knows what hearsay is. Now, the judge strike that from the case. He said that's absolutely a hearsay. When prosecutor Sarah Sammy told him, I have a witness that says that Dorothy came up to her and said, Mustafa peed on me. Judge Carol Weimer doesn't even want to entertain it. He said, this is absolutely hearsay. Now, forget what Judge Weimer is talking about. Let's look at the Google Nest video. And you explain to me how this mother allows her child to be in Mustafa's apartment after his girlfriend is telling her that Mustafa peed on her. You explain that to me. All right, this is the Google Nest video. I'm going to turn the camera over to exhibits. Let's see. So if you go on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast, you see a playlist called Google Nest Home Videos. This is the Google Nest video inside the apartment. And in one video, you'll see, I'm going to pause it right here. That child right there is Tanisha Coleman's child. That's her 8-year-old child. And then at one point, you'll see the 9-year-old child in that apartment. What is that child doing in Mustafa's apartment if it was true that Tanisha Coleman believes... if Tanisha Coleman's story is real, you as a mother, you have an 8-year-old child, you have a 9-year-old child, your friend is coming up to you and telling you, my boyfriend pees on me. You're going to leave your 8-year-old child and 10-year-old child in that apartment? Not one day, not 2 days. They're spending their spring break at Mustafa and Dorothy's apartment. Let's continue watching the Google Nest. You see that? This is, by the way, this is Javen. The same Javen that you saw in the forensic interview, helping and picking up Tanisha Coleman's child. And what they're doing here is they're playing with the water gun. Mustafa, Dorothy, the children. So you open the Google Nest. You see that the children love Mustafa. They want to tell you that Mustafa is abusing the children, abusing Dorothy. Wait a minute. When I'm watching this, anybody that has children will tell you, watching those children interact with Mustafa and how they play with Mustafa, how they jump at Mustafa, how they play with Mustafa, you can clearly see that these children are not scared from Mustafa. As a matter of fact, you see that it's a beautiful relationship. Those children love Mustafa. Dorothy loved Mustafa. And I don't have to sit here and tell you that. The Google Nest is right there in front of you. When we're watching this, the question that we're asking, is Tanisha Coleman lying about Mustafa, that Dorothy came up to her and told her that Mustafa peed on me? I mean, it's clear that she's lying when she has her child there. If it was real, if it was true, I wouldn't have my child there. I've got a 5-year-old niece. If I find out that someone is peeing on somebody, I'm not going to have my 5-year-old niece there. You fucking kidding me? Let's continue watching the Google Nest video inside the apartment.
I need a screwdriver too.
Alright, then out of bed and watching movies.
Alright, everybody needs
Farrell,
to
lock the door. Oh yeah, he didn't want to. Farrell didn't want to get wet, so he locked the door.
Once you see in the head, don't be mad.
No,
it's not gonna work. I promise you, sir.
This is Mustafa. All right, so this is Mustafa. You're going to see Mustafa, Dorothy, and the children are playing with the gun. And when you're watching this, just look out for, are those children abused? And if those children are abused, would they be so comfortable jumping and attacking Mustafa and how they play with Mustafa? I mean, children that are abused are usually terrified from the person that are abusing them. And then you watch this, you clearly see that Mustafa loved the children love Mustafa. They're so comfortable with him that the way they jump and attack Mustafa tells you everything that you need to know, that this is a beautiful relationship. Let's continue watching.
Hey, everybody out of my room.
What about Sean? Can he stay?
Out.
What about
We're
you?
going out
Can
too,
you sing?
Moses.
Oh man, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Son. Why, baby?
This is Dorothy's other child. Imagine. He's 10 years old. That's Tanisha Coleman's child, the one that's holding the water gun. That's the 14-year-old child, Javen, that you saw in the forensic interview where he talks about the police weaponized him and told him that Mustafa ran away, left his 5-year-old baby to bleed to death.
Ha! It's a trick. Yeah, sit down. What the hell is that? Do you need some water to wake up, sir? Need some water?
That's 5-year-old Empress. You see that Empress walks into the frame.
Oh, hell no. Protect her. Mom, Sean's being a bad boy.
Sean is Tanisha Coleman's child. So he goes into the bathroom. He's filling up water so they can continue playing with the water guns. That's 5-year-old Empress.
Okay. Mom, you're next.
You need some water to wake up? On your feet? I know your feet.
That's Mustafa.
Bro, it's going for you.
What are you guys doing? What the fuck is this? What is this horse place shit?
I'll beat your ass.
Now, let me ask you a question. All right. We all have children. You want to tell me, the prosecutor wants to tell you that Mustafa is abusive, that he abused those children? You want to tell me an abused child is going to be so comfortable to tell you, I'll beat your ass? What do you mean? If a child is abused, he's going to be terrified to tell his abuser, I'll beat your ass. And then go as far as, when you watch this Google Nest video, you'll see that the child is holding the water gun. He jumps at Mustafa and they're throwing water at Mustafa. That's why the prosecutor is so terrified that, oh shit, there's a Google Nest video. 2.5 years and we still can't put this on the record? Let's continue watching this Google Nest video.
I'll put you in the fucking frying pan and cook you up like a fucking pork chop, bitch.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
You know, I can fight. You guys know
Man,
that?
oh, your grandma slipped on the fucking...
What's up, dog?
Oh, your grandma slipped on the fucking sponge. That's you. Oh, your grandma eat a Big Mac right now. Nah. Oh, your grandma eat a fucking Big Mac right now.
Oh, wait out.
Oh, shit.
Did you see how he jumps at Mustafa? Now, really quick, I'll tell you something else. They're charging Mustafa with premeditated, right? They're saying that this is intentional, that this is premeditated. I've never seen a Commonwealth attorney that pretends Google Nest videos don't exist. 2.5 years, Mustafa sits in a county jail, no trial, and they won't acknowledge the Google Nest video. As a matter of fact, at one point, the family went into the prosecutor's office, and the prosecutor threatened the family with the sheriff's office. What do you mean? You're not interested? You're not interested in material facts of this case? Oh, wait a minute. You're hoping, this is what you're hoping. You're hoping that you're going to seal off this case. No one knows about this Google Nest video. No one knows there's a dash camera outside what you've released. 3 seconds. You've released 3 seconds, a chopped up version of a dash camera. You bring in these individuals into this case that when you open their body cam, their sealed body cam, the Commonwealth attorney sealed off these forensic interviews, these body cams. On body cam, these people are telling you, we weren't there. We're telling you this happened, but we weren't there. They're manufacturing this probable cause. They're giving you a story. Each one of those people, each of the so-called witnesses in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case tell you on a fucking body cam, we were not there. Hold on now. You have a Commonwealth attorney that brings in these people, seals off the body cam. Oh, wait a minute, because they're telling you we're not witnesses. Google Nest videos that the Commonwealth attorney is going to pretend to be this ostrich. I'm going to put my hand in the sand, pretend it's not there. Hopefully the community doesn't find out there's fucking Google Nest inside the apartment that shows we've lied about the whole entire fucking thing. I mean, the question that you really should ask yourself, Mustafa's charged with they're charging, they're saying that he premeditated this. As a Commonwealth attorney, you're not interested in finding out there's Google Nest videos? How does that make any sense? As a police department, you're not interested to find out there's Google Nest videos that will show you whether this is premeditated or not? Something is not adding up here. Twisted Tea, thank you for pointing that out. All right, let's go back into the Google Nest video. All right, so that's Sean. That's Tanisha Coleman's child, what you saw there. Okay, and we're going to continue watching these Google Nest videos. And the reason we're watching these Google Nest videos, what you're going to come out of it is you're going to ask yourself, why is Sean in the apartment? If his mother really believes and she's telling the truth about Dorothy peeing on her, if Mustafa truly peed on Dorothy, why would this mother allow her child to be in the apartment? The day of the accident, the day before, he's spending he's sleeping over at this person that pees on his girlfriend? That makes sense. So when you're watching this, look out for that. And look at the children interacting with Mustafa. And then after this Google Nest video, we're going to go into the phone call between Tanisha Coleman, who says Mustafa peed on Dorothy. So we're going to listen to the phone call between Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor, and the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari. And you tell me they're not lying about Mustafa.
Ow! My
That's Dorothy. And look out for the interaction between Dorothy and Mustafa and the children. You tell me that Dorothy doesn't love Mustafa? That's Sean. That's Tanisha Coleman's child.
Are you done?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not. No more?
Yeah, one more.
Oh, he's doing the NLE chocolate. He's doing it. NBA never broke again. NBA young boy.
JB got. Hey, look at him. He's 30.
Oh, your hand. Oh, I can break your hands. I don't want to be tough. I don't want to be strong with you, man.
And for everybody that's tuning in, Mary Jo, we're watching this. We're live on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. So if you go on YouTube and type Not Another Boring Podcast, you'll see a live feed, and we're holding a podcast there, and we're playing the exhibits, the Google Nest videos on the live.
Hey, listen, man. We got to stop horse playing. Where they at? He's like, give me some more wine. I'm thirsty.
Oh, get that shit in my mouth.
Exactly.
Baga.
That's enough. Stop.
Stop!
Stop before I smack you with this water.
Hey. Stop!
Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
That's Dorothy. You see Dorothy and Mustafa. Dorothy is playing with Mustafa with the water gun.
For doing what he's doing to my mom. It's what you get for beating up my mom, muscles. Hey, yo, he dead. Yeah, he got it. Oh, shit.
Did you see how the children are so comfortable throwing the water at Mustafa? See if I can flip this around. The children are so comfortable with throwing water at Mustafa. I mean, watch that again, and you tell me what's really going on here. You want to tell me these children are scared from Mustafa? Listen, watch this.
He got me. He got me. He got me. He got me. Look at him.
Sean, that's a great idea, actually.
Damn. We gotta get the whole gallon. Back up. Back.
That's Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor's child. So she has two children that are in the apartment. That's fenced, and they usually sleep over till the next day.
No, Sean, that's Scott.
Oh, his head got stuck. All right, no more horse playing. You guys, somebody's gonna get hurt. Somebody's gonna get hurt. Stop, stop. What are you doing with that? That's not water. That's not water. That's soda. All right, are you guys gonna stop?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's not water. That's soda. That's soda. That's not water.
Pour water over me.
That's not. What the fuck? Water. No, that's soda.
King.
That's crazy.
Wait, let me help you. Here, quick.
I mean, it's obvious that the children love Mustafa. That Tanisha Coleman, let me see if I can flip this around. Hang on a sec. All right, there we go. All right. It's obvious that the children love Mustafa. Mustafa loved the children. It's a beautiful relationship between him and Dorothy. It's obvious. You don't have to take my word for it. There's a Google Nest video inside the apartment. Gary, thank you for being here. I haven't talked to you in a while. Appreciate you being here, sir. It's obvious that it's a beautiful relationship. Now, Tanisha Coleman wants to tell you that Mustafa pees on Dorothy. But you're gonna leave your children at Mustafa's apartment? Make that make sense. Now, what I like to do is go into the phone call that is between Tanisha Coleman and the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari. What does Tanisha Coleman tell us about Mustafa? All right.
Like you know Moses, right? I know Moses. You know how he was with the kids, like you know how he was with the Dorothy. You remember when I asked you, like you told me Moses is the one who was taking care of them. You remember? Moses was taking care of who? The kids? Yeah, I want you to tell me how, like, when Moses was with them, how did he treat them? How did he treat Dorothy? You remember Moses? Yes. You used to go with them. You used to go, like, everybody, like, Moses used to take everybody. Tell me. You tell me, like. Well, Moses always used to take the little ones, not the big ones. Okay. Yeah. How did he cheat her? How did he cheat her? I don't really. I mean, they treated each other like they love each other. Right.
They treat each other like they loved each other. What the fuck are you talking about? 1 minute you're telling us that he pees on Dorothy. Now you're telling us that Mustafa loves them. And then when you listen to the phone call, she tells you Mustafa loves the kids. Mustafa loves his girlfriend. Mustafa is the best thing that happened to Dorothy and the children. I'm not saying anything bad about Mustafa. Mustafa loved Dorothy and the children. They loved him. But who you should really talk to is Javen, the 14-year-old that's in a forensic interview, who you told that your mother told me that Mustafa pees on her. So you tell the children that Mustafa, that your mother told me that Mustafa pees on her. You have the police department tell them that Mustafa ran away. And now you want to distance yourself from the whole thing after you weaponize them. You want to say, look at what the children are saying. Interesting. Tanisha Coleman, you've outdone yourself, ma'am. As a matter of fact, it's not even your fault. It's the police department that allows these children to be abused. It's the police department that allows this person to weaponize these children. Why? Because Mustafa, they have to get Mustafa at all costs. Because Mustafa had a lawsuit prior to the vehicle accident. Now, we're going to falsify the police report, use individuals to weaponize these children to make it look like he's guilty. And we're going to seal off the whole file so no one can get to the bottom of it. Let's continue listening to what Tanisha Coleman is telling us.
What I saw, but then, I never seen nothing.
I'm going to rewind it just a little bit so we can drive the point home of what Tanisha Coleman is telling us.
Take Yes. You used to go with them. You used to go, like, everybody, like, Moses used to take everybody. Tell me. You tell me, like. Well, Moses always used to take the little ones, not the big ones. Okay. Yeah. How did he cheat her? How did he cheat her? I don't really. I mean, they treated each other like they love each other. Right.
What I saw, but then I never seen nothing. Like I wasn't hanging with them that long to see anything. I only known them for almost 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how did Moose like treat them? How like didn't he used to cook for them, to treat them good, to treat them as their kids? As like you tell me, like I don't know. You tell me, like you tell me little.
Well, he did cook for them. Yes, he did.
If you help me tell whatever you saw from Moses. If you help Moses and you help me, God will be with you, because Moses is innocent.
God with me every day.
Yeah, Moses is innocent. He was in pain and he came to them to see them before he come home. So you remember that night?
Yes. Yes, I remember that night. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to come and talk to you in person about this.
Yes, please. Yeah, I want to see you.
Okay.
Can I see you? Can I see you
Can
today?
I call you and pick a day to come to your house? Because I'm pretty busy with my kid's son surgeries and my chemo. Can I pick a time to come and call you back?
Yeah, if you help Moses, because Moses is nice person and helpful to everybody, and I think if you remember him, how he was treating everybody, I pray for you. God will take care of you and your kids, because this life is too short. This life is too short if someone doesn't say the truth. So that's why I want to see you. You are mother. You are mother, okay, and you understand me where I'm coming from. Like I want to talk to you. I'm sure you make some different. You will make different.
How's Moses?
He's tired. He's very tired, and he always tell me to talk to Nina. He said, Nina, know the truth. Nina will make different. That's what he always asks me, Mom. Talk to my neighbor. The first person he thought about you when he came home. He said, Mama, Nina is the one who's gonna take care of my kids. This kid, like, she's the one, like, she's the safe one to take care of the kids. That's why he came. That's why he came with pain to you. To make sure the kids gonna be with you until they found a place. Until he finds something for them to make sure they are okay. So Nina, I don't know what to tell you as a mother, and I know you are mom. You understand me where I'm coming from. Moses is innocent. He was died. In the crash, he died. I don't know. God save him. God save him. I was praying and praying, and then God save him. So I'm sure if you help him. If you help him, this will be something big in your life. God will protect you and your kids. I'm telling you, as a mother, I need you. And Moses need you. He always said, Mom, my neighbor is good woman. She will take care of these kids. That's why I want to go make sure. I told him that night, Moses, let's go home, Mama. The nurse told me you should go home. Direct. He said, no, Mom, in my way, I have to visit the kids to make sure they are in good hand. And the best hand is Nina hand. So, I need your help. This is from God. Like, it's your time to help someone, like, innocent person.
When I'm back from my chemotherapy, which is tomorrow night because I have to go in the hospital, I'll give you a call. This your number?
Yes, this is my number.
And your name is Miss Sue?
Yeah, Sue, you remember me, like I came like that night.
Okay.
But you remember like Moses, right? You remember how he cheated them. Okay, tell me a little bit like about him.
Moses was a friend, so like I said, I didn't stay there all night long or was always around him. I just saw what I saw was he wasn't bad around when I was around at all. So I didn't see him abuse.
Wait a minute. So she says, Mustafa loved the children. Mustafa, what did she just say? What I saw is Mustafa loved his family. So what are you doing telling the children that Mustafa, that your mom told me that he peed on your mother? I mean, you're in possession of those kids. And you're telling the children that your mother told me that he peed on her. And now when you actually talk to Tanisha Coleman, she says, Mustafa is the best thing that happened to the family. That's what I saw. And then she's gonna, when you continue listening to what she says, she said, you should talk to what Javen is talking about. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you telling me that Javen that you told, that his mom told you that he peed on? The same Javen that the police department is telling him that Mustafa ran away, fled the scene, left his 5-year-old baby to bleed to death. That's the Javen that you want us to talk about? But you didn't see anything. You saw that Mustafa loves his family. Then why the fuck are you lying to the children? Oh, that's right. You're weaponizing the children. You're weaponizing those children. And now your job is done. Your job is done. And then when you find out that the ex-boyfriend is there, that a 16-year-old that doesn't live in the apartment, Dorothy's 16-year-old is there. Kylie Clapp. Who is Kylie Clapp, I wonder? Oh, Kylie Clapp. Her dad works for Billy. Who is Billy, I wonder? Oh, Billy is the owner of a strip club that went viral before the vehicle accident. Billy went viral because on video, he had a problem with Mustafa. He got in a fight with Mustafa. He got in Mustafa's face and attempted to remove him off a property that Billy ended up going viral. Over 9 million people in this community saw Billy being racist on video to a Mustafa. That video went viral. What are we talking about? We'll play those videos. We'll make these connections. And then you find out a month after that situation that happened in December, a month later, Mustafa meets a girl. Her name is Dorothy. And just happened that Dorothy's 16-year-old daughter, who doesn't live in the apartment, who lives with her dad happened to be piercing all the strippers for Billy. That went viral, that the community start boycotting. They start boycotting his establishment because he went viral on video being racist. We'll come back to that video. Let's finish Tanisha Coleman's phone call.
I didn't see him do none of that. No.
Yeah, you know, didn't he used to cook for them, to take care of them, to take care of the baby? Didn't he used to take the baby and buy her stuff from 7-Eleven, from like other places?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah. So I'm sure you remember, like something like good from him. I'm sure you remember how he treated them.
Yeah, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna write everything that I know down
I appreciate you.
about Moses, so that way I can give it to you.
God bless you. God bless you. You are a great woman. And always, whenever I talk to Moses, he remind me, say, Mom, my neighbor knows more than anyone, because she saw how I treat this family. You see Moses, he's innocent. If he wasn't innocent, he wouldn't be with this family. He saw them in the cold weather and saved them. He saw women with kids in the car, and then when he saw this girl good, and he saw innocent kids, he wanted to continue with them, to take care of them, and and I don't know, I don't know. That's why I want you to tell me about him, the way he.
Yeah, but you might want to talk to the oldest son. He knows more.
Which one?
What Moses? Dan's oldest son.
Which one?
Javen.
Ain't that interesting? You might want to talk to the oldest son, Javen. Are we talking about the same Javen that you told that Mustafa pees on his mother? Oh, that's interesting. Are we talking about the same Javen that's telling us that the police department is telling him that Mustafa ran away, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death? Are we talking about the same Javen that we're watching on a Google Nest video that loves Mustafa, but now is telling you in a forensic interview, Tanisha Coleman told me that Mustafa abuses my mother. The police department told me that Mustafa ran away, that Mustafa did this on purpose. Oh, that Javen. Interesting. But according to you, Mustafa loves his family. Interesting.
Because he was, they lived there. I just came over.
Where is he at?
He's not with me now. They gone with their grandmother. So they had to
their
go with somebody.
grandmother. Oh, their grandmother, you say? Which grandmother? Evelyn Horton? Amy Hodson? Christine Warda? What is she calling herself now? Let's look her up. Let's look her up. Grandmother, you say, huh? Let's pull up her profile. Oh, there we go. The grandmother. This grandmother. That grandmother. Evelyn Horton. Let's see what this document says. This document says, the Council of Autism Self-Provides is a non-trade associate of providers organized serving individuals with autism spectrum disorder. CASP members organization provide services in many different settings, utilizing a variety of funding streams. We are absolutely thrilled and proud to announce that once the esteemed speaker for upcoming annual conference will be none other than our Vice President, Children's Service and BCBA, Evelyn Horton. Oh, Evelyn Horton. Let's look up what your financial statement is going to tell us. Evelyn Horton, Vice President, nonprofit organization. Oh, what are we talking about here? What is going on? Let's see. I've got it here somewhere that we ended up pulling up the financial statement of Evelyn Horton. There we go. Interesting. 24 million, you say. 24 million. Vice President, nonprofit organization, Evelyn Horton herself. Hey there, Evelyn Horton. You seem to be everywhere, man. You got your fingers everywhere on this case. 1 minute you're on a body cam. 1 minute you're on the internet advocating for Mustafa. 1 minute you're on the internet telling us that Mustafa is a horrible monster, and the discovery says that Mustafa pees on his girlfriend. It doesn't sound like you're interested in the details of this case, but I just want to troll this case. Evelyn Horton, I have a phone call with Evelyn Horton where she's calling the police department. Hello. This is Evelyn Horton talking to Captain Dave Burkhart, Internal Affairs. Now, there's a question for the police department. A whole entire phone call with the police department with Captain Dave Burkhart. And you're okay with talking to what the Commonwealth attorney is telling us is a witness. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is telling us that this lady is a key witness in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Oh, by the way, just don't worry about her not being there, not seeing anything, not hearing anything, telling you that I'm getting my information from someone that tells you that, hey, by the way, I also didn't see anything. I wasn't there. Don't worry about those details because the file is sealed. Who's going to verify it? But yet here, Evelyn Horton is identifying herself as a relative of the family and that Mustafa is innocent. And why the hell did you falsify Mustafa's police report? Let's listen to Evelyn Horton, a.k.a. Amy Hassan, who today, she's calling herself Christine Warda, something Jayashi, whatever the flavor of the day. But she'll never turn on her goddamn camera. Interesting.
My name is Dave Burkhardt. I'm a captain with the Prince William County Police Department. I'm returning your phone call.
Hi, Dave. How are you?
Good.
Okay. Dave, I'm a relative of Mustafa Al-Jazari, and I'm also an advocate. I'm trying to help my family on the case. And they received a letter from Chief Newsham, and I just wanted you to explain that letter to me a little bit. It was kind of like there wasn't a lot of explanation in the letter. Just basically, I know what the corresponding letter said, and what my cousins wrote in that letter to the Internal Affairs about what was falsified in the report. But the letter that the chief wrote back was not very informative.
Mm-hmm.
That's the word I was looking for. So I'm calling for a couple things. I'm calling to talk to you about the letter. And I'm also calling to talk to you and ask you, does this mean Mustafa's coming home? Because if they found that, why would they waste taxpayer dollars to do a trial? So
let me answer the second question first. I think that just so I can address that. The complaint, the concern that was raised was not a criminal concern. What we investigated is an administrative investigation. I don't have any authority to release anybody. That would be outside of my authority. My job is to investigate things that are administrative. This investigation was an administrative investigation. And I just can't release specifics on an internal investigation, on an internal personal matter. And that the letter is our response letter that comes from the police department with these kind of investigations.
Okay, well, I still don't understand. Because they obviously responded to a specific letter that was written as well. You guys did. And it was very, I think, informative of why we were saying that there was a falsification of the report. So is that what they found? Is that what this letter that Chief Newsham wrote us based upon?
Ma'am, I think that's what I'm trying to explain to you. When we conduct an administrative investigation, that's a personnel matter, and those internal personnel matters are not releasable. The details of those internal personnel matters are not releasable. And I just can't discuss the details of that case.
So how are we supposed to know what the chief meant by that? We can't get him on the phone, and the only people we got on the phone was you. The police, we know, falsified the report, crushed and staged the vehicle. The dash cam audio was muted, edited. There's a lot of questions that we have. If you can't answer those questions, I understand about the administrative part. But, we have the audio. We know what was said in that dash cam video. And we have the audio of what what Mr. Drum said.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will tell you this, that you can rest assured that the very minor administrative errors that were uncovered have been addressed and won't have an impact on the criminal charges.
They won't have an impact?
No. Other than that, I can't discuss the details of the case.
So you're saying what he did was minor?
Who did?
What Mr. Drum did was minor?
Ma'am, I'm not going to get into specifics. I will.
You just stated that it was minor.
I've made it. I've told
it's not minor. Case like that.
Ma'am, I said very minor administrative errors were uncovered and addressed.
again, you're saying minor, but we have.
You're right. You're correct. I am.
Okay, we have proof that this is not minor to lie about something in an investigation, and we have that body cam. Was that addressed?
Ma'am, I'm not going to discuss those details with you. I've answered your questions.
I don't think you. I'm still very confused.
You may disagree with my answer, or may
I don't
not like.
even understand your answer. I don't even understand it. What was? There's nothing minor if somebody falsified a report. And in the letter that the chief wrote us, there was nothing specific either.
And we've released what we can release in this case, in this administrative
They released nothing.
investigation.
They released nothing. They just said that there was an investigation and that there was a correction. They didn't talk about the lies. They didn't talk about what we called you about, what we had you guys investigate. And I'm still not hearing you talk about the body cam, what was heard on the body cam.
All right, so you
Because
can
I'm not
continue
going to
listening
discuss
to
the details.
rest, and I'll tell you what Evelyn Horton sounds like is. Have you seen the show Game of Thrones, when one of the main characters turns to Jon Snow and she tells him, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Let me see. You know nothing. That's what she sounds like when she's talking to Internal Affairs. You know. Wait, hang on. Let me actually pull up flip the camera really quick, so that way you kind of get an idea of what the two, like, there's a squirrel that's running on a treadmill in the back of my head, and all I can think of when I'm listening to this is, you know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing, Game of Thrones. All right, Game of Thrones. All right. This is beautiful. This is what Evelyn Horton sounds like when she's talking to Internal Affairs. Let's see if this is it.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
All right. Let's see another clip.
You're a pretty lad. Girls would claw each other's eyes out to get naked with you.
Walk.
I could teach you how to do it.
I know how to do it.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. You're...
Maybe one day I'll take you to Winterfell.
Oh, maybe one day I'll take you there. After we've taken our land back.
Ygritte. You won't win. I know your people are brave, no one denies that.
You know nothing.
6 times in the last 1,000 years, a king beyond the walls attacked the kingdoms. 6 times they've failed.
And how do you know that?
Every boy in the north knows it. We grow up learning it. Where the battles were fought, the names of the heroes, who died where. 6 times you've invaded, and 6 times you failed.
He says 6 times they're passing a cigarette back and forth. 6 times they're passing a cigarette back and forth. They falsified Mustafa's statement. And all she tells him is, Jon Snow, you know
7th
nothing,
will
Jon
be the
Snow.
same.
Mance is different.
You don't have the discipline. You don't have the training. Your army is no army. You don't know how to fight together.
You don't know that.
I do. I know it. If you attack the wall, you'll die. Maybe one.
All right, so this is Evelyn Horton, aka Amy Hodson, aka Christine Wardo, aka you know her as, what is her recent name? Jiyashi. What is it? We can go back to. Let's see if I can go back to. Hang on 1 second. All right, let me see what's going on with that camera. That camera went off. We're having technical. Jeffrey. Her name is Jeffrey. I'll be right back. Even our camera gave up on us. Even the camera is giving up on us. They're like, okay, I can't do this anymore. There we go. That's a lot better. Let's see if I can bring, who wants to come up? Casey wants to come up. Mary Jo, Gary, Vape, thank you for being here. I want to thank everybody for being here. Muhammad, Mustafa Brother is here. Who else do I have? Ultra. Is it Ultra? I'm butchering a lot of names. So the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari is here. We're doing a marathon of this podcast. This podcast is going on for 3 hours and 15 minutes. There is a lot. I mean, you know, you have this lady jumps on a live under an alias. She won't turn on her camera. She won't tell you who she really is. And then she wants to tell you the first thing that comes out of her mouth. That Discovery says Mustafa peed on Dorothy. Well, lady, I wonder why you're not interested in the details. I wonder why you're not getting to the bottom of, is it hearsay? Did that person lie about Mustafa? You're not interested. Oh, I wonder why. Maybe, just maybe, because we've got you on a police body cam? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Really? There's no way. There's no way you've got this lady on a police body cam. Well, what if I tell you I do? If you go over to Not Another Boring Podcast, if you go on, there's a playlist on YouTube under Police Body Cam titled Police Body Cam Mustafa Al-Jazari. You'll see a bunch of police body cam titled as exhibits. Specifically, if you go to exhibit, let's see, exhibit, let's see if this is it.
Address that part. But then she like,
is it this one?
Special detectives that do it.
her in as like a step, daughter kinda.
You go over to exhibit 39 and you find a very interesting police body cam. Now, on this body cam, you'll hear the investigator is talking to an individual that identifies herself as Amy Hodson. And on three-way, they have another individual. And you ask yourself, wait a minute. The investigator is talking to Amy Hodson, a.k.a. Evelyn Horton, the grandmother. Who the hell is this third person that's on the phone? And then you find out that the third person is no one other than the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, who today we have her as K0707 on the internet. Her personal sidekick on the internet, that every time you see this lady on there, you'll see the wife of the investigator on there. Let me pull up the picture of Stephanie Claiborne Drum for the police department, who over the years have come to know Robert Drum, an investigator, a police officer that's been with the department for just about 20 years. I'm sure at one point got to know his wife, because at one point his wife used to be a Prince William County Police Department dispatcher. This is Stephanie Claiborne Drum. When you listen to this body cam, if you're a police officer in this county, at one point, you ran into Stephanie Claiborne Drum. You're going to recognize her voice on this police body cam. And you're going to ask yourself, why is this investigator on three-way with his wife while he's talking to an individual that identifies herself as a witness? I think that's a valid concern. I think that's a valid question. Why do you have your wife on three-way? And then, if you're from TikTok and you've been tracking this case, you'll hear Stephanie Claiborne Drum voice on the internet. You've come across Stephanie Claiborne Drum. She's told you about the case of Mustafa Al-Jazari at one point or another. You don't have to take my words for it. If you've been tracking the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, if you've been hearing about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, you more than likely have heard from Stephanie Claiborne Drum. And you're going to recognize her voice once I play the body cam for you. You don't have to take my words for it. You listen to the body cam and go over when you're out and about talking about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, and these characters are popping up out of nowhere telling you he did it on purpose. I will thoroughly troll the case for you. They've got Evelyn Horton. They've got the wife of the investigator. Wait a minute. I thought this was a sealed case. How the hell are they accessing this case? Let's listen to the body cam. Tell me that I'm giving you a bunch of horse shit when I've got the body cam where this lady that's advocating for Mustafa, who is now trolling the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, is on the body cam. You can't make this up even if you fucking want to. Let's listen to this body cam together. All right, so even our equipment is calling out. It's tired from dealing with all the bullshit that we're finding in the case. I'm going to restart the iPad, and we're going to go into the body cam of the key witness in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, who, by the way, just happened, wasn't there and didn't hear anything. Don't mind that part. Don't mind the part that they sealed off this body cam, because when you listen to this body cam, you will hear her tell you, I was not there. I did not hear anything. Don't mind that part. Don't mind the part that she's all over the internet. One point, pretending to be for Mustafa, calling the police department. Another minute.
When you walk into a...
There we go.
Hospital, it got.
I got it. In reference to a Miss Hodgson.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hi.
Dale?
Is this Amy Hodgson?
No, this is Dale.
Okay, well, I got a phone call in reference to a Miss Hodgson. She called in and used this number for us to call her back.
Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah, let me get her for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to forward this email I got to you right now.
Hello?
Miss Hodgson.
Yes.
My name is Investigator Drum. I work for the Prince William County Crash Unit. I got a very interesting email from you, or at least a email from Communications about information you had in reference to the crash that occurred the other night.
Yes.
So, can you tell me what you know?
I can. Can you give me 1 second and let me, can you give me 1 second?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. 1 second.
All right, so Amy Hodson, I got a very interesting email from you. Can you give me it? All right, okay, all right. Another person kicks in. Apparently that person is on three-way, and it's no one other than the wife of the investigator. And then he begins telling her, I have a person, a witness to Mustafa premeditating this. And then she's like, oh my gosh, you broke the case. You've got a witness that says Mustafa premeditated this? And then you'll continue hearing the phone call. Yeah, I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. I heard it from someone else who just happened that someone else is also telling you, I wasn't there. I didn't hear it. Interesting. Now, they talk about an email. Amy Hodson, he says, I got a very interesting email from you through Communications. The only email in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case is an email from Evelyn Horton. And then he begins detailing the content of that email. I'm going to release the email. I'll post it on our platform, or TikTok, YouTube, or other platform. You go through that email. This email is for you to have. This body cam is already on the internet. The next time you go out and about and you run into this so-called Christine Warda, whatever her name is today, Giyashi, ask her about that email. Ask her about her body cam on the internet. You let me know what she tells you. Let's continue listening to the body cam.
You got your email open?
No, I stepped out of class. Take your call.
She knows about the accident. She said it was planned by the husband.
How does she know that?
Yeah, I'm going to ask those questions.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. So tell me how you know, tell me how you know Miss Dorothy.
Okay, I don't know her. I know one of her daughters.
You know one of her daughters?
Her daughter, the 16-year-old daughter, that just happened to have her dad working for a club owner that had a problem with Mustafa a month before Mustafa met Dorothy. Went viral all over the internet. The community started boycotting his equipment, and just happened today that Mustafa's vehicle has brake failure. We have that daughter. I have an audio, very interesting audio, where the ex-boyfriend tells you that daughter, Kylie Clapp, came up to him and asked him to unalive Mustafa, and can we make it look like an accident? Put a pin in that one. We'll come back to that audio. Let's continue listening to what Evelyn Horton is telling us.
Her older daughter, Kylie.
Okay.
The little girl that came to the hospital yesterday.
Okay.
I don't know, were you there at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
My granddaughter goes to school or sibling. I have known about her mother.
I'm gonna pause it right here. Vape. I'm gonna pause it right here. I'm gonna go over here, and we're gonna play the audio of what the ex-boyfriend is talking about. Okay? Now, it's one thing when I say it, you're like, what the hell are you talking about? Now, if I tell you this, and I don't have evidence to back up what I'm telling you, it's just a bunch of horse shit. But when I have the audio of the ex-boyfriend telling you that this daughter came up to me, asked me to unalive Mustafa. Well, hold on now. This daughter also says at one point she went on the internet and she pieced this puzzle for us. She said that my dad works for Billy. Who's Billy? Billy is the club owner that went viral. This is in December. Mustafa met Dorothy in January. Their relationship is 3 months long. What happened before Mustafa met Dorothy? There was a huge altercation between a club owner and Mustafa. It's on video. Let's listen to what the ex-boyfriend is telling us. Let's see. And you tell me what is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. These people are being used as witnesses? Wait a minute. You're on audio asking someone to unalive Mustafa. This is Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, tell a private investigator, someone that reached out to us, went and sat down with this guy and recorded him talk about Mustafa. It's an hour-long audio. And at one point, he says this.
Especially the older daughter. And she wanted me to shoot, like, kill him.
The older daughter wanted you to kill him?
Yeah. Like, where? Like, could you please, like, if I make it look like, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, something, and it's like self-defense, would you do it? And I'm like, no.
All right. That's the older daughter that Evelyn Horton is talking to us about. That she got all her information from the 16-year-old daughter. The 16-year-old daughter that before the vehicle accident went up to an ex-boyfriend who in his own body cam says, Mustafa doesn't know me. She asked him to unalive Mustafa and can we make it look like self-defense? Well, today we have a vehicle accident. We have a body cam where the police are inspecting Mustafa's vehicle and they find brake failure. Hold on now. Brakes that are brand new? These are brand new brakes. How is it that they're not working? Let's go over to the body cam where we talk about the body cam. This is a body cam where the police inspected Mustafa's vehicle and they found brake failure.
Brake didn't engage.
Brake did not engage. So the computer inside the vehicle showed that Mustafa's foot is on the brake the whole entire time. But the calipers do not engage. The brakes, there's something wrong with the brakes. 2 of the calipers do not work. The front passenger and the back passenger. Those calipers would not engage. And what that means, when you're hitting the brake, the wheel is continue to spin. So this is almost an hour-long body cam. It's on the internet. When you go through that body cam, you're going to see that the investigator is pumping the brake, but the wheel keeps spinning. So 2 of the caliper does not work. And the question is, what's going on in Mustafa's vehicle? Well, I've got an audio of the ex-boyfriend talking about this 16-year-old daughter that her dad works for Billy. She says, my dad works for Billy. At one point, she went on the internet. She went on this lady, Christine Warda, and I recorded her live. And she says that not only that her dad works for Billy and he pierces all the strippers, but that she hangs out with all the strippers that at one point began to be against Mustafa because their owner, their boss went viral. Their boss goes viral all of a sudden, and instead of being nice to Mustafa, they're against Mustafa. So, I mean, it's obviously their boss is all over the internet. The community is boycotting their establishment. Kylie, the older daughter, is hanging out with those strippers, is hanging out at that club. Let me see if I can go to the audio of what Kylie tells us about her dad and who her dad is. Let's see.
Restaurant.
All right, let's go through the videos. We got to go all the way to the bottom on TikTok. I should have done, Shelly, I should have done what you said a while ago to mark the videos that we need as favorite, because we have a lot of videos on TikTok. If you've been on our page, you would say, there must be wrong with this guy. The only thing I see is his bald head and him being in a suit. What is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case? Almost there, all the way to the bottom of the page. There's an audio where Kylie got on the live with our friend Evelyn Horton, aka Amy Hodson, aka Christine Warda, and then she says, hey, my dad works for Billy. He pierces all the strippers. Oh, that's interesting. We had no idea that your dad works for Billy. We had no idea that you were hanging out with the strippers. What a small county. How interesting. 1 month after Mustafa, giant altercation with a club owner, we find out that Dorothy's daughter, dad pierces the stripper. She's hanging out with all the strippers. What the hell is going on here? There we go. You know, it's really funny. You've got everybody, Evelyn Horton, you've got Kylie, you've got Glenford, you've got all of them. Please don't find the audio. Please don't find the audio. And then he finds the fucking audio.
My dad, he's a piercer. He pierces like a lot of strippers, and he had brought up to them what happened, and they were and who they were, and they were like, yeah, we know this guy. Like, he used to record our license plates and put it on the internet and like follow us home and stuff. So I also was thinking, I don't want them to follow me home, and I don't want to put myself in a position where, you know, I'm unsafe.
Oh, interesting. So you tell us your dad works for Billy, You're hanging out with his strippers. Well, I wonder who is Billy? You're asking who is Billy? Well, let's watch who Billy is. This is Billy. A month before Mustafa, met Dorothy, this happened. And what this is, Mustafa has a physical therapy equipment company. We live in Stafford. Me and Mustafa go to a place that's really busy. I help my brother sell his equipment, advertise, sell his equipment. He's got these little heat warmers. He's got these small devices that are FDA approved medical equipment. These devices that you find in the physical therapy office, you find them in kiosks all throughout the malls, in your local mall. He has a small company, and we go out to Crystal City, where it has a lot of people. A lot of people are there. There's foot traffic. We go out to that area, and I help my brother advertise his company. I have a roadside assistant company. I pass out my business card in that area to expand into that area. One day, this guy comes out of nowhere, this giant fat person, and is telling my brother to get the hell out of that property, out of that parking lot. Now, it's not his parking lot. Mustafa has permission from the business next door. Regardless whether Mustafa has permission from the business next door, this is a public easement. If you look it up by law, this is not his property. So Mustafa have every right to be there and promote his business. Mustafa has a business license. It's not bothering anybody. He's making and promoting his small company. And this guy comes out of nowhere thinking that just because it's a Mustafa, he can walk all over a Mustafa. Now, he gets really aggressive. At one point, I take out my cell phone to de-escalate the situation. And I tell him that, hey, you're being recorded. The police are going to be here, hoping that he's going to de-escalate and walk away. And what you see on video is you see that Mustafa is attempting to de-escalate. I'm attempting to de-escalate, but this guy is out of control. This video at the time went viral. About 9 million people saw this video on social media. It went viral. And the community started boycotting that establishment. He owns a strip club out of Crystal City. And the community does not stand for racism. I mean, this has racism all over it. This giant fat white guy is breathing down Mustafa's neck because he's, making a living? Who the hell are you? It goes viral. The community started boycotting. Well, fast forward to January. Believe this happened in December, the end of November, between November and December. I have to check my notes. Can't remember exactly, but it happened around that time. Well, fast forward a month later, Mustafa meets a girl. Her name is Dorothy. And 2.5 years later, we find out that the 16-year-old who doesn't live with them, lives with her dad. Her dad, she lives in a hotel with her dad. Her dad pierces all the strippers for this guy, Billy. And that the 16-year-old is hanging out with all the strippers that now hate Mustafa because their boss is going viral. And in a forensic interview, she's being used as the key witness. How could you be a witness if you don't live at the apartment? You say you haven't seen anything. You say you weren't there. But is painting Mustafa to be a monster and is repeating what the strippers are talking about. Let's go over to, thank you. Let's go over to what the video show us. And let's look into the detail. And then we'll go back into Evelyn Horton. So when Evelyn Horton says, my granddaughter, the older daughter, you know what the details of this case is.
But God damn it, I'm telling you, you're gonna fucking go.
gonna assault me?
You're gonna fucking get off my property. How many times do I have to tell him, officer? Get the fuck off my property. Get the fuck off it. God damn it, I fucking keep it up. And God damn it, I'm telling you, you're gonna fucking go.
Are you gonna assault me?
You're gonna fucking get off my property. How many times do I have to tell him, officer? Get the fuck off my property. Get the fuck off it.
I got this holding on.
You're good. Get the fuck off my property. You get the fuck off it.
You're gonna go to jail, bro.
Yeah, you watch who goes to fucking jail. How many times have you heard? How many times I've told him? And you'll fucking see where we're standing. Get the fuck off my property, motherfucker.
Bitch, stop spinning.
Fuck you. Get off. Fucking keep it up. And God damn it,
All right, so this is Billy. And so let's go back to the body cam of Evelyn Horton. So when she says the older daughter, this is who she's talking about. She's talking about Kylie Clapp, who is on a forensic interview. This is the Kylie Clapp forensic interview. It's on the internet. You can go and watch what Kylie says. And the Commonwealth Attorney is using Kylie Clapp as the star witness in her case. Unfortunately for the Commonwealth Attorney, when we opened the body cam, Kylie Clapp herself told you, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything. So how the hell is she being used as a witness if she's not there and she didn't hear anything? But of course, the Commonwealth Attorney sealed off those body cams. You can't verify him. I can't verify him. No one can verify them. And that's why she felt so comfortable to just say whatever she wants in court. The prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, say whatever she wants in court because those body cams are sealed. Essentially, no one can verify that Kylie Clapp is actually telling you, this is Kylie, that I wasn't there. I didn't hear anything. I mean, how could she be a witness if she didn't hear anything? It's hearsay inside of hearsay. But unfortunately for them, now we have the body cams where we can verify for ourselves. You can verify for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. We'll go through the body cams. Listen to what Kylie Clapp is talking about. And you tell me if they're not falsifying and building a case over manufactured probable cause. Individuals that tell you we were not there. Let's go back to the body cam of Evelyn Horton, a.k.a. Amy Hodson, a.k.a. the lady that we're finding on the internet as Christine Warda, whatever she wants to call herself.
There at the hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, my granddaughter goes to school with Kylie,
Okay.
the older sibling. I have known about her mother and a little bit about her stepfather for a while now. Kylie was removed from the home. Apparently there's been a lot of abuse, neglect, malnourishment, all that with the other children in the house.
Okay.
Actually, Kylie's mother was supposed to have no contact with Kylie through CPS or DC, I don't know what they call it now, but however, she was still having contact with Kylie. So this is how I'm coming to know of a little bit of this situation. So I'm just trying to give you a little bit of the background of how I know.
Okay.
So Kylie knows a lot about what's going on with her mother and the boyfriend. Apparently the boyfriend is like psycho abusive.
Okay.
And from what I understood was that he was basically forcing the mother to abuse the other children in the house.
Okay. And what? And why? How do we know that?
That the daughter
Okay.
is saying that, and also the
He asked her specifically. He's asking her. She's making a claim that Mustafa abused the children, abused Dorothy, and he's psycho-abusive. And he specifically asked her, how do we know that? How do we know that, Evelyn Horton? Oh, the daughter. And then she goes on and says, oh, the neighbor. Wait a minute. So you, Evelyn Horton, have not witnessed it. You, Evelyn Horton, have not heard it. You are telling us about another individual. So, Evelyn Horton, I know you want to be a witness so bad, but we've got you on a body cam say you didn't see jack shit. I mean, we just listened to what Tanisha Coleman was telling us. The neighbor that is in the discovery telling you that Mustafa pees on Dorothy. What did she tell us on a phone call? That Mustafa is the best thing that happened to the kids, is the best thing that happened to Dorothy. Mustafa loved his family. You open the body cam of Kylie. Kylie Clapp. Kylie tells you, I didn't see anything. What are we talking about here? It's hearsay inside of hearsay. And then you're left with the question, why the hell is this police department allowing these individuals to bring in these individuals to lie about Mustafa? Manufacture a probable cause. Mustafa had a lawsuit before the vehicle accident. And now Mustafa is in a vehicle accident. And they're taking advantage of this whole entire thing. Let's continue listening to Evelyn Horton.
Neighbor.
Okay.
The day of the accident, he left the other children in the home alone and refused to take them with him.
Okay.
And he supposedly told the mother, "Come on, let's go," and then the little girl.
Okay.
And none of those are his biological children.
Okay.
Hold on now. She says that on that day, Mustafa is the one that's forcing Empress, 5-year-old Empress, leave the boys at home, force the boys to stay home. That's not what the Google Nest show us. It shows us that it's Dorothy's idea. Dorothy's the one that's asking Empress to go. Dorothy's the one that's telling the boys to stay home. And then in the forensic interview, the child, Pharaoh, Dorothy's 10-year-old child, says that it's Mom's idea. Mom is the one that wanted to go. What are you talking about, Evelyn Horton? Because everything showed that you're lying to us. Oh, you didn't see it. You didn't hear it. Who told you this, sweetheart? Kylie. Are we talking about the same Kylie that went to the ex-boyfriend and asked him to unalive Mustafa? Oh, that Kylie that her dad works for Billy, piercing all the strippers for a giant strip club? Billy. Oh, are we talking about that Billy that went viral? Oh, and just happened today, we have Mustafa on a police body cam when they're inspecting his vehicle. The brake just happened to malfunction. Interesting.
He supposedly said to the mom, let's, I want to take you and the little girl because he was pissed off at her and the little girl.
And we know this through your daughter?
Through the daughter, her other daughter.
So Kylie.
And the neighbor. Kylie and the neighbor are saying these things. The neighbor knows quite a bit about...
Are you talking about Miss Kim?
We're going to pause it real quick. We're going to go to Miss Kim. Miss Kim, what do you think about Mustafa? I cannot wait for trial. Are you fucking kidding me? 2.5 years in solitary confinement. The Commonwealth attorney is terrified to take Mustafa to trial. I mean, we're having a public trial right here. The Commonwealth attorney tells Delegate Kelly Fowler at one point, we are absolutely not having a public trial. Oh, really? How does that working out for you, ma'am? Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, how is that working out for you? Telling Delegate Kelly Fowler, we are absolutely not litigating this over the internet. Not only do I have your file, but you've got a whole entire community that's listening and is investigating your case. Let's listen to what Kim is telling us. Tanisha Coleman.
I only known them for almost 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how did Most treat them? How didn't he used to cook for them, to treat them good, to treat them as their kids, like you tell me, I don't know. You tell me little.
Well, he did cook for them. Yes, he did.
You know, if you help me tell whatever you saw from Moses. If you help Moses and you help me, God will be with you, because Moses is innocent. Yeah, you know, Moses is innocent. He was in pain and he came to them to see them before he come home.
I'm going to start this from the beginning because she tells her details about Mustafa early on in the beginning. All right, let's listen to all.
Like, you know Moses, right?
I know Moses.
You know how he was with the kids, like, you know how he was with the Dorothy. You remember when I asked you, like you told me Moses is the one who was taking care of them. You remember?
Moses was taking care of who? The kids?
Yeah, I want you to tell me how, like, when Moses was with them, how did he treat them? How did he treat Dorothy? You remember Moses?
Yes.
You used to go with them. You used to go, like, you know, everybody, like Moses used to take everybody. Tell me, you tell me, like.
Well, Moses always used to take the little ones, not the big ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did he cheat her? How did he cheat her?
I don't really. I mean, they treated each other like they love each other.
Right.
Wait a minute. Evelyn Horton is telling us that Kim, aka Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor, she's telling us about Kim, aka Tanisha Coleman. They treated each other like they loved each other. Let's go back to what Evelyn Horton is telling us. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit.
Take you and the little girl because he was pissed off at her and the little girl.
And we know this through your daughter?
Through the daughter, her other daughter.
So Kylie.
And the neighbor. Kylie and the neighbor are saying these things. The neighbor knows quite a bit about...
Are you talking about Miss Kim?
I don't know her name.
Okay.
It's the neighbor of the mother, wherever she's living.
Yep, okay. We've talked to her.
Okay, so... and then supposedly he left the hospital and got stitched up and left before you guys got there and went and got the children. Well, I guess you already know this.
Okay.
That he went and got the children because they were home alone.
Okay.
And got back to the house and he acted like he didn't know anything. What happened? I don't know what's going on. Well, okay, my daughter, which is, you know, the mother of my grandkids, Kylie called me yesterday crying, and I couldn't even understand what she was saying. Because Kylie's become kind of like part of the family for us, because we know of her situation, and we've kind of taken her in as like a step, you know, daughter, kind of.
Okay.
Well, then their house caught on fire. Kylie was home alone. Her
house caught on fire. That's interesting. Because at one point, when Christine Warda pretended to be Mustafa's advocate, she was telling us about a house that caught on fire. That's interesting. Mary Jo, can you hear me? Let's see if I can bring up Mary Jo. Let's see if we can bring up Mary Jo. I want to ask Mary Jo. I think she was telling me something about a house that caught on fire. You don't know Mary Jo. If you know Mary Jo, she has a lot of information. See, Mary Jo is from this county. We're going to have her on the podcast. And Mary Jo is watching this. Has been tracking Mustafa's case for a long time. Mary Jo knows Billy. So when we're talking about Billy, you know, when you're in a community And they're doing so, they're working so hard to seal off the file, seal off the case. You can only do that to a certain extent before it just comes out. I mean, they've tried so hard to keep these body cams from everybody. But here they are all over the internet. We're talking about what is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I'm only giving you the details that I have. I'm telling you what this person said, what that person said. And here I have Mary Jo, who actually knows Billy, that can tell you what is really going on in the details in this community. I mean, who is Billy? What is his involvement in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case? Who is Kylie? And what is Kylie? And how is the police department? I mean, I like to understand. What I really like to understand. Let's see if I can bring up Billy. If I can bring up Mary Jo. What I really like to understand is the police department who is investigating this case. You're telling me your key witness is a 16-year-old that asked to unalive Mustafa before the vehicle accident? Your key witness is the person that says, I wasn't there, I didn't see anything. Oh, your key witness is connected to the person that would love to see Mustafa gone. Oh, this is the guy that made me go viral, had the whole entire community boycott me. That's your key witness? How is that going to work out for you during trial? That's interesting. We'll come back to Mary Jo. Mary Jo, let me know if you want to come up. Let's continue listening to Evelyn Horton.
Fire by accident. So the place that they're living now is temporary housing.
Okay.
Until
we're finding out that Billy's house caught on fire. So are you telling me that Kylie and Kylie's dad, Jason Clapp, was living at Billy's house? And that house caught on fire? We'll find out more.
Until their house is being finished, supposedly. So that is why Kylie is not with the mother and the other children. But supposedly he came back to the house because he left the children alone. And came and got the children and then took them to the neighbors and left.
Okay. So, the message that we got said it was all planned by the husband. Why do we think?
Yes.
Why do you think it was planned by the husband?
And that's what apparently Kylie and the neighbor believe, is that he has said before that he was going to kill her, and that the day that he left, you know, why didn't he take the other children? And it was just like he wasn't really going anywhere specific. It was almost like it was all intentional. I'm going to go do this and I'll be right back.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
Okay. So
his veering off into the other lane was intentional.
So what you know is through Kylie and the Miss Kim, the best friend.
Yeah, the neighbor, yes.
Okay.
I just know her as a neighbor.
Okay, so you're not a witness. What you know is through Kylie and Miss Kim, a.k.a. Tanisha Coleman. Well, when we opened the body cam of Kylie, Kylie says she wasn't there, she didn't hear it, and what she knows is through Kim, a.k.a. Tanisha Coleman. And when you open the body cam of Tanisha Coleman, she tells you Mustafa loved his family. You should talk to the kids that were weaponized by you in the police department. You're telling the kids that Mustafa peed on their mother. The police department is talking about that Mustafa ran away, left their 5-year-old baby to bleed to death. And now we're left with children that are weaponized. Well, forget all of that. Let's look at what the Google Nest video inside the apartment. Show us. Evelyn Horton says that Mustafa, it was his idea, that Mustafa planned this out, forced Dorothy, forced Empress to get into his vehicle, forced the boys to stay home, only to crash the vehicle on purpose. Well, the Google Nest video shows otherwise. This is a Google Nest video. We're going to go over to YouTube. You go under Not Another Boring Podcast. There's a playlist that says Google Nest Videos. And of the day of the accident, April 5th, 2023, there's a Google Nest video inside the apartment that shows Dorothy asking 5-year-old Empress to go with her on that day. Dorothy's the one that asked the boys, and the boy says, we don't want to go. The Google Nest video showed that it was Dorothy's idea. And then you go on into the forensic interview. The children are talking about, specifically, the forensic interview of Pharaoh. Pharaoh says it's Mama's idea. She's the one that is going to her mother's anniversary and is asking Mustafa to take her. Let's watch the Google Nest video inside the apartment.
Because you're going with me to see Grandma for her birthday.
I have an idea. Do you want to give Grandma your flowers?
That's what I'm no, I'm going to give her the pink flowers out there that light up.
So you were going to give her that one?
This is 5-year-old Empress. You just heard Dorothy ask Empress to put on her shoes. I'm taking you with me to the anniversary, mother's anniversary. And then at one point, you'll see Dorothy asking the boys to go with her, and they said they don't want to go anywhere. This is completely contradicting what the narrative, what the prosecutor says in court. This completely contradicts the what the so-called witnesses are saying, who on their own body cam tell you we were not there, we didn't hear anything. They're playing a game of ping pong. The witnesses tell you we were not there, but they're claiming that it's Mustafa's idea, that Mustafa premeditated this, and then when you look at the Google Nest video, it shows that it's Dorothy's idea. Dorothy's the one that's asking 5-year-old Empress. Dorothy's the one that's asking the boys, and the boys say, we don't want to go anywhere.
Get your shoes on. Pharaoh, are you coming with me to the cemetery? It's Grandma's birthday today. If you don't want to, you can sit here. I don't care. I just want to go. No, I don't care. Empress, get your shoes on. Thank you. Go on.
So you just heard Dorothy tell Empress to put on her shoes. She asked Pharaoh and the boys, do you want to go? They tell her, we don't want to go. Now, let's go into the forensic interview of Pharaoh. Pharaoh is Dorothy's 10-year-old child. In a forensic interview, he tells you the details of that day, which goes completely against what the prosecutor says in court. Pharaoh's testimony in a forensic interview tell you the prosecutor is lying about Mustafa. The prosecutor says this is premeditated, that Mustafa planned this out, that Mustafa is the one that forced Empress, forced Dorothy, told the boys to stay home. Pharaoh tells you the details, and he tells you, no, it was Mama's idea. That was Mama's idea. She's the one that is forcing Mustafa to go. Mustafa is doing her a favor. She woke him up. He didn't want to go anywhere. And then he decides to take her. She forced him, she convinced him, and then he says, okay, I'm going to take you. He's doing her a favor. He takes her to her mother's anniversary. What did he do before? Oh, he cooked for everybody. And then it's taking mom. He had other plans. He woke up late in the afternoon. Mom woke him up and she asked him to take her. Wait a minute. I thought this was premeditated. I thought the prosecutor, these so-called fake witnesses that tell you we were not there, are telling you it's Mustafa's idea. But Farah tells you it's mom's idea. That mom is the one that's telling Mustafa to take her. Let's watch the forensic interview of Farah.
And whose idea was it to go to your grandma's grave?
My mom's.
Your mom's?
Yes, it was her birthday.
And whose idea was it to go to your grandma's grave?
My mom's.
Your mom's?
Yes, it was her birthday.
Because it was your grandma's birthday? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so earlier, and I need you to correct me if I get something wrong, okay? You said something about Moses and your mom got into a fight? Is that correct?
Yeah, because he didn't want to dough. And so he got really mad at her.
Okay, tell me more about him getting really mad at her.
Well, they broke into a really bad fight because he got really mad that she was trying to force him to dough. You know, he didn't want to. So they were fighting for a couple hours before he just decided to dough.
What does it look like when they fight?
Well, they mostly just yell at each other.
Okay.
What does it look like? What does it look like when mom and boyfriend is fighting? Oh, they're mostly yelling at each other. Wait a minute. I thought the prosecutor is telling us that Mustafa is so violent that he body slams Dorothy. Oh, wait a minute. When we're watching the Google Nest video, it shows that he loves his family. When we're watching the forensic interview of Dorothy's child, her 10-year-old child, he tells us, what does it look like when mom and boyfriend are arguing? Oh, they're mostly yelling at each other. What were they arguing about? Oh, she was forcing him to go. She was waking him up. He woke up late. He didn't want to go anywhere. She's telling him, can you take me to my mother's anniversary? Wait a minute. The prosecutor in court tells us that there was a heated argument over an ex-boyfriend that now on a body cam, the ex-boyfriend tells you Mustafa doesn't even know me? Wait a minute. That narrative is not adding up. Whose idea was to go over? It was mom's idea. We didn't want to go. We, the boys, didn't want to go. And then when you watch the dash camera inside the vehicle, you find out they tell you that there is an argument inside the vehicle. You find out that they're passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times. How could they be arguing if there is an argument inside the vehicle? You find out there is no argument inside the vehicle. That the material fact of this case, it shows that his foot is on the brake the whole entire time. He did everything he can to avoid a vehicle accident. He had a lawsuit before the vehicle accident, and the police department is botching up the whole entire case. They falsified every police report. The Commonwealth attorney seals off the case to protect her police officer that falsified this case. They bring in individuals that are not witnesses. I mean, it's not me saying it. Go listen to the body cam. They tell you we're not witnesses. This is them on a body cam tell you we were not there. We are not witnesses. We didn't hear anything. Why are they doing this? When you find out there is a lawsuit before the vehicle accident, that explains everything. Over $500,000 lawsuit. Well, that explains everything. Doc, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming up. Shelly, I love you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. This is, a 5-hour podcast.
I'm going to say
It's
something.
good.
You are amazing. You should represent your brother. I wish you were an attorney because you are so sharp.
Ma'am, I appreciate you. I'll tell you, thank you for saying that. this has been a living nightmare going through everything that we're going through. I don't know who's listening. I don't know who's out there. I'm just talking about what's coming out of my brother's case. I'm talking about what's coming out of our county. Because when you find out the other cases that's coming out of our county, you think they're just doing this to Mustafa. Wait until I tell you the other cases that I have and the other body cams that I'm leaking out on the internet. I mean, it's so disturbing. It's beyond
pattern.
Words.
It's a pattern with them.
Yes, ma'am. Anytime they have police misconduct, they seal off the file.
Have you contacted the Attorney General or the U.S. Attorney in your city or state about the police misconduct?
Well, I'll tell you, ma'am, the Attorney General is, who's our Attorney General? Is it Mayor's? Shelley, is it Mayor's? It's Mayor's, right?
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
The main names. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. So Mayor's is our Attorney General. Now, we went over his head. We went to the governor. Now, the government mansion is in Richmond. It's just around the corner. It's about an hour and a half, depending on traffic. Now, we held a whole entire podcast at the government mansion, right in front of the governor's mansion, Glenn Youngkin. Now, I've provided all the body cams, all the documents in Mustafa's case and other cases that I'm finding along the way of police misconduct. I mean, when you open a body cam and you see a black girl riddled with bullet holes being dragged out of a vehicle like a rag doll, only for them to have said on the news that they found her outside the vehicle. I mean, that's disturbing. To me, that's very disturbing. I mean, when you watch that body cam, you're going to throw up. I promise you. Go on YouTube and type Tatiana David. Yes, ma'am. Tatiana David. Now, Tatiana David, I can't play it on TikTok. TikTok is going to shut us down. I played it on YouTube. That body cam is there. It's a sealed body cam by the Commonwealth Attorney. What do you see on that body cam? You see they have unalived this girl. They dragged her body out of that vehicle, put it somewhere else, only to come out on the news and say, we found her outside the vehicle. That's a cover-up. You've unalived somebody, Virginia State Police, Prince William County Police, put 50 AR bullet hole into that vehicle. Wait a minute.
Oh my God, that's excessive.
I mean, you asked me about the Attorney General. You asked me about the governor. I'm telling you, ma'am, these body cams, these files are already on the governor's desk.
And they're doing nothing with them?
What have they done to have accountability into what's going on in our county? I mean, they like to hide behind this case is sealed. That's what they like to tell you. Well, it's no longer sealed when the brother, with the help of certain individual, got into the server of the police department and not only took his brother's file, but apparently other file and is actively leaking them on the internet. It's no longer sealed because now it's third party. Everybody has these body cam. You have them. Shelley has them. Whatever that's in the server that I'm slowly leaking out files. I've got so many files. If you know what I have, I'm leaking out certain files and I'm asking for accountability. The news would say one thing, but the body cam says something completely different. The question here is, why are these files sealed? Why is there so much police misconduct on the governor's desk? And they want to pretend. What they're doing right now is they're hoping that you, ma'am, is not going to find out about it because the news is not telling you. I mean, our social media is shadow banned to a certain extent. They're sending out. I have 3 different jurisdictions that are attempting to come after me. One in Circuit Court in Prince William County, one in Warren County, and one in federal court. And they're asking one thing. You either shut down your YouTube channel, remove those body cams, or remove those files, or we're going to put you in handcuffs. Wait a minute. Hold on now. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Police misconduct? body cams that your police officers engaged in falsifying the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Your police officer engaged in an unaliving of a black girl who served this country 5 fucking years. She's got a 5-year-old baby that's growing up, that's going to ask you, what happened to my mother? Well, he's going to grow up and watch his mother's body cam getting dragged out of that vehicle like a rag doll, and the news is telling him that the police found her outside the vehicle. Where's our governor? They're hoping before you find out about everything, I'm going to be far gone by then. The news is not covering our story. That our social media is to a certain extent shadow banned. And who's going to find out? They're going to take this brother, put him in handcuffs, make him disappear, manage to shut down his channel. Well, I'm not going down without a fight. I'll tell you that. I don't give a fuck if they put me in handcuffs. I don't care what they say in court. I'm not shutting down this channel. I'm not removing these body cams. You already put me in handcuffs once. You think I give a fuck about you putting me in handcuffs? I already got your file. I've got access into your server, Chief of Police Prince William, Chief of Police Peter Newsham. I mean, I'll tell you one thing that's really interesting. When was the last time you had someone that come out and say, I have all the files in a secured server out of the police department? And the police department is just radio silent. They're going through the court to remove the YouTube. Oh yeah, we're just gonna pretend it's not happening. I'll tell you what they're terrified. They're terrified. I mean, at one point, you're gonna have to put me in handcuffs on camera. And this community is gonna ask one question. Where did that brother go? Why do you have him in handcuffs? Is it maybe because he has your body cam where you engaged in police misconduct? I can't wait for that day.
And the more people that have knowledge of this situation, the better, because there is strength in numbers.
Yes, ma'am. I'll tell you, I'm watching miracles every day. The fact that, they thought, they have all the money, they have all the power. Mustafa sits in a county jail for over 2 years without a trial, and his evidence, they won't put his evidence on the record. The prosecutor is so terrified. She wants to tell you he's guilty, but I've got the guy that they say is guilty is screaming out of solitary confinement to reconstruct his vehicle. Wait a minute. If he did this on purpose, why is he asking you, begging you, screaming out of solitary confinement, why haven't you reconstructed my vehicle? You've got airplanes falling out of the sky, and they're able to tell you the nose is here, the tail is here. Reconstruct this vehicle accident. Are you telling me, in what sense does it make that the prosecutor is terrified that they're going to reconstruct this vehicle accident? The prosecutor is terrified that they're going to inspect this dash camera and find the audio that they admit have. Wait a minute. We're talking about a dash camera that cuts off before impact. 17 frames are missing from the camera facing inward. Oh, the police officer admit to plugging the SD card into his personal laptop, violating department policy and how to deal with evidence. The more detail that you look into this case, and then when you come out and talk about it, this is the, I'll tell you, the more you troll this case, the more people are asking, what the hell is going on in that case? Mm-hmm. You have on a body cam, this person is on the internet. The wife of the police officer on the internet. What are you talking about? And they don't want to talk to you about the material fact of this case. They want to talk to you about anything but the details on this case. They just want to troll the conversation, hoping. But what's happening here, the file is already on the internet. The more you troll this case, people are going to be asking questions, and they're going to look at these body cams, these documents, the material fact of this case. This is a 5-hour podcast. I am exhausted. They want to tell you that I'm out here and I have $1 million and that people supposedly donated. Why the fuck I gotta go DoorDash to make ends meet to continue doing what the fuck I'm doing? I mean, I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. You'll hear,
I do.
Yes, ma'am. You'll hear this lady tell you they have so much. The community have donated so much. You know, it's sad. It's really sad when you're just, you know, we're going through a fucking nightmare. You know, I got to go out there. I got to DoorDash because I lost my company, which was a beautiful fucking company, but I lost it in the process of fighting for my brother. The county stole our money. I mean, it's just, you know, it's so easy to troll someone's pain. We're going through a nightmare.
Yes.
The Lord is giving us strength to continue going and doing what we're going to make sure that Mustafa comes back home. We're going to get justice for my brother. We're going to get justice for Mustafa's girlfriend, Dorothy. We're going to get justice for 5-year-old Empress. Every day I talk to Mustafa. Mustafa asked me one thing. Where is the original body cam of Officer Andy Margiotta, the one that got on scene, that said he interacted with Dorothy and Dorothy was alive? Why was Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress not medevaced to the hospital? Why was she put in a vehicle an hour away from the hospital during rush hour? That lady says that she cares about Dorothy and Empress. You care so much, but you're not asking why they were not medevaced? The fuck are we talking about here?
Because, as I said in your other live, children are a priority. They are the first priority. It's children, pregnant mothers, and the elderly. But they take the most critically injured. But it's children is always, because kids can maintain, you know, stay stable and then for a long time. But when they crash fast and hard. So children are the priority, and they should have gotten her to the nearest trauma center as soon as possible by that medevac.
I think what is going on in this case is someone made the wrong call and not medevaced Mustafa's family. I think because of a previous lawsuit, officers already had Mustafa on their radar. It's an over $500,000 lawsuit. And the minute they got on scene, I mean, you can see it through the body cams and what they've done to Mustafa. You don't have to take my word for it. When you watch these body cams, you see that they've targeted Mustafa. They falsified Mustafa. They falsified Mustafa's case. I mean, they botched up the whole entire case. The minute they got on scene, there's a prior lawsuit. I believe they made the wrong call for not airlifting, and now Mustafa has to be guilty.
Yes.
They tell you the case is sealed. They're not going to reconstruct the vehicle accident. But, you know, I'll tell you, they can only, this is not going to, this situation can exist until it doesn't, if that makes any kind of sense.
Yes. Was the state patrol on the scene there?
Virginia State Police has an obligation to reconstruct this accident because there are fatalities. Now,
that's why I asked. Yes, you are exactly right. Because my whole family was in the state police, so I just don't understand why that did not happen.
You know, I'll tell you, we're asking the same questions. Where is state police? Where is Virginia State Police? And we're not getting answers. I mean, we paid $5,000. I paid $5,000 out of my hard-earned money. I paid the original attorney, Casey Stevens, $5,000 to hire an independent expert to go in and reconstruct this vehicle accident. On a police body cam, they're inspecting the vehicle and they find brake failure. Now, That's their police mechanic. Their police mechanic inspected this vehicle and found brake failure. So what I did, I took out $5,000. I gave it to the attorney, Casey Stevens. He hired an independent expert to reconstruct this vehicle accident. There is a judge order to reconstruct this vehicle accident. Now tell me why. I opened the body cams and I find that the main investigator, Robert Drum, who has his wife on a police body cam, that Robert Drum is telling the independent experts, the prosecutor, Sarah Sammy, said, you are not allowed to touch Mustafa's vehicle. You are not allowed to touch the other vehicle. So how the hell is he supposed to reconstruct this vehicle accident if he's not allowed to touch the vehicle? Wait a minute. There's a judge order to reconstruct this accident. Now, what they've done in the police reports, they said, we've allowed the private investigator that's going to touch the vehicle to reconstruct this accident. That is a lie. We have the body cam. We're watching what they've done on scene. And hence today, 2.5 years later, $5,000 into this reconstructionist, the vehicle is not reconstructed. What is this police department terrified from? What is this prosecutor terrified that you're going to find when you reconstruct this vehicle accident? That, I mean, wouldn't you think the prosecution would run with the fact, with wanting to reconstruct? They're telling you Mustafa is guilty. But instead, that guy in solitary confinement is screaming to reconstruct his vehicle accident?
And can I ask why
Yes, ma'am.
did he ever act violent while in jail?
Mustafa, I'll tell you, Mustafa, all the inmates love Mustafa. I've camped in front of the jail for almost a year. My phone number began to circulate inside the jail. And every inmate that I talk to tell me one thing. They love Mustafa. Mustafa at one point or another gave him his food. He would give them his, we would buy in jail, we would buy Mustafa thermals to keep him warm. We would buy him food called commissary.
Yeah.
He's helping these inmates. I mean, every inmate that I talk to love Mustafa. Now tell me why.
Why is
All
he
of
in
a sudden,
solitary confinement?
Why
then
is he
for
in
2 years?
But wait, you didn't answer the question about the violence part. You just told us about how other criminals love him.
Mustafa is absolutely not violent. I get a phone call from Mustafa that Mustafa gets beaten up inside the jail. Wait a minute. Why is my brother getting dragged unconscious from one cell into another cell, half naked, while on video they're hitting him on the head, kicking him, and he's being dragged unconscious? I read the internal reports. I mean, why did this incident happen? The internal jail memos say that the correctional officer, slipped on water. Wait a minute. I'm expecting, when I read the internal notes, that this inmate was violent, that this inmate was aggressive, that this inmate... The COs are talking about them slipping on water. Then why is
I
it...
saw in his lawsuit complaint that he himself had said that the accusation that he was cupping water and spilling it onto the floor. Also, he's had some history with some disrespect to the COs, particularly a female, and he does have a charge of violence in his past. I did see something about violating a restraining order. Unfamiliar with that. Also, you know, the biggest question would be in the vehicle report.
You're throwing a lot of facts at me, one thing at a time.
Yeah, I've been listening
we're not
for a
gonna
little
sit
bit.
here. Well, hold on now. You're saying that Mustafa has a violent past? No, he doesn't. Mustafa does not have a criminal history. Mustafa sued the police in 2018, and because of it, there is a lot of interaction with police. And every time they take him to court, they find out there is no foundation to what these allegations are. And hence, Mustafa does not have a criminal history. And what you have instead is, because of a lawsuit against the police, you have police targeting Mustafa. And I have videos where police are targeting Mustafa. But to sit here and tell me that Mustafa has a criminal background, No, he doesn't.
I missed, and I seek to understand here, if you don't mind. You said you don't mind questions, which I appreciate very
Yeah,
much.
I don't mind
because,
questions, but we're not
okay.
going to sit here and troll each other.
No, I mean, well, I mean, some of the questions that I have is challenging some of the blanket, things that you've said.
Now, here's another thing. You said that Mustafa has disrespect against a correctional officer, a female correctional officer.
Yes, that's correct. That was actually in his complaint of the lawsuit.
In his complaint of the lawsuit. Now, we watched
The
that
lawsuit he
NBC.
filed, yeah.
We watched that NBC4, all over NBC4. Julie Carey said that Mustafa's bond was denied because he threatened a correctional officer. You're talking about Jessica Soles, and you're talking that Mustafa threatened a correctional officer. That's what you're talking about.
That was what he had filed in the complaint. That was, I can actually bring up the
Now,
number
hold on now.
that he
Are you
put in.
aware? Are you aware there's a CCTV video inside the jail of the incident where Jessica Soles says that Mustafa threatened her?
No, I did see where he said that she said that happened. He also
I asked you a
said
very
that-
specific question, ma'am. I asked you a very specific question. Are you aware there's a CCTV video that we put out on the internet that showed the actual incident where this correctional officer claimed that Mustafa threatened her?
No.
Okay. Are you aware there's an internal hearing that was conducted inside the jail that now is being leaked where a witness came forward and said that Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer? It's the other way around. And because Mustafa was a key witness in an 18-year-old that was unalived inside the jail, now the jail is retaliating against him?
Oh, okay. So he's just a victim over and over and over again.
I mean, you can say that he's a victim over and over and over again, but I've got the CCTV video of the incident itself. So you don't have to take my word for it. I mean, you can sit here and tell me, oh, are you telling me that he's a victim over and over and over again? Ma'am, I'm telling you, I've got the CCTV video of the incident where at 9:45, this correctional officer would claim that she removed Mustafa's items. At 10 o'clock, she says that she gave Mustafa his items. At 10:30, she says Mustafa threatened her. Well, why is it that at 10:30, when I look at the CCTV video, this correctional officer who says Mustafa threatened her is rewarding this inmate by giving him his items back? Wait a minute. As a correctional officer, you're saying that you're being threatened. You're claiming that Mustafa said, I'm going to come out, beat my charges, only to come back here, find you, and come back here? That makes sense to you? On a CCTV video.
So what I hear is you're raising questions just of doubt, like you're trying to use logical fallacies in
Logical fallacies? I'm showing you the
Yes.
videos.
No. When you say you're telling me it's more reasonable than this, so that's not necessarily an argument. The facts are like this, right?
So
just
you're going to take the words of the correctional officer that you've never met. You're going to take the words
Well, I
off
haven't
this
met-
lawsuit.
I
Hold on
haven't
now.
met
Hold
your
on.
brother
Hold on now. You're reading off of a lawsuit and you don't want to watch the actual CCTV video or listen to the witness that came forward? That makes sense to you?
Was the other witness also a inmate?
An inmate came forward and said that Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer.
Oh.
Now, hold on now. That's not the only thing I have. I have the actual CCTV video.
And there's audio?
You're asking me if there's audio on the jail CCTV video?
Of course not. If there was audio, we wouldn't be having a lot of our
We wouldn't be
conversation
having this
that we've
conversation.
been having for 2 years now.
the
Oh, so
CCTV video.
how do you know that it was said or not said?
Because if I'm a correctional officer and this inmate is threatening me and telling me I'm going to come out, find you, I wouldn't be rewarding this inmate and putting and giving him his items back while the door is wide open. That doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
Logically, I mean, we control this conversation and look and give this jail the benefit of the doubt, give this police department the benefit. I think we're past all that bullshit. When we have the CCTV video, and I'm telling you, this inmate that's telling you that Mustafa threatened her, I'm watching her on a CCTV video rewarding this inmate. If I was a correctional officer and
Without
someone
audio context.
I don't give a fuck about the audio. If there is
Oh, why
audio,
does
I'm
that
watching.
not matter?
Hold on now. I'm watching a CCTV video of a correctional officer rewarding an inmate that you're telling me he is threatening you. I'm a correctional officer. I've got a 5-year-old niece, and I've got this violent inmate telling me I'm going to come out and I'm going to find you. You think I'm going to sit here and reward this inmate? Get the fuck out of here. Don't bullshit me when the evidence show otherwise.
So, okay. Well, you would be able to hear the exchange.
I never said there's audio. There is no audio in a
that's- I didn't
CCTV
hear you
video
say
inside
that.
the jail.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say that. That's why I was asking. You know, when you say I'm going to show you this video and it's about a audible exchange, I was
And that's
clarifying.
there is audio of the hearing between Mustafa and the officer, and then the witness. That
And
is
by the way-
audio.
And by the way, the inmate that actually came forward, he's putting himself where the jail is going to retaliate against him. That inmate is not getting anything out of coming forward and telling the jail officer that's conducting this hearing that, hey, your jail officers is the one that beat Mustafa. Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer.
Well, I could argue the opposite side of that, hypothetically, because I don't know, right? And I'm going to
What the fuck are you
reiterate
talking about?
because I
Whoa,
don't
whoa,
know.
whoa, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
You're telling
I
me
could-
you're going to argue the opposite? What is this inmate going to gain out of having the jail retaliate against him? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so in hopes that that would build a case against her in an effort to have her lose her job or her position on that unit, potentially.
Okay,
That's
now
the
you're definitely
alternative
trolling us.
position.
Whoa. Now you're definitely trolling us. You're telling me.
No.
an
I'm
18
just
hold on now.
offering
Hold the fuck
other-
up. Hold the fuck up. We're going to have a conversation, but if I'm going to feel that you're trolling the conversation, that's not much of a conversation. Inside this jail, in this county jail, a month before this incident, an 18-year-old was unalived in a county jail. These inmates watch this inmate gets unalived. It's all over the news. Next thing, this happens to Mustafa. And this inmate is coming forward against all odds, is testifying that Mustafa never threatened a correctional officer. This inmate has everything to lose in that situation. So you want to
if
sit
you
there?
also said, yeah, or I'm just offering alternative perspectives, right?
Well, I think you're trolling the conversation. You're not really offering any alternative
Amar.
perspective.
Amar,
Mustafa is not.
let E stop.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is it not an alternative perspective? Because earlier you said that all the inmates love him, right? So it could be also for favor. If
What are they going to get out of? What are they
Well, you
going to
said
get out of
Mustafa,
coming forward and retaliating? Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, if the audio is the only thing we have, but it's not. I have the CCTV video of the incident. But you're not interested in watching the CCTV video.
That's not true. I actually am.
Omar.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought she's in a box. I think
East
she's
and
like not the
please.
box below me, but the below that.
I don't see her though.
Oh, I do.
All right,
That
bye,
could
girl.
be a glitch on my end.
Oh,
I don't see East.
I don't either. I just see us.
Oh, I see a black screen. It doesn't have her picture, but I see it above your box.
I see a
Mary Jo.
picture of
Mine still
a-
says invite
I-
on
Yeah,
mine.
she
I
says.
see.
Yeah, she says not in.
I see a picture of Moan Rivers of a guy of a. I'm talking to a female.
East is
know,
not
you-
in, Amar.
I'm
Depends
sorry.
on who you ask.
Can you let East in, please?
So, how about this? Turn on your camera so we can actually have a conversation.
Yes, no problem, John.
All right. Can you go ahead and turn on your camera? You see me? Can we know? There we go. Brittany herself. Oh my God. The troll of the internet. The actual troll. I've heard a lot about you, Brittany. I can't hear a single thing you're saying.
Will you kick East so she can?
I believe you've heard a lot about me, to be fair.
All
I
right,
don't know if I'm
so
a troll.
I'm not a fan of you. I'm going to be really honest with you. I've seen
Oh,
what
why?
you've done to Craig. I've seen what you've done to other people. I think you bullshit your way in everything that you come across. And this is nothing foreign to you. I mean, if you're sitting here with the person that we're finding on a police body cam, you're giving them a platform. Now you want to troll this case? I mean,
I don't see.
mean, if
There's a
that's
lot
what
of
you wanna
things that
do
you drive home the point, and a lot of it's really not about the actual incident. Like, I saw the reconstruction report as far as that they did find one rear brake.
It's
to
actually
be
two
faulty.
calipers. It's actually two calipers that don't work. Go back and watch the full body cam when they're inspecting Mustafa's vehicle.
Can you? Because I'm not familiar with the car world, so can you explain to me what a caliper is?
Can I explain to you what a caliper is?
something to
I don't
do
have
with
to
the
explain to you
brakes.
anything. I'm telling you the brakes does not work.
It's
You're more
supposed to
than
do
welcome
with
to
brakes.
go and watch the police body cam. You want to tell me that one caliper works and the other one doesn't work? I'm telling you, there's a body
there
cam.
were no cuts in the brake lines; those were fully intact. That one rear brake, the emergency brake worked.
Well, let me ask you a question.
The right rear brake did not
Let me ask you a better
function
question.
properly.
Let me-
However,
Yeah, let me ask you a better question. Did you watch the police body cam when they're inspecting Mustafa's vehicle?
yes, I did
You
see
watched-
that.
you watched the whole thing?
I tried to go down the rabbit hole of the things that you were posting last night. and
Well,
then-
hold on now. I'm asking you one question. I'm asking you a very specific
Where they were
question.
poking
You
it with the
said-
stick.
Exactly. You said you watched,
Yes.
right? Now,
Yes.
you're watching another police officer that is being instructed by Investigator Davis to go through all the brake lines. And he's clearly wearing a body cam. He's clearly using his body cam to see when Mustafa's wheel kept on going. The investigator is hitting the brake, but the wheel kept on spinning. That's brake failure. You're hitting the brake, but the wheel is spinning. That's brake failure. Now, I don't see you asking, where is that body cam? But you're asking me, have you seen the brake line? That information is on a body cam that's missing from Mustafa's file. You don't find that weird?
I saw consistency in the report.
Hold on now,
versus
hold
what
on.
I saw in the video.
I'm asking you a very specific question.
Yes,
Why are
and
you
I'm
not
telling you.
asking? Why are you not asking about that
Because I'm
police body
asking
cam?
that question. Because I'm asking that question.
Well,
to
how
you.
can I tell you if it's missing out of Mustafa's file? Isn't this
I don't-
exculpatory
I'm-
evidence?
I mean, do you have access to everything the prosecutor does?
Of course I do.
As a family
Everything.
member,
Hold on. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
sure. As a family member that is not like you have everything. I think I saw when I searched his name, I saw something come up on like the Brady file or something like that. So I think that there's already been determined that there was a Brady violation so far.
You're asking, as a family member, don't you have access into your brother's file? That's what you're asking me?
Yes.
What do you mean? The Commonwealth attorney threatened the family with an arrest for simply providing her with the Google Nest video. She threatened us with the sheriff office. The Commonwealth attorney is completely keeping us in the dark. We can't watch the police body cams. We can't watch Mustafa's own dash camera. She's not letting us see anything. Now, hold on. Now, I've gained access into the police department server. Whatever in evidence.com. No, I mean, we can, you can sit here and tell me, oh my gosh, you gained access. I'm fucking leaking it on the internet. If you put in a FOIA, your FOIA is going to get denied. Now, what's the mystery here? Mustafa's file, that body cam is nowhere to be found. Evidence.com is Mustafa's file. Why is the Commonwealth Attorney cherry picking what body cam is in Mustafa's file?
Well, I think probably because it's also part of his amendment, like it's part of his right to have the ability to have a fair trial, right? And so in jury selections,
Wait, hold on now.
in
What the
that
fuck are you talking
area,
about? What the fuck
you
are you
wanna
talking
have-
about? I asked you a specific question. I said, why is there body cam missing from Mustafa's file? Why is the prosecutor cherry picking evidence into his file? And you're telling me about a jury trial, a fair trial? What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, as far as like wanting things to be sealed, and that's for
I'm
either
talking
side.
about the police department server. On the server in Mustafa's evidence.com, those body cams are not there. You don't think that's
Okay.
weird?
I do.
I actually have more. I have more concern about the lack of, for the brake that was working, that there was not an effort to apply said one brake that was confirmed to be working in
What are
the
you talking
rear.
about? Mustafa's
No
computer
skid
inside
marks
the vehicle. Wait,
from-
hold on. You said no skid marks. On body
from
cams.
Mustafa's vehicle, the alternative vehicle did hard brake, and I did
Whoa,
see you in the
Hold
heavy
on.
focus.
Hold on. You said from the SUV, there's brake. How could you have brake marks from the SUV when the computer inside the vehicle showed that lady, the SUV driver, never hit the brake? Instead, Mustafa's computer inside the vehicle shows that his foot is on the brake the whole entire time. This is not up for debate. I've got the data recorder, Brittany.
Okay?
What do you mean? Okay, I can release it.
Amar,
So
Amar,
I'm not
Amar,
saying that I
Amar.
have been
Did you
willfully.
see?
I
I'm
haven't
sorry.
been.
Amar.
I just need you to hear me. I haven't been
Hey,
willfully
Amar.
ignorant. I
Real
would
quick.
like. I would
I
like
get-
to understand, and
I
I'm
really hope that you're really here to understand. But when you're sitting here with this lady called Christine Warda Jayashi, whatever, and I'm finding her on a body cam, but that's not concerning to you, I can't but help question your motive.
Well, I think the most concerning thing to me would be the video of the actual incident and the lack of brace that Mustafa had. However, in the front seat, Dorothy is.
So
panicked.
let's go over the dash camera. Is that fair?
Okay. Yes,
All right.
yes,
Let me
that would be
Omar.
probably the primary concern.
And by
That
the
would
way,
probably be the primary
Brittany,
concern.
I don't know you. I'm not a fan of you. I've heard so many things. I mean, but here we
I
are.
believe that.
Here's the thing. Here we are.
I want you to prove
You
me
have-
wrong. Is that fair?
I would love to show you the evidence, and you tell me what is going on here.
Okay.
I think
Okay.
that's very fair.
Is that fair? Okay.
All right, so let's go over. You said that Mustafa does not have a facial reaction, right?
Come on, Brittany. You ain't up here for the case. And you can't go around an app and scream at somebody when it hasn't even went to trial yet. This is
That's
not for
okay.
you, babe.
No, that's
Sit down.
okay.
She's in here to troll you.
No, that's
She's in
okay.
here to troll you because Christine came and said I was supporting a murderer. So
That's
she's
fine.
here to show us how ignorant she is. Right, Brittany?
That's
That's
fine.
what
No,
you're
no,
here
it's
to
I
okay.
do.
just told him I want him to.
Look, it's
I
okay.
You
would
want him
love
to produce
him-
body cam that was actually cut off. He can't
No.
yes, he can't provide you anything of the wreck, but it was cut 8 seconds and 8 seconds. So how's he gonna provide that?
So it's okay. You know,
Well,
I
there
mean,
were-
look, Brittany is asking, why does Mustafa not have a facial reaction?
Well, I challenge Brittany
no,
to
no, it's okay.
prove us wrong. Okay,
Yeah,
why don't
exactly.
you
Yeah, prove us wrong.
us?
Yeah,
That's
but
okay.
we're not here
Now-
to prove you
Now
right.
let me ask you a question.
No, I
you
just
do it.
wanna
You do it.
offer-
You do it.
No, hold
You
on
do it.
now.
You
hold
came
on,
up here with
hold on.
questions. You do
No,
it.
East. If I can just,
Well, what?
I want to ask Brittany questions. You don't find it weird that there are 17 frames missing from the interior of the vehicle accident? There is the camera. This is a Rexon dash camera. It sees the outside and it sees the inside. You don't find it weird that there are 17? You're asking me about Mustafa's facial reaction, right? And then we're going to go over Mustafa's facial reaction, where his jaw is wide open and he sticks his tongue inside his cheek before the camera cuts off. Now, let me ask you a question. You said you're tracking this case. You have a troll on your
Newly,
platform.
as of that live, I had not had, in full disclosure, which I said previously, I was not familiar. And I literally just started going down the rabbit hole last night.
So
literally last night.
That's
As
fine.
I was asking you questions, you blocked me. So
I blocked you because you're trolling my comments. You're telling me that the officer didn't say, make sure you mute your body cam for all of it. Let's watch what you're talking about. What are
yeah,
you
I
talking
didn't.
about?
I just said that I heard. I said I heard
Well,
different.
Brittany, there's a difference between trolling the conversation and not trolling the conversation. I mean,
What's the
if
difference?
the first thing you're gonna do is troll what's on the body cam, then I'm sorry, you're trolling the
Hey,
case.
listen, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. You can show this girl facts all day. She
No, that's
runs
okay.
on hearsay.
Look, it's okay.
She runs on hearsay.
My question for Brittany is, you don't find it odd that there are 17 frames missing from the interior of Mustafa's vehicle while the outside is still rolling?
I find that very.
I'm so sorry. Could you repeat that question?
Brittany, Mustafa's
I'm
dash
literally
camera.
outside with a dog.
That's okay.
So
Mustafa's dash camera cuts off before impact. You don't find that weird?
no, because I don't know how dash cams
Of
work.
course
To
not.
be
'Cause
honest,
Come on now.
she-
Brittany,
Yeah.
Brittany,
No,
it's
that's-
2025.
You're wasting your time.
It's 2025. You don't know what a dash camera is. You don't know how dash cameras work. You're
I would
telling me.
imagine it would make more sense that it continued to roll after the actual impact.
Right. So,
Obviously.
but
Me.
why?
But this dash camera cuts off before impact. So
I would not make sense that it would cut off prior to impact.
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, I
This
know.
dash camera is cut
You
before
asked
impact.
me if does it make sense to me, and I said I don't know how it works,
Okay.
but it would make more sense to me that it
Yeah.
continued to roll.
Now, would you find it disturbing that this dash camera cuts off? There are 17 frames missing from the camera facing inward inside the vehicle, where it would show you Mustafa's facial reaction while the camera outside continues to be rolling. Isn't that weird? You don't find that weird?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
17 frames are missing from the camera facing inward. I mean, I can show you what I'm talking about. Now, we're talking about Mustafa's facial reaction. And I'm telling you, there is evidence that show the police department cut this dash camera. There are 17 frames missing from the camera facing inward. This camera cuts off before impact. Now, they're telling you there is no audio. Did you know? Right? There's no audio, right?
I didn't hear any audio from the videos. In fact, I actually heard that they had to hire a lip reader, correct?
The Commonwealth Attorney tells you there is no audio.
Uh-huh.
But then when you open Mustafa's file in the internal notes, Officer Zymus with Digital Forensic admit they have the audio. So why are you hiring a lip reader?
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense, would it? So that's in a the prosecutor said, why wouldn't they present that? Why wouldn't they present that at that state trial?
Because
Like when the bond.
Because they're
First
trying,
during a hearing.
they're trying to frame this guy.
Wait, what are you asking me? Why did they not show it in the bond?
No, yeah, because that was what it was. Correct me, please. It's my understanding that that's when he was granted bond. Hold on, Lucy. He was granted bond, and then they said, "Well, hold on, wait, give us a couple of days, and we'll, And then it came back.
Oh,
Hold on. Sorry, she's getting into her treats. Then they came back and said, "Well, here's this video of what actually happened inside the vehicle."
Hold on now,
And
hold on. That's not what happened.
Okay, no,
You don't
I'm
have to
telling
take
you
my word for it. Julie Carey tells you on NBC4, I was in court. The prosecutor told Investigator Drum, Your Honor, Mustafa was arguing inside the vehicle, and I have a police report that the investigator says that Mustafa told him he was arguing inside the vehicle. Mustafa's defense attorney at the time is Blake Weiner. He got up and he said, Your Honor, that is a misrepresentation of what Mustafa said. Mustafa never said he was arguing inside the vehicle. This investigator falsified Mustafa's statement. And I have the audio to the conversation. The judge said, I want to hear the audio. So he got to hear Mustafa's just about 30-minute conversation between him and the investigator. And then the prosecutor played the dash camera. The dash camera was played in the first bond hearing, not the second. I mean,
Oh, okay.
what the lady that you have on your platform, she wants to call her name Christine Warda. She wants to call her name. I mean, I've got her. You don't find that weird that she's on a body cam?
Well, I just went to I went to the videos that you were posting to watch what you were saying, and then I went to go look at whatever documents that I could find, not from her. I have not received a single document from her. I literally went to the Virginia website, and then I got the documents from Pacer. So that's what I was comparing to, because also if I'm going to argue something, whatever side it is, I would also like to kind of think about what are the alternative arguments that would be presented.
Oh, where's your witness at? Why you didn't bring her in here so she could turn the camera on and show you she's an old white lady?
Oh, by
Why
the
you
way,
didn't do that?
Oh, by the way, have you?
Because
you,
I'm
have
talking
you
about the
asked-
case. It's not about what other people
Yeah, it
tell me
is about what
secondhand.
she said,
Why?
but that's why you're here, Brittany.
That's
So
fine.
why-
Because you
why
thought you
wouldn't it-
had dirt on me, and this
fine.
trial hasn't even went to court yet.
It's okay.
That's
I mean, look,
why
we're
you're
gonna,
here.
we're- That's
But
okay.
that's why
We're
you
gonna,
joined Fred.
That's
but
okay.
if
Hold on now. Hold
the
on.
fuck out.
I'm
I
gonna
joined Fred.
mediate.
She was
Hold on
doing
now. Hold on now.
shit.
I'm gonna mediate this conversation. Okay. And Brittany, if you want to troll this conversation, hey, we're here. You know what I mean? But if you don't want to troll this conversation, I've got body cams. I've got documents. I'm releasing them on the internet. Let's have a conversation. Okay. And I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, and we'll go from there. Okay, but let's have a conversation. All right. I told you
to
I
be
have a
fair,
document.
It would
Hold on.
be more appropriate that other people ask you questions since you know more about the case, right?
What do you mean?
Like, since you have the information on the case, it would probably be more appropriate if people asked you questions instead of you asking me questions. Who obviously
Why would I not ask you questions? Why would I not ask you questions? I mean, I'm showing you the body cam.
Do not know as much about the case
Well,
as you do.
maybe Brittany needs to come back when she gets herself familiar with the case.
Yeah.
How can I do that without asking you questions?
Otherwise, we're sitting here
Hit
trolling
YouTube.
each other.
Hit
I mean,
YouTube.
But I'm not trolling. If I'm,
not another
you
voice
told me to
podcast.
Otherwise, we're going to
familiar
sit
with-
here and troll each other. You have someone on your page that's trolling the whole Mustafa Al-Jazari case. You're giving them a box. You have them in their live. And you sit here and you tell me, well, I don't know anything. What's going on? But I yet have all these documents. What are you talking about, Brittany? You either know the case or you don't know the case. And if you
but
don't
I'm
know the
also
case,
in your live, and
maybe
before I
you
came
need to
in here,
fucking
you
come
had
back.
9 viewers, and now you have 61.
Well, go figure it. We've sat and watched the case.
Oh,
Won't you go do it? Me and Augie
wait.
sat
I
and
have
watched it.
61 viewers
Go ahead.
because you're here?
You had 9 when I came in.
Oh, he's been not.
So
no,
wait,
you brought a couple of trolls.
So
He's been
now,
having between 40 and 50 all day.
Now you're
Try
telling me,
again.
all right, look, see, and this is the problem with you. You're trolling
getting off topic.
this guy named Craig. Exactly. We're getting off topic here. Okay.
Yes,
all right. You want to
yes.
take credit for the 60 viewers? This is.
Not really. I don't really
that's
care.
fine. I mean, that's what you're telling me.
I mean,
All
I
right.
was. You were saying that's what you. I was just responding to what you were saying.
Brenny.
She's just trying to be relevant,
Brenny.
bro.
Let's
Let her go
ask
figure
you.
out
I mean,
the case and
obviously,
then come
she
back.
wants.
By coming in
a
alive with 9 viewers, that's how I try to be relevant.
Yeah,
You're
you
being
came in here to
irrelevant
troll
by telling
a
me,
fucking
oh, look,
family
by-
member of somebody that's locked up that
You're-
doesn't deserve to be fucking locked
Oh,
up
so-
because you
Well,
heard
what
hearsay,
about
Brittany.
So
What
hold
about
on.
the child of the deceased
It was
mother of which
accident.
Yeah, what about
Brittany,
her?
go
We-
watch.
Okay, all right, hold on now.
Go
Hold on.
he was negatively. He was.
Hold on.
just
I'm going to
negatively
narrate this
talking about the
conversation.
child of the mother.
Hey, I'm going to narrate this
Go
conversation.
check on
Hold
Matt.
So
Get the fuck
rude.
out of here and go check on
on.
Matt.
No. Hold on.
Well,
I'm going
Matt-
to narrate
Matt's
this
in CDL
conversation.
school. She need to check on
I'm going to
herself.
narrate this conversation. Brittany tells you I don't know anything about the case, right?
Rush your fucking hair before
No,
you
I
go
did
there and
not say
troll
that at all. I
somebody.
said
That's
I don't.
exactly what she just did.
I said I don't know anything about the case. It would be more appropriate that I ask you questions
Brush your
because
hair,
you
bitch,
know
and have a good
more
day. Go
about the
figure out the
case.
case.
Would it not be
No, hold on.
appropriate for you to
Hold on,
listen
hold
to
on.
what he has
Hold
to
on.
say and then make a
Hold on.
decision, considering you've
So
already spoken the
you
case?
you
But
want
let him
so
talk.
you telling me
I just listened for a long time and
You
I had
opened your
questions
so
to
it's
ask her.
platform and let
convenient.
lies
So
spew out of her
wait,
mouth.
hold on now. So it's convenient only when you want to troll the conversation. So anything I'm gonna tell you, oh, you don't want to hear it because you're the one that's supposed to be asking the question,
I
right?
actually do want to hear it. I do.
You
I
do
do
want to
want to
hear
hear
it?
it. That's
Okay,
why
so
I
my
asked you
question, so
questions.
but I can't ask you questions.
You can. I was just saying it would be more appropriate if I asked you
So
questions instead of being
well, hold on now.
responded by saying that I'm
Well, hold
just
on now.
trolling the comments when I
Hold on
literally am
now.
asking you genuine questions.
You said that you have all the documents. You went on Pacers. You have the documents. Clearly, you have Evelyn Horton on your platform, and she's giving you her narrative, and that you're running with it. So, for me to sit here and ask you, "Hey, Brittany, does it make sense that the dash camera is cut before impact?" Oh, no, don't ask me that. I'm supposed to be asking you a question. Hey, Brittany. Does it make sense that this body cam is missing? Oh, no,
I
don't
actually
ask me
said,
that.
no,
Don't
that
ask
doesn't
me
make sense to
anything
me.
that makes sense to get to the bottom of what is going on in this case.
When you asked
Because
me
she
about
will
the,
gaslight and circle around the
She
question.
wants to
Brittany
control it
likes to
and she
answer
wants to
a lot of
control the
questions,
narrative.
but she
Yeah.
she
All
won't
right,
answer
so
none. I mean,
all
ask
right.
a lot, but I ain't gonna
So,
answer
Brittany,
shit. That's
while you're
basically
here,
what she telling you.
you want to be relevant, we're going to make you relevant. All right? So, I have a document that Officer Zymus, are you familiar who Officer Zymus is?
No.
All right. Officer Zymus.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Of course, I'm not familiar. I'm literally telling you that. I continue to say I do not know the amount of information that you have on the case. I don't know it
All
like
right.
that.
Brittany, this is Officer Zymus. All right? We're going to watch it together, all right?
My name is Katie Zamis. I'm a detective in digital forensics on the Prince William County Police Department.
Now, Officer Zamis is in charge of digital forensic. Now, would you be surprised to find out that Officer Zymis has a document in this discovery that says, all right. Officer Zymis says, I'm sorry?
Can you turn her, the sound up any when you turn it back on?
You're talking about the
It was just
exhibits?
an introduction to who she was.
Yeah,
That's
it's
all
just-
it was.
it's just-
He was
yeah,
just showing you a picture of her. That's it.
Yeah, just so that way we know who Officer Zymis is. There's a document in discovery that says this. Although the last several videos recorded on the device did not appear to have sound. So Officer Zymis is telling us the last several videos doesn't have sound. But the rest of the videos does have sound. Why are we watching a full dash camera that doesn't have any audio? That doesn't make any sense. The sound record feature.
Can I ask, because you said it's only the dash cam that doesn't have audio. Is she, when in that letter, is she only referring to the dash cam? I apologize. I'm asking genuinely.
Yeah,
is that letter about?
This is the dash camera. Yeah. She's talking
Of
about
course,
the dash
she was talking about the dash cam.
She's talking about the
Well,
dash
I don't
camera.
know if it's all of the videos that she sent over
Brittany.
to. Why is that not a logical
How
question?
wouldn't she be
asked? 'Cause
talking
it's a
about anything
letter.
else and it's his
What do you
case?
mean? I mean, I'm not even done reading the letter. Brittany, let me read you the full letter. I'm gonna release this letter. I mean, this letter is on the internet. You can look at it yourself, and you can do your own investigation later. Now, this letter says the sound record feature on the device was turned on. This is a Rexon dash camera. It's over $500. Mustafa had it for over 5 years. Officer Zymis is telling us that the feature, the audio recording, is on. So where is the audio? Now, Officer Zymis goes on and she says, which showed that the file did have an audio track. So where is the audio track, Brittany? You don't find it weird?
No, that's a great question. I would ask the same thing had you not just said that it's not with it. I 1,000% agree. It doesn't make sense that they would
Brittany.
have to hire a lip reader because that is that is money that they had to shell out from the county, correct?
Exactly. Now,
Yeah.
a bigger problem is, as a Commonwealth attorney, her digital forensic is telling her, ma'am, there is audio. The last several videos don't seem to have audio, but the rest have audio. Wouldn't you think the first thing that you're going to do is hire a digital forensic that's going to look into getting the audio? Instead, you go and get yourself a lip reader? How does that make any sense?
No sense.
No, I agree with the question.
Brittany, if you do me a favor, if you turn on your camera so that way we can continue to have this conversation. I've been dealing with this case for a long time, 2.5 years. I've got these individuals that come in case, troll the hell out of this case, and then they're on a body cam pretending to be a witness, and then it's the wife of the police officer. So going forward, what I do...
Well, I live in
Or it
Houston.
could just be
but
some
I've never been to Virginia.
random girl with Wi-Fi that likes to stalk and harass people. You know, it could be that.
Look, you know, I'll tell you.
I'm just saying. I've been over here for a year. Catch up.
What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna try to make this conversation objective, if that makes any kind of sense. Now, Brittany, you can do whatever you want with this information. I'm giving you my side of what I'm finding. Now, Brittany may find something completely different. The same body cam that I'm sitting here telling you about, they're on YouTube, on the YouTube channel, under Not Another Boring Podcast. I'm not going to try to attack you. You're not going to try to attack me. I think that's
I don't
a good
know
way
you,
of
madam.
going
I have
about...
I don't have any reason to attack you in any way whatsoever.
I think the problem
I
here...
don't feel that I have, and I
think-
apologize if I have.
I think the problem here is the person that you put on your page is trolling the conversation. And you're getting the backlash from that, if that makes any kind of sense.
I mean, it makes sense. She's teaming up with somebody that threatened my husband, my child,
not
and me.
backlash.
Wait,
okay.
it would make sense. This
Here's the
makes
thing.
complete sense.
Hey, Brittany, he asked you to turn your camera on. Can you please turn
Respectfully,
your
it's
camera
his
on?
live, Brittany. He did ask you to turn it on. But she's
Yeah,
not,
if
she's not getting
everybody else is
backlash.
going
She
to, I'm
platformed
literally-
somebody in a case that she knows nothing about, and she took a side on a case that she, again, knows nothing about and hasn't even looked into again.
Also,
So it's not.
this is a free world. If I have an opinion on a public case, I can do so. This is no dirt on me. So you can keep trolling this man, but your dirt's not here, baby. Keep digging.
All right. So,
What if I was just like I was public?
who said that?
with the other-
Brittany, if you're going to go on with this live, for the love of God, please turn on your goddamn camera. Otherwise, I'm going to have to remove you from this live. I don't want to. I'm actually enjoying this conversation.
Oh yeah, no. If I mean, if that's not going to be fair for all, then I'll happily remove myself. I mean, you have no problem just removing everybody
Like I told
else.
you, I'm enjoying this conversation, but
Just want
if
you to
you
turn the
want to
camera
remove
on.
yourself, if you don't want to turn on your camera, okay, all right.
I kind of she's doing this so she gets out of this. Just so you know, she's
Yeah,
just want to go through this.
Actually,
She can't handle this
I love
conversation.
this for you, Brittany. I
Cannot
love this for
handle
you.
it.
Really, I'm
How
so
about this?
excited.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Don't worry about turning on your camera. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna continue to go.
You gave me an
through
ultimatum. I was just
the dash
offering.
camera.
So you can hear in the background. I'm literally trying to do two things at once as I'm listening.
Sure. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
We're gonna go through the dash camera. All right, and I'm gonna tell you and everybody that I have here. We're gonna narrate and go through this dash camera. All right. Now I'm telling you that this dash camera cuts off before impact. All right. This is the dash camera. See if I can go over to exhibits. You tell me, why is the police department cutting this dash camera before impact? All right, this is a dash camera. We're gonna roll it, play it. Now, you would expect there's supposed to be, where is the actual accident? All right, this dash camera cuts off before
Car's braking.
impact.
He goes around. There's a median in front of him.
I mean, where is he supposed to go? This is Mustafa. He takes a lane, attempting to pass the vehicle in front of him. He's right
and it
here.
appears like they're holding hands. Look.
Okay.
Oh, and she woke
This
him
is
up
Dorothy.
prior to that.
You see how they're holding hands right there?
Yes.
Okay, so
Are you
if
are you trying to tell me that that's a romantic handhold?
What?
Did I
wait a
hear
minute,
Baby,
wait a
did
minute,
you
wait,
see
whoa, 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 whoa,
anything
whoa. What do you
before
mean? What do
that?
you mean a romantic? Hold on now, hold on. This is a vehicle accident. They're reacting to a fucking vehicle accident. What are you talking about? A romantic? What do you think they're going to be
Being
kissing in the middle of a
smartass.
vehicle accident? I mean,
Yeah.
at this point,
Jesus
I'm
I
Christ.
mean,
sorry. I
I'm
was
trying to give you the benefit of the doubt that
responding,
you're not
as
trolling this
am I.
conversation. But what the fuck did you just say? Hold on now. Hold on
She
now.
just said.
Hold on now.
She
Hold on.
just
Hold on.
said.
Hold on. Hold on.
Okay. Do you want me to talk or no? You want me to
Listen,
answer or
listen,
no?
listen, listen. If you're gonna troll the conversation, tell me you're trolling the conversation. Don't pretend that you want to get to the bottom of it. You just said, is this a romantic gesture? They're fucking reacting to a car accident.
I love
The
this.
fuck are you talking about? And
Agree
she's
with that.
holding his hand. They're bracing for impact.
The question was, you don't see them holding hands right there?
Telling you, oh,
And I'm like,
Morg, my
are you
type of guy.
fucking
He's got
telling me?
her.
Get the fuck out of here.
Keep going.
We're gonna continue to go over what we're watching, but
Please
Brittany,
keep going.
you know, I'll tell you
Please.
when you tell
Best
me
day of my life.
when you tell
Sam.
me when you tell me is this are you romantic? What did you call it? A romantic what? What do you want them to start
I
kissing
said,
right
are
before the
you
vehicle
trying
accident?
to tell me? No, God, no. That's literally a look of terror on her.
So why would you say is
1,000%.
this
I
romantic?
agree.
Why would you
Because
think
it was
anything is
just
romantic
said,
in that
do you want me
context
to
of?
respond?
I mean, I'm trying to
Yes, my
respond to what you're
question was
telling
that
me.
of
I'm so
outrage,
shocked at
sir.
what I'm so shocked at what you're telling me that it's I'm beginning to smell the bullshit all the way from across the internet. You're telling me is
Yeah,
this supposed to be a
I can too,
romantic?
buddy.
Oh, you can't. Wait. So you already took a side? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I
I
mean
thought
you're
you don't know the
gaslighting me
details of this
about
case.
you. Yes, I have literally said that to you,
Yeah,
sir.
but Brittany,
Oh, she
Wait, what?
has took a side.
You're already taking a side.
Yes.
That's okay.
She's
All right.
already
No,
picked it.
somebody in
Brittany,
the
let's
box.
Can we
continue.
acknowledge the amount of trolls in the
Hold on now.
comments?
Let's continue watching the dash camera. How about that? Is that fair?
please, let's do that.
Well, yeah.
Have
If
you already
don't
seen
make
the dash camera,
comments
by the way?
about, I have seen that video.
That only. What about the rest of it?
Probably not. If you're telling me that there's the one about while he was inside the gas station. I
Whoa,
saw
whoa,
what you
whoa,
posted,
whoa.
and
You
that
haven't seen the
was
full dash camera? Why, Brittany? Why haven't you seen
probably
the full
not.
dash camera?
Because I'm literally here asking questions about the case, and then you're getting upset with me for asking questions about the
I'm
case.
not
And
getting
But
upset
when
at you.
you
I'm
came
asking
into
you
it,
questions,
you
and
were
you're
making
getting
an
upset for me
accusation.
calling out the bullshit. You're
but I
getting
don't know the
upset for me
case,
calling
so
you bullshit. I'm
well, I
asking
don't
you.
know the
Wait a minute.
case.
Hold on. You have a
This is a dumb
person that's
question,
trolling
Brittany.
this case. Hold on. You have a person that's trolling this case on your platform, and you come here. You told me that you already have the file. And
No, I don't have all of the
now you're
file.
telling
That's
me
crazy. I said
that you haven't seen the dash
some
camera.
document. I got whatever document I could see on the Virginia website, sir. I do not have the file. I have no doubt that you have exponential amount of information far
I
beyond
thought
the
she
scope of what
sent
I
y'all the
could have gleaned.
discovery. I thought she sent
I
y'all the
did.
So wait.
discovery.
I haven't looked
So
at
hold on now.
all. I don't have that. That's
So
what
hold on
I've
now.
been
Oh, okay,
saying.
okay.
Hold on
Okay.
now. Hold on. But you just said Mustafa is guilty. If you don't have any of it, why
I
is
didn't say
Mustafa
that.
guilty?
Came in here. Did she
Oh, I
say
didn't
that?
say that.
Wait a minute.
No.
No, what she said was she came in with he was violent. He had a violent past.
No, he didn't. That's
Violated a
hearsay.
restraining
That's
order.
not. You show me that on his cameras. There's cameras of him with that family.
Oh,
The
I
whole
was
3 months she was in it. Show me.
That's okay. All
It's
right.
on
All right.
YouTube.
So I think it's obvious. Okay, so let's continue going through the dash camera, right? I think we're beating a dead horse here. All right, so this is the dash camera that Brittany already saw. This is Mustafa is driving. By the way, Brittany, Mustafa is not driving 77 miles an hour. You do know that, right? Earth to Brittany.
Brittany.
My apologies. I was actually bringing up his.
Okay.
I was bringing up that charge about the
That's okay.
assault and battery. That's what I was.
We're talking
That's
about
what
the
I
dash
was
camera
referring
right
to.
now. Hold
well,
on now.
no,
We're talking
actually, she just
about
brought
the
that up
dash
for
camera.
findings.
Hello?
No, she likes to hang
We're
people.
talking about the dash
charges.
camera.
We're talking about this.
Okay, we're talking about the dash
Well,
camera. I
actually,
asked you a specific
Doug,
question, Brittany.
Doug,
Are you
what he just
aware,
said,
Brittany?
she brought that up, and I
I
was
don't
just
get it. I'm
responding
going to
to
mute
that.
you if I'm not going to have a conversation here. Are you aware that Mustafa is not going 77 miles an hour?
No, I have no idea how fast he was going.
What do you mean? It says right there. It says 77 miles an hour. What are you talking about? You said you watched this dash camera. The dash camera literally shows you that he's going 77 mile an hour. Are you?
I
You
haven't
know,
studied it like you have. I watched it at a
okay.
glance
So
in the things that you had posted, and then I was asking questions, and I got back mid like comments. In
you
fact, I
blocked
actually
because you were
responded.
trolling. That's fine. We're already
Well,
past
that's not
that
true,
bullshit.
actually.
Hold on now. We're not talking about that, Brittany. We're talking about this. I love how we're
I mean, if
gaslighting
you're
the
gonna
We're jumping
accuse
over.
me, if you're gonna accuse me of trolling over and over again,
You're,
I've
and that's okay. I mean, if
careful,
you
I
want to
will.
leave, you're more than welcome to get yourself out of here. Now, I'm going to lead my podcast the way I want to. If you want to play, let's play. I'm
No,
asking you a
yes, you
question.
don't like challenging questions
I'm
about
asking
the
Brittany,
things that
are
presented.
you
That's fine.
aware that Mustafa is not going 77 miles an hour, even
I just
though...
responded no.
Okay, all right. So Mustafa and the computer inside the vehicle show that Mustafa is going 55 miles an hour. That 77 on that dash camera is not calibrated. The dash camera is not calibrated to an actual speed. Now, how do you know that? Because when you watch the full dash camera, Brittany, you see that when they're at the 7-Eleven, the dash camera doesn't change the odometer. 77 stays at 77. Now, I can go back into the full dash camera and we can just do a fast, like really go really fast. And I want you to zoom in on that odometer. I just want to roll that out. So that way, I mean, we're just knocking things out one thing at a time. You see that 77 miles an hour? Now, this is the full dash camera. This dash camera is not in motion. You see, it's parked. This is right before Mustafa enters the vehicle. Okay, that 77 does not change. So what they've told you, Brittany, if they have told you, the person that you have on your platform would love to tell you he was going 77 miles an hour. He's not going 77 miles an hour. The computer inside the vehicle shows that he was driving speed limit. His speed was 55. Now with that got that out of the way, let's go back into, let's see. Let's go back into what I was talking about with this dash camera cut off before impact. Now, this dash camera. All right. So when you're watching it, you see that Mustafa is attempting to pass a vehicle in front of him. He takes a lane. It is the wrong lane. It's a U-turn lane. It's the wrong lane. Now you see a vehicle on his right. Let me see if I can go back. There we go. All right, so I don't know if you can see it. That's the best I can do. Feel free to go over YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. The live is on there. You can clearly see this dash camera. Mustafa is driving. He takes a lane. It's the wrong lane. He's attempting to pass the vehicle in front of him. Now, at that point, you clearly see that the vehicle had hit the brake. You see that vehicle? There is nowhere to go. Mustafa cannot, I have a lot of comments that will tell me, well, why didn't he go right? Well, he can't go right because there's a vehicle that literally blocks him from going back into traffic. Now, there's a medium right in front of him, and the road curves. The road curves in a way where, if you notice, Mustafa does not jerk the vehicle into the left, into oncoming traffic. He ends up in oncoming traffic. The road curves, and he's already in oncoming traffic. He can't get back into traffic. He ends up in oncoming traffic. Now, the question is, they're saying that this is premeditated. How could this be premeditated when he literally did everything he can to avoid every vehicle? This is that vehicle. You see that white vehicle? If this was premeditated, wouldn't you think? I don't know if you can see the dash camera. This is the best I can do. Wouldn't you think he would slam into that vehicle? But what he did, he avoids the first vehicle, the second vehicle. And the question here is, why does the camera inside the vehicle turn off while the camera facing outward continues rolling? That's a valid question.
Yes.
You see what I'm talking about? I mean,
Doesn't make sense to me.
doesn't it? I mean, unless
No, that's a valid question. My question probably wouldn't be, wouldn't he rather do this? But my question would be, is if it would be premeditated or like intentional actions, even to cause fear in the occupant. My question would be, how many times did he rapidly accelerate during the rest of that drive, or just immediately prior if he was intentionally trying to cause fear? That would be my question. I would be
He did
interested in
not
that.
look
Wait.
afraid
What are you
at
saying?
all.
What are you
Can you
talking
please
about?
just can you please play one of the, videos from the witnesses?
Yeah. So I have a witness. I have a witness that tells you Mustafa was not driving crazy, was driving normal, and all of a sudden the vehicle ends up on the other side. Have you seen the witness talk about what they see?
I did see that one. I did see that one where she said he was driving behind her.
Okay, so we're gonna play what the witness is talking about, but because what you're asking is, was he erratic? Was he driving erratically before the vehicle ended up on oncoming traffic on the other side? That's your question. Well, we have the witness.
For the entirety of the drive, like how you said the computer, which I have not seen.
Oh yeah. I hear what
in
you're
full
saying.
transparency. Okay,
I hear
what I
you're
mean.
saying. By the way, I don't know. I mean, despite everything that I said, I enjoy having a conversation with you. I don't know if that makes any kind of fucking sense, because to a certain extent, I mean, we're getting somewhere. I mean, if that makes any kind of sense, like I'm able to give you the details. Does that make sense? Now, I can't speak for your motives.
Which I appreciate.
I don't care for your motives. I mean, you can do whatever you want with this information, but I appreciate the form that we're moving along, if that makes any kind of sense.
I agree. I
Yeah.
appreciate this, like a conversation like this as well. I
Yes,
do.
ma'am.
So yes, I do want to hear that answer.
So-
1,000%.
Well, you
So,
sound very
you-
different right now, Brittany. Your
That's
tone
okay.
does,
I mean,
and it's
look,
much
I'm
better.
Well, usually when people aren't
that's okay.
interrupting and like just
That's okay.
it's easier.
By the way, it's one thing. I mean, it's one thing to watch. It's another thing to live. I'm living the situation. So if you see me,
That's true. I am not as
if you
emotionally
see
invested
me-
in it as you.
if you see
have
me-
a lot of
I'm watching the Mustafa's case is falsified.
You're very
I'm watching.
passionate.
I'm very.
I understand.
And it comes. And I, with everything, I try to be objective. If that makes any kind of sense, I wouldn't be here.
It's
if
hard
this
to be
was-
objective when it's somebody that you care about so much.
You try, and I'm doing my best, and I think I'm doing a pretty good job at being objective. I mean, I'm showing you. I'm not just sitting here telling you. I'm showing you. I'm giving you the body cam. I'm releasing the body cams to you. I'm giving you the document. I'm asking questions. And I think in the sense of being objective, I think that's pretty good at being objective. You asked me a very specific...
In the dash cam,
Yes, ma'am. You asked me...
she did not look fearful at all until she knew that they were getting ready to hit something.
Exactly.
And
Now-
you could see her reaction.
Yes,
but
that
she
was
had
the
no
only
fear.
thing that I that was what I was referring to when I was talking about the look of terror was immediate, like
Absolutely.
right before the crash.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely.
that's the only thing I
No.
was referring to
Absolutely.
when I said that comment. Just
Absolutely.
for clarification and in agreement.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Okay,
Now,
for everybody
what-
laughing in the comments, this is serious. Y'all like that. Y'all are down there joking, and I get it.
Yeah, this
It's
is
dirty
his
up here, and everybody's
family,
arguing.
man.
Like people lost their life. Like this is not a joking matter.
Yeah,
like,
this is
oh,
not
like,
your
just-
vendetta against somebody.
So-
This is not it.
I appreciate you
I
saying
apologize.
that. I appreciate you saying
Jeez.
that. I mean, this is obviously, I mean, we're living it. This is a nightmare. No, enough of that.
And you're
Now-
passionate. Like, well, why wouldn't you be? You know,
Why
like
would I
this-
not be? My brother is literally in solitary confinement. I mean, when
He's
we've
been
dealing-
railroaded.
So, I
I have a lot
what
of
you
respect
asked-
for you, dude.
Ma'am, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for shedding light on whatever is going on here. You asked a very valid question. What happened before this 8.3 seconds? I mean, and the point that I wanted to get across with this portion is that absolutely the dash camera cuts off while the outside continues rolling. Now, what happened before this 8 seconds. And I think that's very relevant. Now, when you find out that Mustafa and Dorothy were passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times, I call it cigarette, but it's hemp. How do I know it's hemp? I have a toxicology report that shows no alcohol and no drugs. What they're smoking is hemp. Now, the Commonwealth Attorney wants to tell you that they were arguing and Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose. You asked me a valid question. What happened before this 8 seconds? You said you didn't watch the dash camera. The only thing you watched is this. Now, I'm going to go through the dash camera. Let's watch what happened before this. Now, I'm sitting here telling you that they were passing the cigarette 6 times. And my question is, how could they be arguing if they're sitting there passing a cigarette 6 times? You want to tell me that I'm going to be in a vehicle with my significant other and I'm passing back and forth a cigarette with her back and forth, but yet we're arguing? How does that make any sense? We're going to go through that portion of the dash camera, and you tell me if they were arguing. Before we go into the dash camera, you asked me about Mustafa's facial reaction. Now, I'm telling you that this police department cut this dash camera before impact and have taken 17 frames from the camera facing inward. Now, what do we see before the camera cuts off? What did Mustafa do? They tell you that he was not reacting. That's what they tell you, that he did not have a reaction. Well, I tell you, Mustafa, as his jaw is wide open, and in panic, he sticks his tongue inside his cheek. And then the camera cuts off. They took 17 frames for you to see the rest of Mustafa's reaction, reacting to this vehicle accident. You don't find that disturbing?
No, I question. I'm not saying that I didn't mean to say like immediately. No, that wasn't my intention on that being my response. I agree. I share the same question that you present of the remainder of the videos. Oh my God. Sorry. I agree in saying that I share that question with you. Typically, it is human nature in something like that to physically brace. So I would be looking for like the him like being rigid or like putting his arm out in front of her. So yeah, I would be interested in the remainder of that.
Yes, ma'am. This is Mustafa. All right. And right before that camera cuts off, you see that his jaw is wide open, and you specifically see that he sticks his tongue inside his cheeks. Now, this is specific to Mustafa. Growing up with Mustafa, every time he's in panic, he sticks his tongue inside his cheek, reacting to the accident. He's in panic. I'm going to play it again.
Yeah, which I trust that you know better than most.
And I'll tell you something more interesting. You don't have to take my word for it in what I'm telling you about Mustafa sticking his tongue inside his cheek. The Google Nest videos captures Mustafa at one point sticking his tongue inside his cheek when he's in panic. And I'll release that. I mean, the point is that you can clearly see that he is reacting and he's in panic. His jaw is wide open. His shoulder is tensed. Like you see his shoulder tense up.
It doesn't matter how they reacted to a split moment. It doesn't. This doesn't matter.
You know,
if you want to.
No, the point is they're telling you, I mean, all over the news, they're telling you that Mustafa did not have a reaction, did not react to this vehicle. But we're watching Mustafa's jaw wide open, and he's sticking his tongue inside his cheek in panic for this accident. And then mysteriously...
It's telling.
Huh?
I was just saying his behavior and his actions before, it's very telling as to, you know, like if he had a motive. Everybody's saying that he did it on purpose. So, I mean, it is. It's pretty telling.
So, and then I'm asking the question, what happened with why is there 17 frames missing out of this dash camera? I mean, you can clearly see that at 8.0, this camera cuts off. I mean, we can count this together. I mean, a
Now,
camera.
I do have a question, which I again believe that you will be able to answer. When you say that it cuts off, is that because the prosecution is claiming that they don't have it at all, or that is the only thing that they have provided?
No. This is all they have. They're claiming that this
And
is
I,
all they have.
because sometimes there's a difference between that, or that's just what they released.
No. This is
Okay.
what's in the server. This is what's in evidence.com. This is what they're telling you. That's all we have. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. Okay?
Yeah.
That's bullshit. You cut this dash camera. I don't have to be an expert to tell you that someone tampered with this dash camera. Now it gets more disturbing when the investigator that took possession of this dash camera got on the stand in a motion to dismiss and said, "Yep, I violated department policy." What do you mean? How did you violate department policy? I took the SD card and I plugged it into my laptop. What?
Hold on, wait. Before you get into the investigation into the accident, can I ask you some more questions about the accident?
Well, I'm telling you. Let me just. I'm giving you facts. Now I'm giving you details. We're talking about this dash camera. I know. I mean, I don't want to lose the point that I'm trying to make here. We're watching a dash camera that cuts off before impact. We're watching a dash camera that cuts off and has 17 frames missing from the camera facing inside the vehicle. You asked me about Mustafa's facial reaction. I showed you Mustafa's facial reaction. He's clearly reacting in panic to the vehicle accident, but somehow there are 17 frames missing from this dash camera before it cuts off. And I'm telling you material facts of this case that the investigator, Chad Mason, got on the stand and he said, "I absolutely violated department policy." Well, how did you violate department policy, sir? "Oh, I plugged the dash camera into my personal laptop, that I didn't follow the chain of custody to handle this piece of evidence." Now you're looking at a dash camera that's cut before impact, is missing 17 frames from Mustafa's facial reaction from inside the vehicle, a dash camera that doesn't have audio, that in their internal memo, I have a document that Officer Zyman says, we have the audio. It's been 2.5 years, Brittany. 2.5 years. By law, you can hire an independent expert, a digital forensic expert, that you can go in and download the SD card and the content of the SD card. Why is the prosecutor terrified and is blocking any effort to download the SD card? There is either audio or there is no audio. Now we're having a police officer, Officer Zymus, tell us they have the audio. Are we going to find that there is no argument inside the vehicle? Is that why the prosecution is scared? It's obvious. I mean, if there was an argument, why is Mustafa in solitary confinement? It's been 2.5 years, that is screaming, telling you, can you have an independent expert go in and download the audio? I thought he was guilty. Wouldn't you think he would be terrified to have you not download the audio? Why is the prosecutor terrified to download the audio? Wait a minute. And instead of you would assume that the Commonwealth attorney, now that her officer is telling her that there is audio, you would think, and instead of hiring a lip reader, you would think that she would hire an independent expert that looks at this dash camera, that looks at the SD card, but then she went and hired herself a lip reader? What do you mean? What are you talking about? How does that make any sense? Now, I'll tell you, yes, ma'am. Now, I'll tell you the reason that the dash camera is sealed from the county. The reason that you only have 3-4 seconds on NBC4. I mean, this Commonwealth attorney have not released a dash camera. This dash camera is sealed. Even if you or FOIA request this dash camera, you're not going to see it. She's not going to give it to you.
Yes, so the
Your
only
FOIA?
people that would have access to whatever, if there is, like hypothetically, if there is anything, the only people that would have, with it being sealed, the only people that would have access to it is Mustafa's attorney and him only. not able to be shared to anybody else unless the defense attorney puts a motion before the court for that information to be shared with whomever the judge allows or approves. So
This
has the
community,
defense attorney put in a motion for independent? How many attorneys? I don't recall. I know that it was a change. The attorneys changed a couple of times. One, I think you said that they were like subject to. They were getting
well,
their
we
license
can get into
threatened,
the
which is crazy.
attorneys.
But
Yeah, we can get into the attorneys and what's going on with Mustafa's attorneys. But I want to go back to the dash camera. And the facts are the Commonwealth attorney is not releasing this dash camera. She's sealing off this dash camera. Now, wouldn't you think if there is an argument inside the vehicle, that's the first thing that the Commonwealth attorney would run with? I mean, it's an open and closed case. It's an open and shut case. This community, you're coming out and you're telling this community that Mustafa is in an heated argument inside the vehicle and he crashed the vehicle on purpose. But you're sealing off this dash camera. Now, I'm telling you that this Commonwealth attorney is sealing off the dash camera because she's terrified of what you're going to see in this dash camera. She tells you there is an argument inside the vehicle. She tells you that Mustafa told us that he was arguing inside the vehicle. Now, we have an audio that Mustafa never said what this investigator is putting on his police report. This investigator, Robert Drum, put in his police report that Mustafa told him he was arguing with his girlfriend inside the vehicle. There's an audio that showed that Mustafa never said that. This investigator falsified Mustafa's statements.
Isn't that the one that his wife is on TikTok?
Yes. Yes. And I'm sure, I promise you, she's going to be on your page. And all I ask is go back to Exhibit 39 on YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast. Listen and match the voice when she's on your platform. That's all I ask. I mean, you can have her on your page. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? I'm asking you, when you're objectively looking into this case, ask questions. I mean, what is going on here? You've got the wife of the investigator on a body cam. Now she's on the internet. You've got the so-called witness. Now they're on the internet. What the fuck is going on here? Now, I want to go back into this dash camera. The Commonwealth attorney is terrified to release this dash camera because she wants to tell you that because she's the government, that you're going to take her word for it. That there is an argument inside the vehicle. Well, I'm telling you, the dash camera is on the internet. We're going to go through it right now. And I'm telling you that when I watch this dash camera, I see Mustafa and Dorothy passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times. What is the argument?
Their body language did, especially hers, her body language did not give off that she was upset or there was any friction or, you know what I'm saying? She looked really relaxed.
Absolutely. I mean, the lip reader.
I mean, that's subjective. To be fair, that's subjective. So, in
Brittany, how is it subjective when they're literally passing back and forth a cigarette
facts.
6 times?
Yes.
What is subjective about what I
Wait,
said?
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
You
wait,
said-
wait.
Well, Brittany don't know
Well, hold
Dorothy,
on now.
but she knows her
Hold
body
on.
language.
Hold on now. You said, Brittany, you haven't watched the dash camera. So what the fuck are we talking about? Oh, that's subjective. She's seen the dash camera. You haven't seen the dash camera. Now you're immediately jumping to the conclusion, oh, it's subjective. I'm fucking telling you, they passed a cigarette 6 fucking times.
That's fact.
What are you talking
that
about?
happened.
Right.
There's no way to.
No,
It's not
passing-
subjective. It happened.
That's not what I called subjective.
talking about
What I
my
said
phone.
is subjective, is interpreting body language. I am not an expert in that. However, oh, God damn it.
She's an expert in narcissists. She's an expert in narcissists.
Let's just fucking watch the dash camera. I mean, we can get a fucking PhD and like the fucker we're talking about. Let's fucking watch the dash camera. Is that fair?
Right. Yes. Fair.
They were acting normal. They were acting like
Acting
any other
very
couple would in a
normal.
car. Like
Now-
legitimately, they weren't screaming at each other. They weren't giving each other dirty looks. They weren't cussing at each other. She even asked for directions. I think.
Yes, 3 separate times. She
Like
gave
it was
Mustafa
not
directions.
like, if you're mad at your guy, you're gonna be like, ugh, and then you're gonna tell him. Like you could tell. Like she was normal demeanor.
Yeah, absolutely. She
do you
wasn't
mean? Who
giving
said
a side
absolutely?
eye or
Wait, who said
giving
absolutely?
eye shots.
Brittany, did you just say absolutely?
No, that was not me.
It was
No, it was.
Because
Sorry, I'm getting
it's
literally.
one thing you're saying this, that's another. Okay, all right. I'm just trying to track.
No, they were agreeing
What you're
that they
telling me,
were
all right?
normal in the car. They were agreeing to that.
Exactly. They're passing back and forth a
I
cigarette.
do not know either one of their baselines, just like I would not be able to say, like, you are able to definitively say that the tongue in the cheek is him in panic. I would not have guessed that because I
May
don't
I
know that
ask
to be
Brittany
his
a question?
baseline.
There's
Brittany,
plenty of video
let me
before
ask, y'all
besides
let me
So let
ask
me
Brittany
ask you
one
a better
question.
let me ask you a better question. I've got a question for Brittany. Brittany, the Commonwealth Attorney is telling you that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose, right?
Yes, yeah, that's what I understand to be the reason him being that he was charged.
Does it make sense to you that he would have a dash camera inside his vehicle if he's crashing the vehicle on purpose? This is, they're saying it's premeditated, that he planned
And have it
this
on.
out. And have it on. And the
He
audio
wouldn't have even
capability is
turned,
on.
I would have, I mean, if it was me, I wouldn't have even turned the camera on if I was going to do something that egregious, you know, like running my girl and her.
Well, that don't make sense, Omar, to say that because he didn't even want to go.
Right.
On the Google Nest, he didn't want to go. She asked him to
Exactly.
take her.
Well, you know, one point at a time. I'm asking a very specific question. The Commonwealth Attorney is giving you a narrative. She's telling you that Mustafa premeditated this. And by the way, specifically, she's not telling you that he did this on the last second. Mustafa's being charged with premeditated M1. And specifically in court, she tells you, I have a witness that's going to come forward and testify that Mustafa had planned this out. And then she tells you, Your Honor, Mustafa forced Empress into the vehicle. That Mustafa forced the boys to stay home. And then she tells the judge, Your Honor, I have a witness that's going to testify to that. Now, so my question is, does it make sense to you that I'm going to go and premeditate this and leave my dash camera on that I've had for 5 years?
I don't believe that legal term like the forethought to be like when you say premeditative. I don't understand it, and I don't mind being wrong. I don't understand it to mean like
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
planned
Stop.
this out
Premeditated.
days or even hours in advance. Premeditated could be he willfully caused the action.
Absolutely. But in this case, the prosecutor is telling you that this is not on the last second, that Mustafa had planned this out. I mean, you're talking about the definition. I'm telling you the prosecutor already took it there, already took it as far as telling you
She said that
we
in
have
court?
She said that in court.
Oh,
She said
wow.
that in court.
That's
What are we talking
Wow.
about here? This is exactly what I have the audio.
No, I'm asking you because I'm obviously not there. If
No.
they're not televising the court, I don't know how I would see it. I'm literally asking you. You're saying that, and I'm saying my response is, wow.
Yes, ma'am.
That's,
Okay, so
that's a pretty big claim by a prosecutor to throw out there, right?
now it gets even worse because the body cams that are sealed. She's referring to witness number 1, Evelyn Horton, Amy Hodson. You open that body cam, Amy Hodson, aka Evelyn Horton, and you don't have to take my word for it. The person that you have on your platform is on a fucking police body cam. You tell me what the fuck is happening here. That person sent an email, it's in the discovery, identifying herself as Evelyn Horton. Now, on the body cam, the investigator identifies her as Amy Hodson. I have a very interesting email that I received from you. Now, wait a minute. The only email in the discovery is from Evelyn Horton. Now he's calling her Amy Hodson. And then he begins detailing what Evelyn Horton has sent him. Amy Hodson is Evelyn Horton. Now, what does Evelyn Horton, a.k.a. Amy Hodson, tell this investigator? She makes the
Hold on,
allegation.
wait. Can I just ask to follow you? And I just asked this to follow you. you're saying that it was confirmed or identified to be the same person, or that's what you're gathering from what you
It's
have,
the
like the
same
video?
person, Brittany. It's the same person.
What I'm telling
trying
you,
to follow.
that's
I'm
what
literally
telling you,
asking.
well,
Yeah,
what
I'm
I'm
telling you.
telling
He's telling you.
yeah, what I'm telling you in the discovery, when you open the sealed file, there is a document that an email was sent out to through communication to investigator Robert Drum under the name of Evelyn Horton, from Evelyn Horton. And in this email, there is details on the body cam. This investigator, who has his wife on three-way, is saying, Amy Hodson, I got a very interesting email from you. Well, the only email in the discovery is the Evelyn Horton email. There is no email from Amy Hodson. There is no email from anybody. It's Evelyn Horton. And then he began detailing the content of that email. We're talking about Evelyn Horton here. All right, what did Evelyn Horton tell us? Because the prosecutor in court tells the judge, Your Honor, I have a witness that's going to come forward that's gonna say that Mustafa premeditated this. All right, where Evelyn Horton tells you that Mustafa forced Dorothy, forced Empress on that day into that vehicle. That this is premeditated. That Mustafa forced the boys to stay home. Now, the investigator asked, can you guys hear me? Can you guys
Yes,
hear me?
I'm listening.
Okay.
Yes,
I'm getting
we
a
can.
phone call. I'm getting a phone call and it, okay. All right. So the investigator would ask Evelyn Horton, AKA Amy Hodson, where are you getting this information from? She tells him, I didn't see it. I'm getting this information. I didn't hear. I'm not the one that's getting. I'm not the one that saw or heard this. She tells him, I'm getting my information from Kylie Clapp. Kylie Clapp is another individual that's being used as a key witness. Well, let's follow that rabbit hole. I opened the body cam, the forensic interview of Kylie Clapp. Kylie Clapp makes the same allegation that Mustafa forced Dorothy, forced 5-year-old Empress, forced the boys to stay home, crashed the vehicle on purpose, and then she says, I didn't see it, I wasn't there. Wait a minute, you're not a witness. Where did you get that information from? She says, I'm getting my information from the neighbor, Tanisha Coleman. Well, when we opened the body cam of Tanisha Coleman, she says, I didn't hear this, I didn't see this. She tells you the children are telling me that Mustafa abused their mother. Wait a minute. I opened the forensic interview of the children. The children are referring back to Tanisha Coleman. They're telling you that Tanisha Coleman is the one that says that Mustafa peed on their mother. Wait a minute. That the police department told them that Mustafa had ran away, left their 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death, and they could have saved their 5-year-old baby if Mustafa hadn't run away. I mean, when you watch these details, you realize that these children have been weaponized by the neighbor, by the police department, and now are telling you that, hey, we were told that Mustafa abused our mother. Who told you? Tanisha Coleman. When you talk to Tanisha Coleman, she tells you Mustafa is the best thing that happened to the kids. I didn't see Mustafa do anything. Mustafa loved the kids. Dorothy loved Mustafa. What the fuck are we talking about? There are details that's coming out of this case that you find that the children have been weaponized. There is a Google Nest inside the apartment that shows that the children loved Mustafa. I mean, the more you look into this case, the more disturbing it gets. We're going off a lot of tangents. The point that I'm trying to make is the prosecutor claimed in court that this is premeditated, but every individual in this case is telling you, we were not there, we didn't hear it. They're playing a game of ping pong. This person would say, this person told me. This person would refer you back to that person. And it's not my words against the Commonwealth attorney. I've got her secret file. The file that she sealed off from this community, now it's all over the internet. And you can, Brittany, you can verify this for yourself. You can go through these body cams and you tell me what the fuck this Commonwealth attorney is talking about.
I just find it very odd that he was getting ready to get a large amount of money from the police department, and then this happens not too long after.
Oh yeah, I have a question about that because I didn't. Ow! God damn it! Fucking sorry.
Wait, what happened? What are we talking about?
His lawsuit he had
Yeah.
prior to
I
the wreck.
just said that I found it very odd that he was getting ready to get a large amount of money from a lawsuit against the police department, and then this happens to him. I just find it very odd.
I mean, I'm
Can you
looking.
explain that? Yeah, it's important, I think.
I'm so glad you said that, Laura. Yes, that was going to be my question. Is I'm interested because I didn't hear about the prior, so I did have a question about that. I
tell
missed
you.
that, and I apologize.
If you can speak on it, I don't know if you can.
I'll throw you a curveball. Mustafa had a lawsuit against the police department, and the person that was representing the police at the time is Rachel Adams. Mustafa gets beaten up inside the jail, and guess who we find in federal court? Who's representing the jail in what we're telling federal court? We want Mustafa sent to the hospital. We're filing a lawsuit against the jail. We find Rachel Adams herself representing the jail against Mustafa. You want to tell me there's no history here? You want to tell me that this is not a targeted effort against Mustafa?
I'm sorry. Did you say that the same person represented both parties, like both the opposite side both times? Did I understand that incorrectly?
The lawyer that was representing the police against Mustafa prior to the vehicle accident, I mean, Mustafa had a lawsuit in 2018, and it just dragged all the way to the vehicle accident. At one point, there's conversation about a settlement, a $500,000 settlement between Mustafa and the police department. Well, the person that was representing the police is Rachel Adams. The police had a lawyer. The police had a lawyer. Why are we finding that same lawyer in federal court today representing the jail to tell you this? I want everybody to go over. I'm going to pull up the video that we're...
That is a conflict of interest. How was that allowed?
What I'm trying to tell you is it's clearly, the minute officer gets on the scene, you have officers that have Mustafa, they tell you that we're watching Mustafa, Mustafa's on our radar, they know Dorothy, they know the kids. Clearly, obviously, if I'm suing you, my lawyer would have private investigators. I mean, think about it. I mean, let's go back to the basics. Let's go back to the basics.
Can I say something real quick in the comments? You guys, it doesn't matter why it doesn't matter why he was in jail. He didn't deserve to be beat up. Like, that is the most asinine fucking thing I've ever heard anybody say. Like, that's just
be in
dumb.
solitary confinement for 2
It doesn't
weeks.
matter why he was there. It was the fact that it was vicious. Okay?
I mean,
he didn't deserve to be attacked. Nobody does, whether you're in prison or not, or in jail. You still have rights, and it was against his rights.
No.
Attacked
Probably
him
deserves
brutally.
that.
So no. I'm sorry. I apologize, but geez.
This is the video that we have from inside the jail.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You have 6 giant
Fair
correctional
warning.
officers.
Yes.
I'm going to try to mute this. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, good.
Yes,
All
you're
right, so
good.
you have 6 giant correctional officers that enter Mustafa's cell. Now, in their internal notes, you would expect that Mustafa is violent, that Mustafa attacked the correctional officers, but in their internal notes, they tell you that we slipped on water. I mean, you have a correctional officer that's getting ready to charge in. You have another officer that you're going to see already has his taser pulled out. I'm going to zoom in. Okay, this officer right here already has his taser out.
In his right hand.
And now if Mustafa was such a threat, why would the last correctional officer just sit there and stand there just watching them beating the fuck out of Mustafa? Okay. Now, when they take Mustafa out, you clearly see that Mustafa is unconscious. His head is limped. His feet is barely touching the ground. You've got two giant correctional officers carrying him from each side. And at one point, you'll see a giant correctional officer would hit him on the head and kick him. Now,
How long were they in his cell beating him?
you can count the minutes, but it's pretty
A
much...
cell extraction does not lead to the person being
You can count how long
unconscious.
he's been in there.
My God.
So you can count how long he's been in there. This is literally the CCTV video from inside the jail.
Yeah, no offense.
We're watching
Instead of hanging
now.
at all.
See, now Mustafa is being taken out of his cell, and then you see that giant
Okay, wait a
correctional
minute.
officer. I mean, why is Mustafa half naked? He kicks
Right.
him. He hits him on the head. He kicks him, and then clearly Mustafa's unconscious. For anybody that wants to tell me, "Oh, he's not unconscious," what the fuck am I
Yes,
watching?
he is. Look at his head.
His head is limped. His feet is barely touching the ground. You got two giant officers, twice his size, are carrying him from either side. Now, at the time, we weren't allowed to see Mustafa. We weren't allowed. They canceled his visit. We couldn't see him. 2 weeks after we visited Mustafa, these are Mustafa's injuries. You have his arm 3 times the size of a normal arm. Mustafa's head. This is Mustafa's head. It has...
Oh my God.
Like,
Head.
that's not.
That's Mustafa's head.
God.
That's Mustafa's head. Okay. Now, I thought the internal note says that they slipped on water. You slipped on so much water that you put a crater in Mustafa's head? Now, Mustafa's arm is 3 times the size of a normal arm. That's internal injuries.
Yes, it is.
Now,
You're okay. I apologize. This is since he has been in custody this time, not to do with the lawsuit prior. Correct. Yes.
this is the beating
For
from inside
the
the jail.
accident,
This is
correct?
Yeah, this is... Wait, I'm confused.
No, this is
Yes,
post accident.
after the vehicle accident.
Okay.
Yeah, after the vehicle
Right, okay,
accident.
my bad.
This is from the This is after the vehicle accident. They take Mustafa to jail. 2 days after Mustafa's vehicle accident, they arrest Mustafa. Mustafa is in a county jail. We get a phone call from Mustafa that they had beaten him. This is the CCTV from inside May 24, 2023. And since then, when you see, I don't know if for those that have not been tracking what we're doing, we went and protested in front of the jail. All we wanted was to get Mustafa to the hospital. I'm watching Mustafa's injuries.
Yeah, those head.
You want to tell me there's no internal injuries? These are not compounded fractures? What are you talking about? They tell you that they slipped on water, nothing happened. This is 2 weeks after Mustafa's getting beaten up.
And this was okay. So this is a year after the accident. Almost correct. Almost a year after the accident.
No. The vehicle accident happened on April 5th. This happened May 24, 2023.
Oh, okay.
Inside the jail.
Okay.
Mustafa gets beaten up.
Because I've heard of things like, and I don't have the experience. Maybe somebody with a different life experience than I could chime in.
It's not normal, Brittany.
No.
It's not.
No.
I've
No.
been,
No.
You're talking about in
That's
prison?
not what I'm saying. I don't agree. I believe that even if they're in custody, everybody has the right to be treated civilly, and everybody has.
It's a pre-trial detainee.
Everybody
You're
has
innocent
rights.
until proven guilty.
Well,
We're
even
supposed
if
to
he's
keep him-
guilty, he is still entitled to
Absolutely.
certain rights as a human. I believe in that.
Yes.
My question was, I had heard things about like, this fucking dog's gonna kill me. People flooding their cell before, like, stopping at toilets or the sinks or things like that. Which I don't know if that was a claim or potential. I don't know about that. And
So are you asking like why they went in there? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, because logically it doesn't make sense. Like even
Well, to
in
me-
the internal reports, it wouldn't make sense for them
So let me-
to.
But it doesn't
for them-
matter why they went
would
in there.
have
But the internal
No,
report-
he's
but
one
this-
man. They were 6 or
But wait a
7
minute,
people
wait
in
a
there
minute,
on
wait a
top
minute.
of
with
him.
you,
Like,
wait, so wait a
Laura.
minute.
not
You're
necessarily.
gonna go in.
I agree with you.
You're gonna
I'm
you're gonna
asking
go in and
about-
give him. Well, the internal notes don't say that. The internal notes say that they slipped on water, that the cell flooded, and all they did is remove Mustafa from one cell into another.
Being
That
a
they
man
had
is
slipped
not
on- that
standard
they
for a
had-
cell extraction.
I mean,
It's
you're
not.
going to
Agree
give him
with you.
compounded
I'm not
fractures?
I'm talking
claiming
to Carmen.
otherwise.
I mean,
I'm not
you're
talking
gonna-
to you. I'm talking to you.
You're going to give him compounding fractures in the. I mean, let's entertain that narrative. I mean, let's go and entertain that narrative.
Has
You're
it
gonna
since
give
been?
him
Has he
compounding
since been
fractures.
diagnosed with a compound fracture?
Brittany, how could we
He
get
still
him
hasn't
diagnosed?
seen a doctor, huh?
They would not let him go to the hospital. They would not remove. They would not get him to the. We protested in front of the jail for almost a year, all the way to me and ending up in handcuffs. They put me in handcuffs. Now, for one thing, all I wanted the jail to do one thing. Can you please, for the love of God, take my brother to the hospital? We want to see him make it to his trial. They wouldn't do it. Now, I'll tell you why they're not doing it. Well, Mustafa was medevac to the hospital. They did CT scans inside the hospital before the vehicle accident. Now, if you were to take Mustafa to the hospital and do CT scans and look at his compounded fracture, and you were to compare him side by side before he entered the jail, after they had beaten him, you can show that they gave Mustafa compounded fractures. The jail is terrified to take Mustafa to the hospital because obviously it's going to show what they've done to Mustafa. So they refuse to take him to the hospital.
And they're going to have to explain those injuries.
They're going to have to explain
how he got them.
Can I just, like, you have 7 guys going in there. Even if he was fighting, they had those little guns that, what are they called?
Tasers.
Tasers, thank you. My brain left me. They had tasers in their hands ready to go, correct? So, like, there's no way that even if they had to contain him, they could have done what they needed to do and get him out of that cell without doing that much harm to that man.
Well, I'll tell you clearly, Mustafa was not combative, was not a threat, because the last correctional officer just sits there and stands there. I mean, you see the last. I mean, you have 6 guards.
I'm just trying to, like.
Yeah, no,
tell them
absolutely.
people down there, like,
Absolutely. I know exactly what you're talking about. But, enough about that. Let's go back into the dash camera. Now, what was happening before the camera cuts off? What is going on before the last 8 seconds? According to the witness says there is no erratic driving. That I heard him hit the brake. So wait a minute. All right. So the witness is telling us there is no erratic driving. We're watching the dash camera. There is no erratic driving. What was happening before the last 8 seconds, before the camera cuts off? I think that's very revealing. Are they arguing? Was there a heated argument? The Commonwealth attorney tells us there is a heated argument. Well, let's watch the dash camera. All right, so let's see. Let's go over to the dash camera.
You know, normally in jails, they have extraction teams that go in.
Yeah, and that looks like that's what that might have been. It does, honestly.
Yeah.
But they don't. They're trying to do less harm as possible. Like you can't tell me 7 men couldn't contain 1 man without all of that happening. Like,
I would be interested to see.
Wait until you hear the rest of it, where they took Mustafa from that cell into another cell and then completely stripped him naked, beat him up to a pulp, and then left him in there for 3 days fighting for his life.
With no medical attention. Like,
With
that's
no medical,
inhumane.
all he got.
It's wrong.
All he got was ice packs. I mean, when you check the internal notes, they gave him ice packs. Wait a minute. Why did you give him ice packs?
He wasn't seen in the infirmary at all? In
No,
the
ma'am.
internal, like by a, because
No,
they do have
No.
nurses
No.
on staff. And I will say this,
No.
there have been, I've been in a
They
position.
wouldn't let him see the
profession-
nurse. One of the correctional officer tells him the nurse is about to be here. If you say one thing, we're gonna unalive you right here. The nurse comes in, sees him is in his condition, and just that's it. All they did is gave him ice packs. Oh, hold on now. Let's play double advocate. If he's not injured, I mean, it doesn't even make sense to play double advocate. I have his pictures from his injuries 2 weeks into that situation. And this is a solitary confined inmate. The only individuals that have access to Mustafa is the correctional officers. So how is it that Mustafa has bumps all over his head, compound and fraction, his arms 3 times?
Well, we don't know
the
that to
size-
be. We don't know that to be a true diagnosis because he hasn't been seen by. He hasn't had proper medical care. Correct.
What do you mean?
So to say compound fracture
I
is
mean,
inaccurate.
Later on,
It's
did
an
he
unfair.
get
Hold on
X-rays?
now.
Did
Hold-
he eventually get medical care? Is what?
Hold on now.
That
What
would
do
answer that.
you want to tell me that we really can't tell what this is? Well, what the fuck is this then? I mean, all right.
Remember,
What is
remember,
this?
Brittany, you could tell. You
What is
remember?
this?
Wait. Mustafa, I got it. Remember, Brittany, you said that you could tell that Izzy's got ripped off. You can't tell something wrong with that one.
That was a tricep tendon tear straight off the bone. I've seen
You
it.
can't see something wrong with it during the
from
bruising.
Izzy's.
You didn't know
put
that.
up
You
the
just
bruise.
was talking shit.
This
I
is
wasn't talking shit. That was
Nah.
literally what I did in my literal
we're
profession. How many patients I saw
debating
with that
whether
same common
this is
injury.
consistent.
I'm not talking about Mustafa's because I haven't seen
So-
his. I would love to see his bruising.
He just showed it
but
to
I was
you.
talking about Izzy's, the one with the pulling at the elbow.
Look, I think we're
Yeah.
like we're beating a dead horse here.
East was trying to get a personal dig in. That's okay, but it was ignorant.
No, I agree, and I love you, ma'am.
Isn't that why you're
it's-
here?
But it's
Isn't that why you're here? Hold on, I want her to
Yeah.
answer the question. Why are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
here?
Please.
Why are you here if it's not a personal dig and it's not me?
Do
Why
you
are
take
you
it
here?
personally?
Because why are you here, Brittany?
Why else would you
Ask
be here,
questions.
Brittany? Why did you even jump
You
into this
thought you had
situation in the
dirt on
first
me,
place?
like I can't have a
Literally ask
public
questions.
opinion
You
of a
sure
case
you both
that
of
hasn't
you
gone to
love
trial.
to assume my feelings
That's
and
why
intentions,
we
don't you?
listened to
You
the
sat in the
trial,
live the other night
Literally.
saying this man was
God,
guilty
you're a
without
fucking
any of the
liar, bro.
motherfucking facts,
You can't
Brittany.
answer that question
You
of
did
why
that.
you're
This
here.
is a man's life.
Why
Yeah,
are
it's a
you
man's
woman
life.
fucking
and a
here?
child's
Why are
life.
you
Yes,
here?
I'm asking questions.
And Brittany,
I mean,
when you
but
You
it's
just you
I'll
brought
tell
up
you,
you
but
did.
totally
Brittany,
different
You
but Brittany,
tried
I mean,
this.
here's
You
the
started
bullshit.
this.
Here's
Just
the
say
bullshit.
things.
Hold
No, I
on now.
didn't, bitch.
Hold
I
on
ain't been
now.
in your
Here's
life.
the bullshit.
Shut the
You
fuck
did.
up.
Here is
I
the
didn't have no
bullshit.
lives on you. Shut
I
the
mean,
fuck up.
here's the deal. Here's the bullshit.
How many
You started
times
this
in the
going
last
after
few days
Craig.
do you want
You
me to
started
We
drill
this.
apologize.
You started
Here's
this.
You're
the
doing it
bullshit.
Hold on,
to me.
guys.
Hold on
Hold
now.
on,
Hold
let's
on now.
talk.
Hold
You gotta
on
be
now.
quiet,
Time
girl.
out. Time out.
Shut up for a minute.
Here's the bullshit. When you sit here and you tell me that's not consistent with compound and fractures, that's insensitive.
I'm not saying that. No,
You're
no.
telling
I
me.
said that's
I
not
mean,
a
at this
formal
point, you're
diagnosis.
bullshitting me. It's like you're getting this PhD in
Incorrect. I
bullshit
was
that it's
clarifying.
almost to the point that it's insensitive.
Ooh. You're
Very insensitive because
you're
this man
feeding off
did
of
not
this. I like
deserve
it.
to. I don't care if he had a fracture or not.
And
It
instead
was
of
wrong what they
asking,
fucking
you know,
did to him
instead,
point
you know,
blank.
Well,
I'll tell you, and instead of asking, why
I thought
the
we were
fuck
being
did
accurate.
this jail
That's
not
all
take
I
him
was
to the
doing was
hospital?
clarifying.
I mean, you would
That would be the
expect-
normal
I
response.
said that
She's
was
good
my
at prom.
secondary.
She actually got
I
on the
literally
stand
said that after
and said
that.
the wrong man done it. She's good at problem solving, bro. She's
It's
really
actually
good at
not true.
it. That
You
is
idiot.
fucking true. I read it.
It's not true. You
I
fucking.
read
Oh,
it.
you're so good at reading.
So
I
go
was
fill
there.
in
I
the
lived
biscuit,
it. You
Brittany. You
fucking
fucked,
idiot.
just
Did you-
fuck
Man,
the paper
I am
up
not.
then.
I am not Craig. All right, I am not Craig. I feel bad for that man. I don't know. I've watched glimpses
Well,
of
you
what
got
that
a good
man
investigation
went through.
team. I'm sure.
I went through
I would
glimpses
love.
of what
I
that
would love
man
to
went
ask
through.
clarifying and
Shut
challenging
up, Brittany. He's
questions.
talking.
You've got a really good
You're not though.
investigation
You're
team.
not. You're asking bullshit. You're doing this bullshit thing as if you've got a PhD in bullshit. Now it's okay. I'm entertaining
does.
it. We're gonna go through it. And I asked to let's just tread
I
along this
support them
conversation.
having a PhD in bullshit comment. I agree with that. That's
Well, it's sad because
It is sad.
this is a sensitive
we just ask
topic.
if she believes he
This
did this or
is
not?
a
Did you
case.
not just say that?
This is a sensitive case. This is, I don't appreciate you bullshitting this case. Mustafa sits in solitary confinement. Mustafa lost his family in this vehicle accident. And we're trying to get to the bottom of what we're looking at here. I have a file that the police department falsified this case, that Mustafa is falsely accused. This is a car accident. Mustafa lost his family. And I don't appreciate you telling me, yeah, I've got a PhD in bullshit and I am happy. Well, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
You said it. I was just. You said it actually.
That's sad. But you're happy about it. You said, "Yep, I'll carry on with that
When
title."
you first came into this live, you were so accusatory. Isn't he violent? Didn't he do this? Didn't he do that? Your tone is different now.
Yeah, how fucking dare you? His
Those are good
mother is in
questions.
here.
They were
They're
great
trying
questions.
to get
You didn't
justice.
come.
No, they
You
were
guys
not
haven't
good
come in here
questions.
challenging.
Brittany.
You guys have
Questions,
not
you're
come in
correct
here with any
questions.
You
critical
know
thought.
nothing.
You have
You know nothing.
no.
Let's
you're
talk about
fucking
critical
research.
thought,
And
Brittany.
then
Let's
you
talk about
built
critical
him.
thought. How about you research
let's
a
do it.
situation like this before you platform somebody like you platformed the other day?
I think that's fair.
This is
I'm
not a
not allowed to
joke.
have
It's not
random-
She
TikTok.
couldn't even
I'm
tell
not
her.
sorry,
I'm
Sarah.
sorry.
I
You're
thought it
LA
wasn't my
and you
life.
I think that's fair.
Wait. You don't feel
thought it
stupid. You
wasn't
was
my
talking
life.
to a fucking white woman, apologizing to her, saying, I didn't, I'm sorry. I didn't know you was Iranian. You don't feel stupid doing that shit?
Well, she didn't say Iranian. She
Okay, sir,
actually
we're
said
passionate
Iraqi.
people, and we
You
believe
guys-
in what you're
So-
doing.
His
So
live.
what I was
100% believe in
trying to
what you're
say,
doing.
This
what
is
I
his
wanted to
live,
say,
and that's his brother.
what I wanted to say is, I'm watching the details of what's coming out of Craig, and I feel so bad for that man. And I'm trying to tell you, hey, Brittany, I am not
Don't
Craig.
feel bad for him. He's
Look,
getting justice right
so
now. Don't feel bad for him.
I 100 tell you he's gonna get justice because Craig has a strong personality that
He is. Trust me, right now. He's in Texas for a reason.
I'll tell you. To a certain extent, I enjoy the videos that are coming out of what the correct situation is because he has a strong personality, and when you, Brittany, are trolling him and doing what you do to him, I mean, I feel bad for him. And I feel bad for you being that kind of person, to be honest with you. But enough of that. All right, let's go back to the dash camera.
Please.
Is that fair?
That's very fair.
All right, so this is the dash camera. We're going to play it from the beginning. And watch this dash camera. What is this Commonwealth attorney so terrified that she doesn't want to release this dash camera? And I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to turn the camera that way. And if you can't see it clearly, do my best. There we go. All right. We're live on YouTube, and this dash camera is literally broadcasted on YouTube. All right. So we're watching. This is Mustafa when he got into his vehicle.
Okay, I'll go watch it on YouTube, and then I'll just
No.
make videos with my
stay
opinion.
right there. Oh, hold on now. Hold on. Look.
No, that's okay. It's a free on YouTube.
Hold on
right?
now. Look,
No. You want to?
You've been bullshitting us the whole
No,
entire
no,
life.
no,
The
it's
minute
not
I show
bullshit.
you the dash
Actually,
camera,
your
you're
brother
gonna
was not unconscious.
fucking run
He was
away.
continuing shifting weight down the stairs.
Look, I
Hey,
hope.
let-
You're
just let her
freaking
go. She's gonna make
serious?
herself look
It's
stupid.
flat out dishonest.
He was
Let her go.
But I'm
dragging
gonna go ahead. I'm gonna watch on
I-
YouTube, and I'll just make
Let
my
her go.
own. I'll just
Let her
make my
go.
own
How about
video.
this? Look,
She'll
I'll
make
just make
herself
my
look
own
stupid.
video.
Trust me. Let her go.
I'll
Look,
also explain to
you've
you what
been
is
bullshitting us the
what
whole
sealed
entire time.
means,
And the
'cause it's
minute
not
I
just said
show
your
you,
brother wasn't
Mustafa's
unconscious.
the
attorney.
minute I show you evidence that the Commonwealth attorney
No, I just go watch it on
is
YouTube.
lying,
You said
you're
it's on
gonna
YouTube. I'll
go
just go watch it on
conveniently
YouTube.
and run away.
Who said that?
Well, you can't run away from this dash camera. I'm
Starting
telling
to
you,
get scared, ain't you,
hang
Brittany?
on just a little bit longer, Brittany. Let me show you what the Commonwealth attorney is hiding from you. Is that fair?
How do
Called
you
real
know
receipts,
that's what they're
Brittany.
hiding?
Learn something.
Because the alternative attorney has it. So
Put
the
it
defense
together.
attorney
You are not a
has it.
moron.
How
All
do I
this
know?
crap adds
Jumping in
up.
front of
Hold
you.
on.
You're
Brain
You're
lately.
interrupting.
How do I know
I
that
don't
the
care. I'll
Commonwealth
interrupt you all
attorney?
I want.
Hold on now. How
'Cause
do
you're-
I know
you're
that
supposed-
the
you guys are
Commonwealth
so good at
attorney
this.
is hiding it? Because she's not releasing it out to you, Brittany. You can't
No,
FOIA
it's not
request
to
this
the
dash
public
camera that you
until
sit there and take her
after
word for it
trial.
blindly.
It is still accessible.
Well, unfortunately
to the
for you
other
and her, I have
to
it
the
and I've
defense
leaked it on the
attorney.
internet. And we get to see what she's
Omar,
lying
you've
about.
helped.
So
You
you
helped
put
Craig's
at
case
risk
again.
your
You just don't know
brother's
you
right
did.
to a fair
All right,
trial.
so
Still
Brittany,
chasing
I'm
his
gonna,
people.
Brittany,
it.
we're gonna
Play
watch
it.
the dash camera. I know you don't want to watch the dash camera, but let's watch it together.
I'll stay here for that, and then I really do have to go though. Deal? And then I'll just watch the rest on YouTube and make videos.
Is this the part where I'm gonna beg you? I'm like, Brittany, please stay on this live.
Well, you
Watch
just
the
did.
dash
So
camera.
Nobody
just
would
did.
beg you.
Come on, buddy.
Watching dash cameras right now.
Come
Play
on,
it.
buddy. We're watching the dash camera. As a matter of fact, God help Craig dealing with you. All right. So this is Mustafa cleaning the vehicle. And the question here is, how does it make sense that Mustafa sits there, cleans his vehicle, and you want to tell me that he's going to crash it 30 minutes later? This is Mustafa.
maybe
Well, Brittany,
if it's an impulsive,
keep watching.
He
Whoa,
acts
whoa, whoa.
impulsively in
Yeah,
anger. Yes.
But we already determined that
Him
this
washing
is...
his car.
Well, hold
I know
on,
that
hold
your
on,
I know
hold
that your
on.
mom
Time
went
out,
to the
time
gas
out.
station.
Hold on, time out,
to
time
ask
out.
to
Hold on,
take
time
that
out, time out.
footage
Hello,
before the
time
cop
out.
showed
The
up.
prosecutor tells us that Mustafa was not impulsive, that this is premeditated days in advance, and I have a witness that's going to come forward and testify. So, no, Brittany, this is
I
not
think that
impulsive.
you're misunderstanding the term witness in a trial, sir. Because I was
What the fuck are you
called
talking
to the
about?
stand
You for
as a
real
witness.
right now?
Whoa, hold on. I'm
Yes.
gonna
Are,
mute you.
he has way more fucking.
Time the
Are you
fuck
serious?
out. Relax. Calm down. Calm down. Okay? You want to troll the conversation? Troll
You
it
got a
somewhere
good
else.
defense team. If
Troll
they-
it on your own live. I'm telling you, the Commonwealth attorney, the prosecutor already made their claim that that Mustafa was not impulsive. The witness says Mustafa is not impulsive. The dash camera shows Mustafa is not impulsive. They're telling you that this is premeditated, that Mustafa had planned this out. And what I'm trying to tell you, how does it make sense if Mustafa sat there and he's cleaning the vehicle only to crash it later? Okay, let's continue watching. All right, so Mustafa is seen. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. He not only cleaned his vehicle, but he's perfuming his seat, Dorsey's seat, the back. This is Mustafa perfuming the inside of the vehicle.
Dan, since you asked him if he's a paralegal, are you a psychiatrist? Have you showed anybody your paperwork? Because that's what you claimed to my best friend. You're a psychiatrist, remember?
Can you get closer so they can see better?
I don't think anybody has to be a psychiatrist to know that you're fucking crazy, East.
You are too. You're,
And you're an
way
idiot.
money, bitch. You don't leave your bed.
All right.
You were out and walking
Brittany,
a fucking
we're gonna
dog.
we're gonna have to mute you for trolling the. I'm trying to have you watch the fucking dash camera here. I know it's you don't want to watch
Well, you
it.
better get your dogs on a leash over here.
We ain't no dogs. You know that. You
Don't
ain't no-
react. Don't react. She's doing it
Yeah,
just to get
bitch,
you.
fuck.
She ain't nothing. Ignore her.
All right. Mustafa is cleaning the inside of the vehicle. This prosecutor wants to tell you that this is premeditated, but yet we're watching on a dash camera that Mustafa sat there and he's cleaning his vehicle. All right, so you see that Mustafa is cleaning the outside of the vehicle. He's got a napkin in his hand. He sat there. All right, this is Empress getting into the vehicle. Dorothy and Empress is, you can clearly see the Empress is going to get in. Dorothy is holding flowers. These are the flowers that they're taking over to her mom's anniversary. this Empress getting in, and what you notice in the back seat, they have 3 bananas. Oh, I wonder why they have 3 bananas. If you zoom in, you'll see that in the back seat. One for Dorothy, one for Empress, one for Mustafa. This is Dorothy getting into the vehicle. She has the flowers in her hand. On a phone call with Mustafa, the investigator is pretending the flowers does not exist. And as a matter of fact, in the discovery, it shows that they've released the flowers to the owner. Hold on now. What do you mean releasing the material facts of this case? And deleting the material facts of this case. This is Mustafa, Dorothy, and Empress inside the vehicle. And you're going to see that Mustafa is going to talk to Empress, and he's going to ask her to turn on the JBL speaker in the back. So Mustafa is going to gesture to Dorothy that 5-year-old Empress is not buckled. So Dorothy's going to get out and is going to buckle 5-year-old Empress. And then he's going to ask 5-year-old Empress to help him press the button to connect the speaker with his cell phone. They're listening to music. This is a JBL speaker. When you see the light go back and forth, this is consistent with the JBL speaker. Depending on how fast that light go back and forth, that's how loud the music is. And this goes to the foundation of this case, that the speaker was really loud. So how are they arguing over listening to music? The speaker is really loud. As a matter of fact, the witnesses that responded to this vehicle accident say the music was very loud. This is Mustafa reminding Dorothy to buckle 5-year-old Empress. Investigator Chad Mason, a robber drum, even though they said on the news that that 5-year-old Empress was not buckled. As a matter of fact, on the body cams, they say that 5-year-old Empress was in fact buckled, but they've lied on the news. This is Dorothy buckling 5-year-old Empress after Mustafa had told her to buckle 5-year-old Empress. You see the bananas in the back? If you zoom in, you'll see there's 3 bananas. I mean, they tell you that they're arguing, Mustafa's abusive. But when you watch the Google Nest videos inside the apartment, it shows that it's a beautiful relationship. You don't have to take my word for it. We have days on days of Google Nest videos inside the apartment that shows it's a beautiful relationship. If Mustafa was so abusive, why is 5-year-old Empress responding to Mustafa the way she responds? She's pressing the button for him. I mean, this is a father-daughter relationship. Mustafa took
After
on that
3
role.
months, you're asking why she was compliant if he was so abusive?
Wait, did you just say after 3 months, Brittany?
Yes, because you said father-daughter
So,
relationship.
Wait, hold on. So you meet a girl, she has children, you take on the role of a father figure in their life. That's not good enough for you? What are you talking about? What do you mean
I
after
would
3
just
months?
say,
So I meet a girl, she has kids, and I take on that father role in their life. That's nothing to you?
no, I don't say that's nothing. I just don't say it's father.
Brittany, her and her
father-daughter
kids were
relationship.
homeless.
Hold on now. Then what would you
That's
call that?
tragic, honestly.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
What would you call
They
it?
were homeless.
That's really sad.
Dorothy and those kids were living in a van in and out of hotels. Mustafa met Dorothy, fell in love with Dorothy. Dorothy has kids. Mustafa took on that figure in their life. What are you talking about? That's the
So
part
she
that
makes false accusations against men. This is normal for her.
Look, man, this is bullshit. Let's go back to watching the dash camera. There's only so much bullshit I can take. All right, so you can clearly see that it's a beautiful relationship between Empress and Mustafa. As a matter of fact, the more you watch this dash camera, you see at one point that Mustafa, when he goes into the gas station, when he comes back, he's buying 5-year-old Empress a piece of candy. He's washing her hands. He's drying her hands as he's cleaning the windows with the squeegee. Empress is so responsive to Mustafa that she rolls up her window. I mean, it's a beautiful relationship, and you can tell from watching the dash camera. And if Mustafa was arguing with Dorothy, wouldn't you think that a 5-year-old would pick up on an argument? But we're clearly seeing that there is no argument. So far, I'm not seeing an argument. The prosecutor wants to tell you that there is an argument inside the vehicle. All right, so they're driving normal. He's driving speed limit. He's not reckless. All right, they're listening to music. The JBL light, when it goes back and forth, is consistent with how loud the music is.
This was on the way to her mother's grave, correct?
Her mother's anniversary. And from the forensic interview of the children, from the Google Nest video inside the apartment, it's Dorothy that woke Mustafa up, and she's the one that's asking Mustafa to take her to her mom's anniversary. In court, the prosecutor says something completely different. She said, no, Mustafa, I have a witness that Mustafa forced Empress, forced Dorothy, forced the kids to stay home only to crash it on purpose. That is not true. That's bullshit.
I heard the son in his in that video you posted where the son said no, that it was all the kids asked if they could stay home, and then the mom said it was okay.
The mother is asking the boys if they want to go, and the boys say, we don't want to go anywhere. And this is consistent. Yeah. This is on the dash camera. Yeah, but the prosecutor says that Mustafa is forcing the kids to stay home. So the prosecutor says the opposite of what the Google Nest video show in the apartment, what the child is saying in the forensic interview. She lies about the details of this case. He's driving normal. You see him turn into the 7-Eleven. I mean, and when you're watching this dash camera, the prosecutor wants to tell you that Mustafa is an aggressive driver. He's a reckless driver. Well, we're watching Mustafa drive.
I don't see him driving erratically or recklessly.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, when the prosecutor says that, she's not counting on the fact that you're going to watch the dash camera. This is a sealed dash camera. There is no way you can verify what the prosecutor is telling you because you don't have the dash camera. But unfortunately for her, we're sitting here and we're watching the dash camera. Now, Mustafa is seen to exit his vehicle, goes into 7-Eleven. Now, it's really interesting when you're talking about, she wants to tell you that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose. Well, hold on now. When I watch what Mustafa was doing inside 7-Eleven, I see that Mustafa is buying a cigarette and he takes out a coupon and he's using a coupon to save $2 off his pack of cigarette. You want to tell me that you're going to crash a vehicle on purpose? This is premeditated, but right before, like what is it, 10 minutes? Almost 15 minutes before, you're going to go buy yourself a pack of cigarette, save $2 off that pack of cigarette only to crash the vehicle 15 minutes later? What are we talking about? So let's watch what Mustafa is going through inside. I'm going to pause it at 13:51. So remember where we stopped. I'm going to go over to...
Can I can I go down and listen and schedule coming back up to re-ask questions? Because I genuinely do have to drop. I really do.
Look,
that's
you can
the truth.
Do whatever you want, ma'am. You can do whatever you want. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Thank you for listening. I'm going to tell you, if I get you trolling the case, I'm going to block you because I don't appreciate anybody blocking.
Okay, but you have to
trolling.
be, that's fair.
I don't have to
That's
do
a fair
anything, to be
boundary
honest
for
with
you to set.
Thank you for being
You're
here.
right.
Thank you for
Okay,
listening.
same.
Now you can run with this information. I'm going to continue to show this dash camera. You can watch it on your own. And if you choose to troll this case, hey, I can't control what you do.
Okie doke.
All right. As mysterious as they come in, as mysterious as they disappear. All right. So we're going to watch the 7-Eleven. There's a 7-Eleven video inside the... There's a 7-Eleven video inside... a CCTV video inside 7-Eleven that show you that Mustafa was buying cigarette and using a coupon to save $2 off his pack of cigarette. You're telling me that guy is going to crash his vehicle on purpose 15 minutes later? All right, so let's go over to the CCTV video.
Yeah, I mean, that literally proves he's thinking and considering his future. Like, if you're going to do something intentionally to yourself to not be here anymore, you are going to not consider your future. Like,
I mean,
that's
there's
just
so many-
Saving
literally.
money, you know? Saving
Yeah.
money.
You know, I'll tell you, at one point, you'll see that Mustafa is sitting there, not only cleaning with a squeegee, is cleaning his vehicle. And he's cleaning, and I'm watching the CCTV video from 7-Eleven, and I'm like, what the hell is he doing? He's got a squeegee, and he's removing the pollen off the hood of his vehicle. Removing the pollen off, like the top of the vehicle, the roof of the vehicle. He's removing the pollen off the hood. He's removing the pollen off the side of the vehicle. In April, and around, here in Virginia, in April, we have a lot of pollen. Like if you're driving here, your vehicle is going to be covered. You're telling me he cares so much about his vehicle that he's going to crash it 5 minutes later? Like, what are we talking about here? Like, and this is why the Commonwealth attorney sealed off the case. Because when you're watching the details of this case, let me show you what I'm talking about. This is a CCTV video of Mustafa when he first pulled in into... Well, before we go into the CCTV video, when he's washing and cleaning the vehicle with squeegee, let's watch the CCTV inside 7-Eleven. Now, this is inside 7-Eleven. And Mustafa is seen to enter 7-Eleven, and at one point, the cashier behind the register is giving Mustafa a hard time. He's not taking the coupon that Mustafa has, and Mustafa has to go through the original coupon, and he's pulling up the coupon. So when you zoom in, you will see the coupon, and we'll zoom in. I'm going to fast forward just a little bit to get to Mustafa. There's Mustafa right there. I'm going to rewind. Okay, there we go. That's Mustafa. Mustafa's at the register. Okay. And when you zoom in, on YouTube, you can actually zoom in really close, and you will see that's a Newport coupon. If you know anything about Newport, when you buy Newport, there's a coupon that will save you $2 off. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So that's, you can zoom in on YouTube, and it's clear, and you can clearly see that's a coupon that Mustafa is saving $2 off his pack of Newport. And you see the cashier behind the register is telling Mustafa, I can't take this coupon. And Mustafa is attempting to go into the original. Now, you want to tell me that guy is going to crash his vehicle on purpose 10 minutes later? What are we talking about? It's either this is consistent with it being premeditated or it's not premeditated. I'm watching a guy wash his vehicle, take out a coupon. So let's go into the CCTV outside the vehicle. And you're going to see that Mustafa is washing with a squeegee. This is Mustafa. This is Mustafa pulling into. You're going to see, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit to get to Mustafa. Oh, there we go. Thank God. All right, that's Mustafa's vehicle. You see that? That's the vehicle. That's Mustafa's vehicle. All right. Then you'll see him exit his vehicle, go into a 7-Eleven. Now, when he comes out, you'll see Mustafa do a couple of things. Inside the vehicle, the camera is going to show you that Mustafa is giving 5-year-old Empress a piece of candy. Mustafa is washing 5-year-old Empress's hands. He's drying off Empress's hands. He's with the squeegee cleaning her window. And then you see Mustafa with the squeegee removing the pollen off the whole entire vehicle. I'm going to fast forward to when Mustafa, we saw him inside 7-Eleven. So let's watch him coming out of 7-Eleven. See if I can get to Mustafa. Okay, that's Mustafa. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. There we go. That's Mustafa. And you see Mustafa is at one point grabbing napkins. I mean, when you go on YouTube, you can zoom in on Mustafa. YouTube will let you zoom in. You see that Mustafa is washing 5-year-old Empress's hands. He goes over and he gets napkin to dry off Empress' hands and began cleaning the vehicle. Not only he's cleaning the windows with the squeegee, no, he's cleaning the whole entire car, the roof, the hood. And then you're asking, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he using a squeegee for his vehicle? Because here in Virginia, we have a lot of pollen. Pollen covers your whole entire vehicle. So he's removing the pollen off his vehicle. But the question is, if he's crashing the vehicle, if his intention is to crash the vehicle on purpose, this is premeditated, why is he sitting there with a squeegee removing the pollen off his vehicle? Why is he sitting there using a coupon to save $2 off his pack of cigarette? Why is he cleaning his car? Why am I watching Mustafa giving Empress a piece of candy, washing her hands? I mean, the prosecutor is terrified because at one point, I mean, she sealed off this dash camera from everybody. She doesn't want anybody to see it. And this is why she doesn't want anybody to see this dash camera, because she wants to tell you that this is premeditated. She wants to tell you there's an argument inside the vehicle. And then we're watching a Mustafa. It's not consistent with someone that wants to crash a vehicle on purpose. The community is going to call her out on her bullshit. So what does she do? She sealed off the full dash camera. Now, it's getting to a point that now in court, she's filing for this dash camera to be entered conditionally into the record. What that means, she doesn't even want the jury to see the dash camera. She only wants the jury to see portions of the dash camera, pretty much take the dash camera out of context. She doesn't want the jury to see that Mustafa is washing his vehicle, is removing the pollen off his vehicle. She doesn't want the jury to see that Mustafa is giving Empress a piece of candy. She doesn't want the jury to see that Mustafa is washing Empress' hands. She doesn't want to see that she doesn't want the jury to see that Mustafa is drying. He gets napkins. He's drying 5-year-old Empress' hands. She doesn't want the jury to see any of those details. What she's doing, she wants to introduce this dash camera conditionally into the jury, that the jury is only going to see specific points, and she wants to bring a bullshit lip reader to tell the jury, look, Dorothy says, I want to get out of the car. Now, the problem with this is literally, if you rewind the dash camera, literally 30 seconds, you're going to see that Dorothy and Mustafa are passing back and forth a cigarette. And the question is, how does this make any sense? You're telling me when you're watching the dash camera, and let's go into the dash camera. Let's go back to the dash camera. We stopped at 13. So this is 13:51. That literally Mustafa and Dorothy are seen on dash camera to be passing back and forth a cigarette. sixth time. Now, the question is, how could they be arguing if they're passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times? This is where we stopped at. All right. This Mustafa gets out of the vehicle, goes into the 7-Eleven. And then you'll see that Dorothy began rolling. What she's rolling is hemp. You ask me, what are you talking about? It looks like weed. I tell you, I have the toxicology report from Mustafa. This is Mustafa's toxicology. So we'll come back to this one real quick. Let's just pull up the toxicology report so that way we're on the same page. So that way the conversation cannot be trolled. You can't troll this conversation. This is Mustafa's toxicology report. If you zoom in, you see that Mustafa, blood alcohol non-detected. Now, if you look at the THC, 0.0003. There is no drugs in Mustafa's system. So what we're watching here, go back to the dash camera, is that Dorothy is smoking hemp. Dorothy has cancer, and with her cancer, hemp helps her pain. So let's go back into the dash camera. We stopped at 1351. There we go. All right. So Mustafa exits the vehicle. Now, Dorothy is rolling up the hemp. And then when you're watching the dash camera, you'll see that Dorothy passes back and forth that cigarette 6 times. And this is what the prosecutor is terrified from. She's terrified that the community is going to see it. Now she's terrified that the jury is going to see it. She's in a really bad position here. I mean, how could you tell the jury that they're arguing with each other? How could you tell the jury that... Okay, so there we go. All right, there we go. So, all right, can you guys see this? All right, perfect. How could you tell the jury that they're arguing with each other when they're passing back and forth a cigarette? How could you tell the jury, bring them a bullshit lip reader? How could you bring them a bullshit lip reader and tell them that Dorothy wants to get out of the car when literally Dorothy is passing back and forth a cigarette? Before and after, this lip reader is bullshitting you into telling you that, hey, Dorothy said that she wants to get out of the car. Really? Let's rewind the dash camera. Literally 30 seconds, you're going to see her pass a cigarette. Let's fast forward the dash camera. 30 seconds, you're going to see her pass a cigarette back and forth to Mustafa. What the fuck is going on here? This prosecutor is caught with her tail between her legs. Oh, the brother stole the dash camera? Oh, fuck. Everybody is watching that I'm lying to them. So Dorothy is seen. She has in her hand is hemp. And at one point, I mean, this is where the bullshit. This is how they're bullshitting this case. The investigator puts in his police report, and he's telling everybody, by the way, that Dorothy began crying. Mustafa jerks the vehicle into oncoming traffic. Now, what you're going to see here, Mustafa is inside 7-Eleven. Dorothy begins to cry and then stops crying. By the time Mustafa comes back, he had no idea that she was crying. I mean, Mustafa doesn't know she was crying. I'm watching this camera. I don't know why she was crying. I mean, could it possibly be that it's her mother's anniversary and she's on her way to lay flowers on her mother's anniversary? But the investigator is going around telling everybody he's taking this portion of the dash camera. Remember, the dash camera is sealed. No one can see and verify what this investigator is going around telling everybody. Dorothy was crying. Mustafa jerks the vehicle into oncoming traffic. And when you watch this dash camera, no, you realize that Dorothy began to cry. Mustafa is already inside 7-Eleven. She begins to cry and then stops crying. By the time Mustafa comes back, he had no idea that she was crying. You see the JBL speaker in the background. when it goes back and forth, that means there is music playing. The faster it goes back and forth, it would mean the music is really loud. Now, pay attention to 5-year-old Empress in the back. That's a 5-year-old baby. This is the portion where Dorothy began crying. Pay attention that Mustafa is inside 7-Eleven. By the time he comes back, he had no idea she was crying. We don't know why she was crying. It's an emotional day for Dorothy. On top of it, Dorothy has cancer, and that's why she's smoking the hemp. It relieves her pain.
And I want to put it this way also.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the exact same day that I lost my son. Okay? So what she's doing here, crying, and you see these emotions on her way to her mother's grave, why would she not have that kind of face? The tears, the emotions. I have that when I go to my son's grave. Why would she not have that when she goes to her mother's grave?
Absolutely.
Everybody
it's an emotional...
wants to instantly assume and run with she's crying to get away. No, Dorothy wore the pants. Dorothy
absolutely.
would have snatched Empress up and walked the fuck away. So that motive is gone. I just wanted to say that because, like I said, you know, why wouldn't she be crying? She's going to her mother's grave, and everybody's turning it into, oh, she wants out, she's afraid. Bullshit.
I'm like that when I go to my dad's. I mean,
fuck.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, Mary Jo. You know, I'll tell you, and I mean, I'll tell you, Dorothy. Is so in her pocket. The police department found a bill in her pocket. So to sit here and claim that Dorothy is, I mean, what is the claim? I mean, Dorothy had every opportunity to take her child and leave. She has money in her pocket. She has a very strong personality. We watch it from the Google Nest inside the apartment and how she talks to Mustafa. Clearly, Dorothy wear the pants in their relationship. Now, I'm watching this. And if you go into the home videos, wait a minute, you find that Dorothy is the one that's asking Mustafa to take her to the cemetery. Now, like it's to a certain extent that you can only troll this conversation so much before the evidence speaks for itself. I mean, the forensic interview where Pharaoh says Mom and Mustafa were arguing. What were they arguing about? Because Mustafa didn't want to go anywhere. He woke up late. Dorothy, my mom, woke him up and is telling him to take her. Wait a minute. If Dorothy is being, how is it being forced and she's asking him to take her? Like, you can't have it both ways. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And when you continue watching this dash camera, you see that Dorothy is going to be passing the cigarette back and forth with Mustafa 6th time. I mean, this is why they're terrified. They're so terrified that they want to tell you that there is an argument. I mean, we're at 20 minutes and 8 seconds. Where is the argument? I mean, we're expecting a heated argument in this vehicle. They put it on NBC4. The brother said, what did the brother say? My sister was on the phone telling her friend that Mustafa is crashing the vehicle on purpose. Where the hell is your sister on the phone? You've lied on national television, and now we're watching a dash camera. This is, I'm going to rewind it just a little bit. This is the part where you see Mustafa enters the vehicle back from 7-Eleven. So, really quick, Dorothy was crying. She stopped crying. By the time Mustafa comes back, he had no idea that she was crying. Now, you see, I'm going to zoom in right here. You clearly see Mustafa is handing 5-year-old Empress a piece of candy. Now, here, 5-year-old Empress is seen to You see how they're, you see how 5-year-old Empress reach for the JBL speaker, and she's pressing the Bluetooth button so Mustafa can connect it with himself. I mean, you take a look at that, and they're clearly a beautiful relationship between Mustafa and 5-year-old Empress. Here, you see that Mustafa is washing 5-year-old Empress' hands. You see how 5-year-old Empress is gonna stick out her hand out the window, and then Mustafa has a water bottle and he's washing her hands. So if you zoom in, you're gonna see that Mustafa is washing 5-year-old Empress's hands. You see how she sticks out. You see how she sticks out her hands, waiting for Mustafa to wash her hands for her. I mean, you want to tell me that's not a beautiful relationship between Mustafa and 5-year-old Empress? Mustafa took on that father role in that baby's life. He's washing, you see. So there's a CCTV video also from the outside. If you zoom in, you'll see that Mustafa is using a water bottle to wash 5-year-old Empress's hands. And then later you'll see him that he'll go back to where the napkins are, grab a bunch of napkins to dry 5-year-old Empress's hand. He cares so much about Empress that he's sitting there drying her hands.
Can you scroll back a little bit? This is Rachel. Hi, sorry, I'm kind of new to this whole story, but
yes, ma'am.
Can you scroll back just a little bit in this video right before Mustafa gets out of vehicle to go into 7-Eleven?
All right.
I just want everybody I just want everybody to pay attention to her body language.
Yes, ma'am. So we're at 20. Absolutely. Rachel, thank you for being here. We're at 20 minutes and 46 seconds. Let's go back to where Mustafa.
I think it's around like 13. I think it's around like 13 minutes. I think it's right around there.
Hey, Amora, I want to say something real quick. I really love the attention that you're starting to get. There's 71 people in here. It's came a long way from two and a half years ago, brother.
I
Keep
appreciate
doing what you're doing.
God bless you, brother. Thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
being here. You've been here with us since the beginning. I love you, brother, and I appreciate you being here.
Yes, sir. I'm at work right now, but I'm still here.
Yes, sir. Thank you for being here. Rachel,
Okay,
this is what you're talking about.
Can you
I can zoom in really quick.
just zoom in and then go back just a little bit. I want everybody to watch her body shifting.
Absolutely. I mean, you're making a really good point, by the way. This is a really
But
good
you need
point.
Mustafa in the picture.
Yeah. So
Okay, now
this
just
is-
kind of watch it.
So
like-
he's pulling into 7-Eleven.
Yep. Watch her body language. See, she's leaning into him. She's leaning into him. She's not leaning away from him. She's leaning into him.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a really good point. You're talking about, they want to tell you that she's terrified, how is it? One, she's leaning into him. Her body language showed that it's a normal day for her.
Can you recenter it? We can't see Mustafa because we need to see Mustafa also too. There we go. See, he's got his arm reached over to her, and she's touching his arm with her elbow.
Exactly. Absolutely.
I mean, the body language is not, to me personally, now I'm just looking at just this one piece of it. I haven't seen the rest of it. But just from looking at this one piece of it, the body language itself is not showing that she is afraid of him in any way. So, and again, I mean, I haven't seen all the other stuff. I'm still very new to this whole story, and I appreciate you putting it out there. I know it can be very difficult, and I know you're very passionate about it because it's your brother, and I think it's just a tragedy all around, no matter what direction you want to look at it. But my own eyes, I went right to her body language, because the body language of people who are being abused is undeniable. Like, if you look at pictures of myself and my ex, my hand is always pushing him away in pictures. And it's not just my own personal experiences, but with other victims that I've worked with, they've shown me pictures, they've shown me videos. And you know, when you don't have context, you have to kind of rely on body language, because your body language is going to give away a lot.
Absolutely.
And it's not so much what you say, but it's how you behave. And I don't know if you've talked to the lawyer for your brother to, you know, get a body language specialist.
We're working on it. So
Yeah,
there's a
to
couple
help
of things
that.
that we're
Yeah.
working on. Apparently, this dash camera does have audio. It's in their internal documents. They admit there is audio. And what we're going to do is hire an independent expert to go in,
Yeah.
look at the SD card, and download the audio that they've been hiding for 2.5 years. Literally, there's a document where Officer Diamonds admit that this dash camera does, in fact, have audio.
Yeah.
Prince
But
William
absolutely, that's a
found
really
the
good
right
point.
family.
You make a really good point with the body language,
to
though.
expose these idiots, man. Prince
Yeah.
William County definitely picked the right family. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Gary, God bless
So
you,
I mean,
brother.
like I said, I'll be watching your story. I'll just be watching on the sidelines. I just want to pay attention to what's going on and what's happening. But like I said, I mean, just from this clip right here, I don't see where that narrative comes from the prosecution's office. Like I don't. It's not lining up for me. Just this picture right here.
Absolutely.
Something seems off. It wouldn't be the first time that police officers were caught doing something they shouldn't be doing. It happens all the time, but unfortunately you have to work 4 times harder to get that information out because you're working against the system. So I know it can be very difficult, but I like I said, I'll be watching it. If I change my mind or if I've got questions, I'll let you know, and I'll DM you and ask and ask whatever questions because I don't want to cause a
Ma'am,
a
I
ruckus
appreciate
if
you
we
being
ask a
here.
question
No,
and
I,
cause a
I, I
problem.
appreciate you being here. I appreciate you pointing out the details. And I'll tell you, it's been 2.5 years. I've never seen a Commonwealth attorney that's not interested in material facts of this case. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the Google Nest videos inside the apartment. We attempted to provide the Commonwealth attorney. There are days and days of Google Nest material inside the apartment that will show you that this is a beautiful relationship. The Commonwealth attorney threatens you with the sheriff office, and 2.5 years later pretends there is no Google Nest video. What are we talking about?
Yeah, something is definitely off. Just keep all I can tell you is just keep fighting to get the truth out, and just keep talking. I mean, that's all you really can do. Is you got your First Amendment rights, and that's your right to talk about this. This is your brother. He's lost his voice where he's sitting. He can't talk for himself and share his side of the story. And unfortunately, like I said in the very beginning, it's a tragedy all around. It's a tragedy no matter how you look at this. And it's very sad. It's just a very, very sad situation. But I just wanted to hop up and point that out. Just if nobody caught that or nobody saw that, I just wanted people to kind of see that.
I haven't caught that. I haven't caught that. And
I was looking at the body language and I was corrected.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. I mean, I'm looking at this dash camera, and I haven't caught that, and I'm looking at it. I'm absolutely, it's consistent. What Dorothy is leaning into Mustafa. I mean, you want to tell me that she's terrified? I mean, why is she leaning? The body language is not adding up.
Right. So now that I pointed that out,
Yes,
now
ma'am.
you're going to look at your own videos a little bit differently, and now you've got some more
Of course.
that you can go through and go back to the prosecutor, go back to the lawyers, do what you need to do. But yeah, but I'll be watching your story. But thank you for giving me space to talk. I'm going to go ahead and drop down.
Bye, Rachel.
Rachel, thank you for being here, ma'am.
time.
I appreciate you. Thank you
Thank
for being
you.
here. Yes, ma'am.
Good to see you, hon.
So you see that, okay, so we're, Mustafa's still at 7-Eleven, and we're waiting for Mustafa to come back. At one point, we saw Dorothy began to cry and then stop crying. Well, Mustafa is inside 7-Eleven. By the time Mustafa comes back, he doesn't even knew that she was crying. When Mustafa comes back, let's go back to, I mean, we're going over the dash camera again. Let's go back to the timestamp that we were at, where Mustafa is seen to be giving 5-year-old Empress a piece of candy. Timestamp 2046. Okay, this is Mustafa coming back from 7-Eleven. All right, we're here. Let's just keep going. Timestamp 1926. This is Mustafa. You see him come back into the vehicle. The first thing he does He's got a piece of candy for Empress. He opens the door, and he's handing 5-year-old Empress a piece of candy. He's pumping gas. He's putting gas in his vehicle. If he was going to crash the vehicle on purpose, why is he putting gas in the vehicle? Why is he saving $2 off his pack of cigarette with a coupon?
Right. Doesn't add up.
No,
exactly.
It doesn't add up at all.
They want to tell you that he hates Empress and Dorothy, but we're seeing on a dash camera that he's buying Empress a piece of candy? How does that make any sense?
This right here is what Prince William County doesn't want to see happen.
He's spoiling the hell out of that baby. The way he gives her the candy, the way he washes her hand. He loves 5-year-old Empress. And then she loves him back, and she's so responsive to him that she is pressing the button to connect to help him connect the Bluetooth. I mean, if he was arguing with her mother, you think that baby would be that responsive to Mustafa? Of course not.
They would be crying.
Exactly.
Fight.
Here, you'll see Mustafa is going to be washing 5-year-old Empress's hands. You see Mustafa from the back passenger window. 5-year-old Empress is sticking her hands out the window, and Mustafa with a water bottle. He's washing 5-year-old Empress's hands.
Washing 5-year-old Empress's hands. Washing 5-year-old Empress's hands.
UNICEF for every child.
All right, Mustafa goes back to where the napkins are, grabs a bunch of napkins, and you're going to be seeing Mustafa drying 5-year-old Empress's hands. I don't understand. The prosecutor tells you he hates Empress. Why is he so caring on this dash camera? I'm watching Mustafa care for Empress. I'm watching Mustafa take on the father role in this baby's life. But that's not what the prosecutor tells you. But she's also hiding this dash camera from you. Is this why the prosecutor is so terrified that this dash camera is released out to the community? You see 5-year-old Empress is going to be rolling the window so Mustafa can wash her window for her? That's consistent with someone that's arguing with her mother? Are you kidding me here? I mean, we're 22 minutes into this dash camera. The prosecutor is telling us there is an argument inside. There's a heated argument inside the vehicle. All we see, Mustafa, is wash the car, give Empress a candy. Now you see him with a squeegee. He goes over to the back driver's side, and he's with the squeegee. He's cleaning the car. And that's exactly, there's a CCTV outside from 7-Eleven that you clearly see what Mustafa is doing with the squeegee. How he's not only cleaning the windows, but he's also cleaning the roof. He's removing the pollen off the roof.
Excuse me, Amar. Tony.
Yes, ma'am.
Tony, 2 coins. Hit mute, please. Mute yourself, please, Tony.
I got it. Tony, thank you for being here. I'm going to mute you and let me know if you want to say anything. Feel free to unmute yourself. Mary Jo, thank you, ma'am. I mean, these are details that we're watching. And the question that keeps coming up, how is this premeditated? Why would he sit there and wash the car, wash the hood of the car, remove the pollen, buy Empress a piece of candy? I mean, look at Mustafa. This is Mustafa. What you're watching, this is Mustafa. This is a squeegee. With a squeegee, he's removing what exactly off the hood of his vehicle? Wait a minute. In April, there is pollen that covers your vehicle. So wait a minute. Why is this person that the prosecutor is telling us that he crashed the vehicle on purpose, premeditated this on purpose? We're watching him on a dash camera with a squeegee remove pollen off his hood, off his front hood. How does that make any sense? Unless she's bullshitting us. I mean, I'm watching a dash camera. Every piece of evidence on this dash camera. I mean, he spends over 10 minutes? Almost over 10 minutes just washing and removing pollen off his vehicle. This is Mustafa washing the trunk with the squeegee, removing, you can see through the back window. I mean, with the CCTV from outside, from the 7 CCTV video, you'll get a better bird eye view into what Mustafa is doing outside the vehicle. And with the squeegee, not only is he cleaning the windows, he's removing the pollen off the roof. I mean, they want to tell you that. Wait, hold on. I'm going to go back real quick. That Mustafa
Amar?
is... Yes, ma'am.
I am so sorry again. Call East when you're off. It's important.
Yes, ma'am. I'll call you. East.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. We're almost done, by the way. I mean, I just want to go over this dash camera. We've been going over 8 hours of a podcast. This is a nightmare. I mean, 8 hours of a podcast? I've never done a podcast that long. But I love everybody. I'm so happy that everybody's here. I'm just trying to show everybody what I have. I mean, this is what I'm dealing with. This is the file that I have. This is the file that I stole from the Commonwealth Attorney. I'm trying to give it to you so you can see it for yourself. This is Mustafa washing the top of the vehicle. This is Mustafa washing front windshield. I mean, he spends over 10 minutes just washing and removing pollen off his vehicle. This is, you see that? This is washing the side of the vehicle. I mean, this prosecutor wants to tell us that he premeditated. Why the hell is he removing pollen off his hood? Why is he removing pollen off his roof of the vehicle? And they want to tell you that Mustafa is abusive to Dorothy. Why is he cleaning the car for her? I mean, before she got in, he's perfuming her seat. He's perfuming his seat. He's perfuming 5-year-old Empress. See, this is Mustafa just removing pollen off his hood. Are you kidding me here? You want to tell me that this guy crashed a vehicle on purpose? What, 5 minutes later? We're at 26 minutes and 49 seconds. This dash camera is 36 minute and 50 second long. So literally, what are we looking at? 10 minutes later? You want to tell me that he crashed this vehicle on purpose? It's removing pollen off the hood of the vehicle. He's washing the back window. Wait, hold on now. Did you see how Dorothy is so comfortable that she smokes the hemp that she has in her hand? You see how she just, while Mustafa is washing the window, she's so comfortable that she began smoking that cigarette that she has. Watch Dorothy. I mean, is that body language consistent with someone that's terrified, that's someone that's not willingly be there? I mean, obviously, we know from the dash camera, from the Google Nest, that Dorothy, from the Google Nest, Dorothy is the one that's asking Mustafa to take her to her mother's anniversary. So the whole thing with the prosecutor tells that Mustafa is forcing Dorothy to be in there. That's bullshit. And that's why they're terrified from the Google Nest video. They're terrified from their own they're from their own forensic interview where the children are saying it was Dorothy's idea. She asked Mustafa to take her to her mother's anniversary. Mustafa didn't want to go. Wait a minute. But you're charging him with premeditated? How does that make any sense?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It really doesn't. The only way they can get away with this is by sealing off the file and just telling you, we're the government. Go to sleep. You're going to trust and take our word for it because we are the government. What are you talking about? And then when you steal the file from the government and release it on the internet, they've lied about the whole thing. The only way they're getting away with doing what they're doing is because there is no media coverage. The file was sealed. There's no media coverage. And they're just hoping that no one is watching what they're doing behind closed doors. You see here, Dorothy, the 5-year-old Empress, is helping Mustafa connect the Bluetooth speaker. You want to tell me that baby is being abused when she's so responsive to Mustafa?
You want to tell me that baby
if I was,
is being abused?
I'm going to ask you. There we go. You see how that baby just connects the speaker for Mustafa? I mean, I'm watching a beautiful relationship between Mustafa and 5-year-old Empress. I'm watching what's consistent with someone that takes on the father figure into that baby's life. Otherwise, if Mustafa was abusive, if Mustafa was arguing with her mother, you think that baby is going to sit there and entertain the idea that I'm going to press this button for you? No, hell no. But instead,
and would she be calmly smoking her cigarette, giving him directions? Because we've seen that video, correct?
Absolutely.
She gives him directions, holding the cigarette, hitting it, passing him. At one point, I can swear that she's got the cigarette in her left hand, but she makes a right hand turn signal, so he does. I mean, this is absolutely horrendous and bullshit.
Absolutely.
In Prince William County, I don't give a fuck who's listening. They know they're corrupt. They're caught corrupt. They probably drug their families into being corrupt. And their day is coming. I don't give a shit if they're local to me or not. They're done.
Mary Jo, absolutely what they're doing here is disturbing. We're watching. I mean, this is where Dorothy gives Mustafa the cigarette. There are 6 times that Dorothy passes back and forth a cigarette back and forth between her and Mustafa. I mean, they tell you that they're arguing, but then when we're watching the dash camera, we're watching that they're passing a cigarette back and forth. Here, they're driving, so they already passed a cigarette back and forth once. There, you see that JBL speaker in the background. That's when the light goes back and forth. That means they're listening to music. The faster it goes, the music. That's how loud the music is. Here, you can clearly see that Dorothy is giving Mustafa direction. You see how she gestures with her hands? She said, "Keep going forward." I'm going to rewind it really quick. Now, they're telling you that Dorothy is telling Mustafa, "I want to get out of the car." What are we talking about? Look at how she gives him direction. He's trying to give her the cigarette back, and she tells him, "Keep going straight." You see how she gestures in her hands? That's Dorothy giving Mustafa directions. Now, I'm going to go back. Let's watch it one more time. All right. So Mustafa is giving her the cigarette back. She gives him direction. Keep going straight. This is the second time that they're passing the cigarette. Mustafa passes the cigarette to Dorothy, back to her. I mean, at one point where they're passing the cigarette back and forth, Mary Jo, I mean, this is so disturbing. I see that Dorothy feels Mustafa's fingers as she grabs the cigarette from Mustafa. That's how much Dorothy loved Mustafa. I mean, it's body language. Here, Mary Jo, here, you clearly see that Dorothy is giving Mustafa directions. The second time, Mustafa is clearly asking her which way. Did you see that? I'm going to zoom in on Mustafa. I mean, you don't need to be a lip reader expert to lip read what Mustafa is doing here. What is Mustafa telling Dorothy? Is he not telling her which way? And then she's going to gesture, giving him direction? Which way? I'm going to zoom in a little bit further. Okay. All right. This is Mustafa. Which way? He's asking her for direction. And then she gestures, keep going straight.
I have one thing to say.
Yes, ma'am.
As a smoker and been married to the same man for 49 years,
yes, ma'am.
We shared cigarettes often. I never would have not, if I was mad at him, never would have shared a cigarette with him.
Amen, girl. Shit,
absolutely.
He can get his own.
Absolutely.
Sorry. Bullshit on the whole goddamn theory.
Yep.
I'll be quiet now.
Get his own.
Absolutely. Ma'am, I'm glad you is talking about the details of this dash camera. I mean, I'm watching this. I mean, I'm horrified beyond word. I'm watching this. I mean, there is
She's
no
not
way.
angry at all. That woman is actually in love with that man, and you can tell. Now, why is she crying? Because it's the anniversary of her mother.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I just lost my husband a year ago. I know what that hurts like. So there you go.
Absolutely. I mean, it's an emotional day for Dorothy. She's on her way to her mother's anniversary. She's about to lay flowers on her mother's anniversary. Compound that with Dorothy having cancer, and this is why she's smoking hemp. I mean, and then when you're watching this is Dorothy giving him a stop. I mean, look, she's gesturing, giving him directions. Now, hold on. You know, I'll tell you, the prosecutor got herself a lip reader, and she's telling you that here, Dorothy
those cameras have audio, so I don't see why they're doing that.
I'll wait until you read the document in the file that it says that they have the audio. Officer Zymus,
Then they ought to release it.
this is what we're doing. You know, I'll tell you what we're doing here is they're pushing back on every effort for us to hire an independent expert. By law, we're allowed to hire an independent expert, specifically when the documents say that Officer Zymus has the audio. Officer Zymus is digital forensic with Prince William County Police Department. In the internal filing, Officer Zymus admit that this dash camera audio capability is on, and there is an audio track. So hold on, where is the audio? So wouldn't you think you can hire an independent expert to go in and download this audio? So they have the audio, and they're terrified that Mustafa is going to hire an independent expert to go in and download the audio. They mute. I mean, we're going to go back. I want to really quick narrate these details. They have the audio. It's in their internal documents in the file that they sealed from the community. I mean, they put a document in there that they have the audio, but this is a file that is sealed off. The Commonwealth attorney don't want anybody to see. Well, I have it now. I've leaked it on the internet. And once we're done with this dash camera, I'm going to show you the document. I've already posted it, but I want to go over this document. And someone, for the love of God, explain to me, how could they just lie about the details of this case? Your police department is admitting that they have the audio, but the Commonwealth attorney wants to sit there and tell you we don't have the audio, and I'm going to go and hire a lip reader? What do you mean? I'll tell you, her lip reader here wants to say that Dorothy says, I want to get out of the car. Really? Dorothy wants to say, I want to get out of the car? Is she not gesturing, giving him directions? So you find yourself a bullshit lip reader that's clearly on your payroll. They want to enter this dash camera into, conditionally enter this dash camera. What that means, they don't want the jury to see when Dorothy is gesturing directions. They don't want to see when Dorothy is passing Mustafa a cigarette. They want to chop up this dash camera and make a narrow window where they only introduce a couple of seconds into the jury and bring you a lip reader, put them on the stand and say, here's Dorothy said, I want to get out of the car. Well, rewind this dash camera. Literally 30 seconds, you're going to see her pass a cigarette. Literally fast forward this dash camera. You're going to see Mustafa and Dorothy passing back and forth a cigarette. Dorothy giving him direction. This is the third time that Dorothy give Mustafa direction. So here Dorothy gives Mustafa the cigarette. So here she passes the cigarette to Mustafa. I mean, we're 32 minutes into this 36-minute dash camera. They're telling us there is a heated argument inside the vehicle. This is the whole foundation of their case.
Not a heated argument, trust me.
Where is this heated?
No argument there.
There's no argument inside this vehicle. I mean,
you can actually see two arms touching, even in a normal vehicle, and normally most people will divide themselves away from each other. They're getting closer.
Absolutely. It's body language. Their elbow, they're leaning into each other. Yes, ma'am. This is Mustafa.
I'll get down now. Y'all have a good night.
Ma'am, I love that you're here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. And thank you for talking about what's going on here and shedding light Please let me know if you want me to bring you up. And God bless you, ma'am. Thank you for doing everything you do. This is the 5th time that they're passing back and forth the cigarette. This is Dorothy giving Mustafa, passing the cigarette to Mustafa. This is Mustafa. Pass the cigarette back to Dorothy, and pay attention to how Dorothy takes that cigarette from Mustafa. Is she not feeling his finger as she's grabbing that cigarette? I mean, let's watch that one more time. I mean, watch her finger. Watch how she takes that cigarette from Mustafa's hand. She's feeling his fingers as she's getting the cigarette. Now, April here, April is when you're in Dumfries area, there is a lot of sun glare. If you're driving on that road, there's a blinding sun glare. You'll see Mustafa put on his sunglasses. There is blinding sun glare. So if you're from the Dumfries area, you'll know what I'm talking about, especially if you're headed in that direction on Dumfries Road. You can't see anything out of that windshield. So Mustafa is seen to be wearing glasses. Here, you'll see that Dorothy is tapping on, you see, I mean, watch her finger. I mean, I'm going to zoom in. You see how Dorothy is getting frustrated? What she's getting frustrated over is that they're on their way to their mother's anniversary. She's getting frustrated. They're going to be late. They're not going to let her go in and put flowers on her mother's grave. Watch her finger. Watch her finger. You see this? She's going to start tapping the door. Okay. All right. I'm going to zoom out. All right. All right. And you'll see that Mustafa is, she's getting frustrated. It seems that Mustafa is telling her there's nowhere to go. There's traffic. There's nowhere to go. Okay. See how they're stuck in traffic? Okay, Dorothy is getting frustrated. They're not going to make it. She wants to put flowers, lay flowers on her mother's grave. On Instagram, she put out a post. She said, "I will never be late again." So here she is, stuck in traffic. She's going to be late. They're not going to let her in and put flowers on her mother's grave. She's frustrated. Mustafa is looking at Dorothy. There's nowhere to go. And then you'll see that when you're watching the dash camera, he's driving normal. He's not speeding. There's a vehicle in front of him, and he's trying to pass that vehicle in front of him. They're listening to music, that JBL speaker in the background, when it goes back and forth. Now, when the accident happened, the witnesses will tell you the music was really loud. I mean, are you telling me that the music is loud, they're listening to music, but yet are arguing? You're telling me that 5-year-old baby in the background is not going to pick up on her mom's boyfriend arguing with her mother? What are you talking about?
I have a question.
Yes,
How
yes,
do they
ma'am.
know the music's really loud if they say there's no sound?
Well, no. The witnesses, the first police officer that responded to this vehicle accident is Officer Andy Margiotto. He said my body cam was on, rolling, and the music was really loud. So,
But then how are they talking to each other?
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, absolutely. You know, I mean, that's a good point.
And let's not
but
forget.
Yeah,
The
I mean-
brother lied on national TV and said she was on the phone wanting to get out the whole time. Where's she on the phone one time?
Absolutely.
One time, where's she on the phone?
Absolutely. I mean, that's
He
a
lied.
flat out lie. He said that my sister was on the phone telling her friend that Mustafa crashed the vehicle on purpose. I'm watching this. Mustafa is stuck in traffic. Dorothy is getting frustrated. There is nowhere to go. And she's telling him, she's giving him direction. Like, we're going to, like, you know, as if, you know, she's giving him direction forward. I mean,
I mean, they're talking to each other right there.
Where is the
If
argument?
the music was too loud,
Exactly.
they wouldn't be talking. You wouldn't be able to hear each other.
I mean, they're telling you there's a heated argument.
Yeah, none of this stuff makes sense that they're trying to say.
They really need to get back on the news and retract the statement from the brother if they haven't already.
Absolutely. I mean, you're telling the whole entire community that you're the brother and Mustafa did this on purpose. What do you mean? I mean, if I didn't know anything about this case, I will believe you. You're the brother, but then you find out the brother doesn't know Mustafa, doesn't know anything about Mustafa. He doesn't know anything about his sister. He's not in his sister's life.
Correct.
Wow.
I mean, look at that baby in the background. That baby is not, I mean, if there was an argument, the baby would pick up on the argument. I mean, you're talking about a 5-year-old baby. This is right before the dash camera cuts off. No, wait. There's more to this dash camera. Hang on. All right. So this is where the accident happened. All right. So I'm going to rewind that portion. And then that's pretty much the whole dash camera. So you see that Mustafa and Dorothy are stuck in traffic. Dorothy began being frustrated. And there's nowhere to go. I mean, where is he? I mean, where is he supposed to go? There's traffic. Okay? He's not speeding. There's traffic. He's stuck in traffic. And his girlfriend is getting frustrated. They're going to be late. They're going to close the cemetery. She can't lay flowers. And then, like, where is the argument? Where is the heated argument? They said there is an argument inside the vehicle, that this dash camera is going to show you that they're arguing. Where?
Yeah, that definitely does not look like an argument.
I mean, no wonder the Commonwealth attorney is so terrified to release this dash camera. She's terrified because you're going to see the details. You're going to see there is no argument. They're literally passing back and forth a cigarette 6 times. She's giving him direction. I mean, you expect the way they talk about it. When you open this dash camera, you think that they're like fist fighting. There's an argument. There's a heated argument. The way they dramatized it on national television. Julie Carey, when you listen to Julie Carey over the on NBC4, she tells you there's a heated argument inside the vehicle. Where is this?
Like any argument I've ever been in with my husband.
Man, this and I'll tell you, if this is an argument, this is the most French, sophisticated argument I've ever seen. What are we talking about? And then here you see Mustafa is attempting to pass the vehicle in front of him. Clearly, there is no argument inside the vehicle. They're not arguing. Mustafa is attempting to pass the vehicle in front of him. Here, there is nowhere to go. You see that vehicle hits the brake, puts him in a position that he can't get back into traffic. I mean, if you were in that position, you're trying to pass a vehicle in front of you, and then you find yourself in a position where you took the wrong lane. There is nowhere to go. Where are you supposed to go? You end up in oncoming traffic, by the way. The road curves.
2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
2 questions.
Yes,
when
ma'am.
they're coming up to the light,
Yes, ma'am.
and he has to get into the left lane, did that car in front of him not hit their brakes first? Was there not brake lights and
There
he
is
went
brake light.
around the stopped car?
You see that you're talking about the vehicle on his right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, okay, keep going. Now, right here, aren't those brake lights and he has to go
Absolutely.
next, or am I tripping?
Absolutely. I think that vehicle, what that vehicle did, at one point, it just blocks him. I mean, there's nowhere to go. I mean, he's driving.
He
he's
couldn't
attempting.
go anywhere.
There's nowhere to go. I mean, I'm
You
trying
see
to
that
put
light
myself.
bar, wouldn't let him in either.
Absolutely.
And for people that don't know this street, this left-hand turn lane is the stupidest thing because it's actually a U-turn lane.
And East is asking for a box, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, I sent this to my friend Frankie right there. He was a
Thank
CO
you.
here in Missouri.
Yes, ma'am.
So when y'all were talking about the injuries that happened to him in jail,
Yeah.
and how they went in without, without a shield when they were doing cell extraction or whatever, and he got injured. That's why I sent that to Frankie. He could probably shed some light on that too.
Ma'am, I appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here.
Like he was an instructor. He was an instructor for cell extraction.
I'll tell you. Speaking on that note, a lot of people would walk away from the conversation that I engage in. That I'm talking about the police. I'm talking about correctional officer, and I remind people that most of the police officer, the majority of the police officer in Prince William County, Manassas Park, Stafford County, are correctional officers. Our sheriff department, the majority put their life on the line, swore an oath to protect this community. They serve and protect this community. What I'm talking about is specific files on specific police officers. And what I'm simply saying here is that we have to have accountability. I've got evidence that these police officers engaged in police misconduct. And misconduct is absolutely, ma'am. And misconduct is a very polite word to describe what these officers are doing. I mean, every police report is falsified. The whole entire case is sealed. Children that are weaponized. Evidence that is being tampered with. I mean, this dash camera, you see that it cuts off before impact. Wait a minute. Where is the rest of the dash camera? And then you have, it's disturbing.
It's obvious prosecutorial misconduct, period.
Very much so.
This is an 8-hour podcast.
Nice.
I'm tired.
I know.
But I'm also,
brother, I haven't met you.
Yes, sir.
I don't really know the whole detail of the case and all that.
Is that
all I know is you met my number one fan, Brittany Ann.
Craig, thank you for being here. I'm your number one fan, sir. I've watched some of the videos that East post and reposted, and I don't know how you do it, but I'll tell you, you have a very strong personality, and you're in my prayers, sir. Thank you for being here.
Hey, I appreciate you, and I want you to know yours and mine. You and your family, man. I don't know the whole story, but I know that it being your brother, you're doing listen. I applaud you for what you're doing for your brother, man, and that just shows your heart and how much you love your family, and that says a lot about you. And,
I appreciate you, sir.
I really, really do hope that you are able to get in contact with the Innocence Project. I really do.
Me, my sister,
I got some exciting news.
Yes, ma'am.
There's a young lady. She's a criminal defense attorney here on TikTok. She goes by the name Legally Alley. Y'all can look her up if you want to write that down. She wants to have a conversation with you. Oh, man. She said she would do everything in her power. She said she would even, on her dime, hire a PI and an attorney in Virginia. So she can work with you because she would need a sponsor in Virginia as well. But she would love to have a conversation with you if you're willing to do that.
Ma'am, I'll look forward to the conversation. I can't thank you enough for coordinating that. I mean, it's an answer to a prayer. I mean, I'm sitting here. I'll be honest with you. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I mean, I can't even describe what I'm going through in words. I gotta go out and fucking DoorDash to make and fucking meet. I'm sitting here. I mean, I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I mean, I'm doing the best I can to what I'm doing for my brother. But I'll tell you, I have a relationship with the Lord above, and I ask him and I tell him, why am I watching what I'm watching and what is going on here? Next thing you know, I have the whole entire file. I have the whole entire file that they can no longer falsify my brother's case. And all of a sudden, I'm watching a number of people that is listening to what I'm talking about. And I'll tell you, this is the Lord at work. You're here. Mary Jo is here. Jen, everybody's here. I love everybody that's here. Thank you for being here and shedding light. This is a nightmare. This is not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to exist in our community. Our community is supposed to be safe. There has to be accountability. But then when you have government official doing everything they can to protect police misconduct, that's a safe community. That's accountability. I mean,
it just sounds to me like the prosecutor's trying to make a name for herself with this case, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, this prosecutor is so terrified to put the evidence on the record. She tells you Mustafa is guilty, but she's the one terrified that this vehicle accident is going to get reconstructed. She's terrified that there's an independent expert that's going to go in and look at the SD card and the dash camera that they're in possession of. Wait a minute. I thought Mustafa was supposed to be terrified. I mean, I don't get it. I thought you said Mustafa premeditated, did this on purpose. Why is he screaming, telling you, reconstruct my car, reconstruct my vehicle, download the audio? There is no argument. We were not arguing. Oh, the prosecutor goes and seal off the file, puts Mustafa in solitary confinement, deny him bond. Now, you can't hear about the story. The media is not telling the story. All the media is doing is they're telling you the narrative that's coming out of the police department. Well, they're no longer talking about Mustafa. Oh, wait a minute. The file is on the internet. They can't come out and troll the conversation the same way they used to do before the file hit the internet. You've got body cams, document that the minute you want to repeat what you used to say, the community is going to call you out on your bullshit. The community is going to start Googling Mustafa Al-Jazari. They're like, and then all these body cams are going to come out. So they're in a position where they are absolutely fucked. And it's only a matter of time before we get justice for Mustafa. We get justice for his girlfriend, 5-year-old Empress. I mean, when you look at this case, why was Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress not medevaced? Did someone make the wrong call? Well, we're going to get to the bottom of it because a 5-year-old baby is put in an ambulance an hour away during rush hour. That makes sense? That makes sense to anybody?
No, it didn't make sense that he got flown and they didn't.
I mean,
And if she was afraid for her life, why did she never have her seatbelt on?
Absolutely.
She wasn't.
I mean,
Listen,
why-
there's cameras before this happened. The night before they were having a water gun fight.
I saw that.
She wasn't
I'm gonna
getting
show
fucking
you.
peed on. It's all false fucking shit. Literally, I'm sorry for cussing, but it's a lie.
Ma'am, I don't blame you. I mean, I don't blame you for saying
And I've
everything that
been
you're
following
saying.
this case for over a year.
I have.
So, Brittany, I've watched the shit you haven't watched.
This is East. This is the Google Nest inside the apartment that shows it's a beautiful relationship. Those children loved Mustafa, and Mustafa is in a position. He took a role as a father figure in those children's life. Dorothy, when Mustafa met Dorothy, Dorothy was living in a van with her kids in and out of hotels. Mustafa falls in love with this girl, and then they start moving up. Next thing you know, they have an apartment and the Google Nest in the video. You don't have to take my word for it. I mean, this is the Google Nest inside the apartment. I mean, the Commonwealth attorney is now terrified because there is a Google Nest video. I've never seen a Commonwealth attorney that charges someone with premeditated M1 and is not interested in Google Nest videos inside the apartment. This is the Google Nest video inside the apartment. And I have the day of the vehicle accident, the day before the day of the accident. I have April 5th, April 4th, April 3rd. And it shows that
It's a beautiful family.
It's a beautiful family.
Yeah, Augie did a great job posting that.
I love her video. As a matter of fact, let's play. Let me play her video, and we'll end the podcast on that
I'm gonna
note.
say this real quick.
Yes, ma'am.
Even Brittany making her trolling videos, it's still going to
Oh,
bring more light
absolutely,
on your brother's
absolutely. I
situation.
cannot, I cannot wait for Brittany's videos. See, the problem that they have is before I gained access into these files, when you troll the conversation, I mean, what am I gonna say? I'm gonna tell you my brother is a good guy. My brother didn't crash the vehicle on purpose. This is a vehicle accident. What is my evidence?
My brother didn't crash the vehicle.
But this
on purpose.
conversation,
This
this
is
conversation
Mute.
is.
What is my evidence?
Show me that mute.
No, you're good. I got it. You know, this conversation has taken a shift. What does that mean? I'm not sitting here telling you you should listen to me, you should hear, you should believe, take my word for it. I'm absolutely telling you, do not take my word for anything that I say. I'm telling you, I'm giving you the body cams, I'm giving you the documents, I'm giving you the material facts of this case, the material facts that the Commonwealth attorney is supposed to give you. And I'm telling you, this is what they're doing in this case. They falsified this case. This is a car accident. This is the evidence. You don't have to take my word for it. Go look at the evidence yourself.
I want to tell you this. Christina went into a live with 5K. This is why she's pissed at me. She went into a criminal live, where they just, do investigations, cover cases, what legally Allie does on here.
Yes, ma'am.
And she went in there trying to tell them about your brother, and I came in the box and told the truth, and they kicked her out of the live. So she ran to Brittany. She ran to Brittany.
That makes sense.
I mean, absolutely.
And it may be God. It may be God placing us all over here now because we're done with our battle. Maybe it's God.
East. It is God, because you want to know why? This started, you protected me from her. You protected me from being attacked for sticking up for Mustafa, remember?
Yeah.
And then they started coming after you.
And I even told y'all I had to fix up with Craig, and I'd come back. Well, I'm back.
Yep, and
so
I
that's,
thank
that's
you.
all there is to it, young man. I'm back.
I thank everyone that's on here tonight from East's family. I know you're my family, and Aveline, I see you have my back too. I love you guys. I love all of you for being here tonight, almost the full 8 hours, and listening to this. Because if it wasn't for me being attacked, East sticking up for me, and then East getting hit, the public wouldn't have gotten to know this much. This is godly intervention.
And I want you to know, you and your family,
Absolutely.
I want you to know that y'all have got some mighty pair of lawyers on your side right now.
I appreciate you, and I look forward to talking to these individuals, and I appreciate you facilitating these conversations. I mean, I can't thank you enough. You, East, Mary Jo, Craig, and Tony, and everybody here that is here shedding light on. I mean, at the end of the day, what are they doing in the Mustafa? And this is where it gets disturbing. This is where it gets terrifying. I mean, you want to talk about censorship, you want to talk about misconduct, you want to talk about a community that's not safe. Where is the media? Where is the media? Where is our local media? Why are they not talking about this? Oh, it's complete censorship. Oh, we're talking about police officer that engaged in falsifying police reports. I mean, if this is not shedding light on a community that's not safe,
and prosecution hiding evidence.
I'll tell you, everything that I'm watching everything that's happening, the Lord himself has his hands everywhere. I have the file. I mean, we're going to get Mustafa justice. We're going to get his girlfriend justice. We're going to get 5-year-old Empress justice. What they're doing, they think they can just hide the file, put Mustafa in solitary, deny him bond. Oh, there is no Mustafa. No one can hear from Mustafa. And yet, I'm watching everybody here. His file is all over. You want to tell me that's not a miracle? This is the miracle. I want to leave everybody on a note. I want to thank East. I want to thank Mary Jo. I want to thank Dogs with, I'm butchering your name. I want to thank Craig for being here. Jen, Tony. Which one is it? What's the?
Yaya is the second box.
I'm Yaya.
We just saw the Dogs with Harley show me
Yeah,
Show
thank you for
me.
being here. I want to thank, is it Ultra? I want to thank Becky. I want to thank the mother of Mustafa Al Jazari. If you see the
Oh,
username,
young lady, I
mother
seen her.
of,
God bless
yes,
you,
ma'am.
young lady. I seen her. God bless you, young lady.
I want to thank Gary. I want to thank Missy, Casey, Becky, and everybody that I'm missing here. Bustos, everybody that I missed. Thank you for being here. And I want to thank Augie for making this beautiful documentary. By the way, I can only do so much when we're talking about putting out the information. A lot of time, it's not easy because there is so much information, and being able to articulate the details is not easy. You'll see me at one point jump from one point to another point because it's a lot of information. And I can't thank everybody enough for being here and asking questions and putting out these videos that will take the information, articulate it in a way where it becomes a small documentary that tells a story. So, Augie, I want to thank you for putting this video. I've never seen a video that hit the nail right on the head better than that video. I mean, I watched that video yesterday. I went to my mom, Mustafa's beautiful mother, and I told her, Mom, the community is listening.
It'll be a lot of those videos. They'll
I love
start
you,
pushing
man.
out more videos of your brother. Try to get the word out to more people. Call me tomorrow after 10 a.m. I messaged in my number. I also got yours, but we need to have a couple of phone calls.
Well, listen.
Yes, sir. I definitely will call you.
I don't. And I'm glad to hear that you got your faith in the Lord, man, because I'm going to tell you that's the only thing that's going to get you through it. As far as Brittany goes, don't pay no attention to her. She's a joke.
Oh,
she just
absolutely.
looking for attention. She'll eventually get back on me. I wish she would because I need her to. And
You're like, you can have her.
But,
I'm glad. That's
you all, but you're more than welcome. You can have my platform, whatever you want to do with it. And if y'all want me to push videos out, whatever, I will. So,
thank you. I appreciate everybody, y'all,
God
for
bless
coming
you,
in,
brother.
showing love. Thank y'all, everybody.
I appreciate you. God bless you for saying that. Thank you for being there, and thank you for saying what you're saying. I have no problem dealing with Brittany. Trust me, I don't care. I've been dealing with a bigger monster. Her name is Evelyn Horton, the wife of the investigator Stephanie Claiborne Drum, for 2.5 years. I mean, Brittany, compared to everything that I've been dealing with, I mean, I'm literally dealing with individuals that are literally coming out of the police body cams. I mean, imagine living that nightmare. You're on the internet.
Brittany's light work compared to Christina Ward. She's psycho. She is psycho. I mean, threaten your family, psycho.
You know, I'll tell you. You know, it's a blessing in disguise, if that makes any kind of sense. Because when you trolled the conversation before, there's nothing I can do. But now that the file is on the internet, the more you troll the conversation, the more people are going to be asking questions. They're going to go over to the body cam. They're going to go over to the dash camera. They're going to go into the Google Nest videos, and they're going to find out that these people are trolling them. So I think in a way the Lord is the Lord is at work. So I want to leave everybody on a note where we're watching the video that Augie made yesterday. It's a beautiful video. It hits the nail right on the head. And I want to thank everybody for being here. This is almost a 9-hour podcast. I don't think I've ever went that long on a podcast in a fucking suit. So I'm actually proud of myself for being
I am too. I thought he was going to for sure take the button off when Brittany was in here. I was like, come on, just take the button off.
I thought the tie was going to come flying off.
Me
That is
too.
funny. That is funny. That I actually enjoyed the conversation, if that makes any kind of sense. To a certain extent, we were able to tread along the conversation, and I appreciate that. So if anything came out of that,
that's the thing. So let her run her mouth. Let her make her video. She's just drawing more attention to it, and that's good. I mean, you know, she's. I've lost nothing from what she's put on me. You know what I mean?
Brother,
the Lord's protected me on everything. I didn't lose anything.
I'll tell you, Yes, sir. I watch your videos and I felt your pain because I've been dealing with it. I've been dealing with it with the wife of the investigator on the internet, trolling the conversation. I've been dealing with Evelyn Horton, aka Amy Hodson, Christine Ward. So I felt your pain, and all I can do watching those videos that East was reposting is pray for you, sir. And it's sad. It's really sad when you're looking at a tragic story. I mean, this is really sad. I mean, everything that I'm watching, how it's painful. It's nothing but pain.
Is. You know, it in the beginning it was horrible. Now I find it kind of amusing. But but I will tell you, I went to my lot today to work and had two young people recognize me off TikTok, and they both was like, what are you doing? And I said, I'm working, man. And they was like, we've watched you on TikTok. We was just talking about you and whether or not it was you, and your neck tattoo gave it away. We had to pull your TikTok up. And they was like, I don't know how you ain't done off this B, right? The thing is
Allie's here.
She's done nothing but give me more attention. She's gave me, and I get messages all the time of people saying, hey, what can we do? Sorry you're going through that. Because, and she'll do the same thing with you. She'll do the same thing with her brother. She'll come in, she'll make videos, she'll run her mouth. Then people's going to get more interested in truth because her truth is about as far as your pinky, bro. And people know that now. They know that nothing about her. You have to investigate anything she says. And people know that. So they're going to do their own investigating. And it's just going to draw more attention to your brother. And that's what you need. So I'd say give her, hell, wear it out. Rick.
Hell, I'll jump on this roller coaster any day. So
Legally Allie is here.
Yeah, say that one more time.
Legally Allie, the one East was talking about.
Allie.
I just saw her. She's in here.
Allie, thank you for being here. This is the person that you were talking, ma'am. Thank you for being here. I look forward to having a conversation with you. I look forward to sharing the details of this case. I have a YouTube channel under Not Another Boring Podcast, and I've uploaded all the body cams. I've uploaded all the material facts out of this case. The Commonwealth Attorney is sealing and hiding this entire case. I've managed to gain access, and I stole the file from the Commonwealth Attorney, and I'm leaking now. I put it on YouTube under Not. I look forward to talking to you and giving you the details, so that way you see the nightmare that we're dealing with for the past 2.5 years. So, ma'am, thank you for being here. Now,
so let's show that video and get off here.
All right. Yes, ma'am. On that note, we're almost into a 9-hour podcast, so I think absolutely it's a good idea to conclude and end this podcast. Let me pull up the video. This is a video that Augie put out yesterday. It's a beautiful video that shed light onto what is going on in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. And when you're watching this video, the child in the Google Nest video, that's Tanisha Coleman's child. That's the person that Christine Warda, Amy Hodson, is telling everybody that she said that Mustafa urinated on his girlfriend. Then how is it that you have your 8-year-old child and 10-year-old child in this person's apartment? She's lying.
Can you put yourself in the big box, sir?
Oh, yeah. All right, I got you. So when you're watching this video, Christine Warda, Amy Hodson, her favorite thing is to come out and say, Mustafa, the discovery says Mustafa urinated on his girlfriend. And what she's quoting is Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor. Tanisha Coleman, the Google Nest video showed that her 8-year-old child, her 10-year-old child, she has 2 kids, on the day of the accident, the day before, and the day before, are spending their spring break at Mustafa's apartment, at Dorothy's apartment. So my question to everybody that sits there and listen to, what's her name? Now she wants to call herself Shiza Ejayashi. Let me pull up the... this is on the body cam. You'll see her on a police body cam. You don't have to take my words for it. Go into YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast, Exhibit 39. You'll hear her voice on a police body cam claiming and pretending to be a witness. But then when you listen to the full body cam, she tells you, I was not there. I didn't see anything. Now she's on the internet claiming to be Shiza Ejayashi, but on other live, she claims to be her name as Christine Warda. Her name is Amy Hodson, her AKA Evelyn Horton. Her favorite thing is to jump into a live and troll the conversation. It says, in the discovery, it says that Mustafa peed on Dorothy. Well, the details is it's that person that claimed that Dorothy had told her that Mustafa peed on her is a lie, because when we're watching the Google Nest video, we're watching the children of that person in the apartment of Mustafa, and they're not there. They're spending the night over at Mustafa's apartment. They're spending their spring break at Mustafa's apartment. This is the... Let's go over to... And the question is, if Mustafa really do that, what are you doing leaving your children at Mustafa's apartment? Unless you're lying. Unless you're just bullshitting us.
My thing with that is, how do we not know that it could have been a golden shower? We don't know what the extent of that is.
Well, the thing is, there's a phone call between that lady, Tanisha Coleman, and the mother of Mustafa. What did Tanisha Coleman tell the mother of Mustafa about Mustafa? Well, we can listen to it really quick. This is Tanisha Coleman, and we'll end the live, the podcast.
Oh, I haven't heard this.
I mean, this is so disturbing.
I haven't heard this.
You're gonna be shocked to the amount of bullshit that's coming out of this case. This is the phone call between Tanisha Coleman and I'll point the camera this way so that way.
Most
really quick context to what we're watching here is Mustafa, that Dorothy had told her that Mustafa peed on her. That's what she's saying in the discovery, right? Well, hold on now. I've got Google Nest videos that will show that this person, Tanisha Coleman, leaves her children at Mustafa's apartment to sleep over until the next day, the day of the accident. I've got a Google Nest video. I've got her 2 kids the day before and the day before. And at one point, call Mustafa dad. It's a beautiful... I mean, when you go over at YouTube under Not Another Boring Podcast, you'll see the Google Nest video. Augie stitched that video in a small documentary that she did. And you'll see the child that's running around with the water gun. That's Tanisha Coleman's child. And the question is, you as a mother, you have an 8-year-old, you have a 10-year-old. Would you leave your child at someone's apartment when the girlfriend is telling you that he pees on me? Every mother would tell you absolutely not. Every mother would tell you absolutely not. I've got a 5-year-old niece. Someone tell me that someone is peeing on somebody. You think I'm going to leave you think it's just logically, I mean, it doesn't make any sense unless the person is lying to me. Unless this person at one point lied to the police. And then let's listen to what Tanisha Coleman is telling the of Mustafa Al-Jazari.
This is right. You know,
I know Moses.
you know how he was with the kids, like you know how he was with the Dorothy. You know, you remember when I asked you, like you told me Moses is the one who was taking care of them. You remember?
Moses was taking care of who? The kids?
Yeah, he like you know. I want you to tell me how, like when Moses was with them, how did he treat them? How did he treat Dorothy? You remember Moses?
Yes.
You used to go with them. You used to go like you know everybody. Like Moses used to take everybody. Tell me, you tell me like.
Well, Moses always used to take the little ones, not the big ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, how did he cheat her? How did he cheat her?
I don't really. I mean, they treated each other like they love each other.
Right.
What I saw, but then you know, I never seen nothing. Like I wasn't hanging with them that long to see anything. I only known them for almost 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how did Moose like treat them? How like didn't he used to cook for them, to treat them good, to treat them as their kids, as you know, like you tell me, like I don't know. You tell me, like you tell me little.
Well, he did cook for them. Yes, he did.
You know, if you help me tell whatever you saw from Moses. If you help Moses and you help me, God will be with you, because Moses is innocent.
God with me every day.
Yeah, you know Moses is innocent. He was in pain and he came to them to see them before he come home. So you remember that night?
Yes. Yes, I remember that night. Yeah, can I, I'm gonna have to come and talk to you in person about this.
Yes, please. Yeah, I want to see you.
Okay.
Can I see you? Can I see you
today?
today?
Can I call you and pick a day to come to your house? Because I'm pretty busy with my kid's son surgeries and my chemo. Can I pick a time to come and call you back?
Yeah, you know, if you help Moses, because Moses is nice person and helpful to everybody, and I think if you remember him, how he was treating everybody, you know, I pray for you. God will take care of you and your kids, because this life is too short. You know, this life is too short if someone doesn't say the truth. So that's why I want to see you. You know, you are mother. You know, you are mother. Okay, and you understand me where I'm coming from. If like I want to talk to you. I'm sure you know you make some different. You will make different. You know.
How's Moses?
He's tired. You know. He's very tired, and he always tell me to talk to Nina. He said, Nina, know the truth. Nina will make different. You know. That's what he always asks me, Mom. Talk to my neighbor. You know, the first person he thought about you when he came home. He said, Mama, Nina is the one who's gonna take care of my kids. This kid, like, she's the one, like, she's the safe one to take care of the kids. That's why he came. That's why he came with pain to you. You know, to make sure the kids gonna be with you until they found a place. You know, until he finds something for them to make sure they are okay. So you know, Nina, I don't know what to tell you as a mother, and I know you are mom. You understand me where I'm coming from. Moses is innocent. He was died. You know, in the crash, he died. I don't know. God save him. You know, God save him. I was praying, and then God save him. So you know, I'm sure if you help him. If you help him, this will be something big in your life. God will protect you and your kids. I'm telling you, as a mother, you know, I need you. And Moses need you. He always said, Mom, my neighbor is good woman. She will take care of these kids. That's why I want to go make sure. I told him that night, Moses, let's go home, Mama. The nurse told me you should go home. direct. He said, no, mom, in my way, I have to visit the kids to make sure they are in good hand. And the best hand is Nina hand. So, I need your help. This is from God. Like, it's your time to help someone, like, innocent person. This is.
When I'm back from my chemotherapy, which is tomorrow night because I have to go in the hospital, I'll give you a call. This your number?
Yes, this is my number.
And your name is Miss Sue?
Yeah, Sue, you remember me, like I came like that night.
Okay.
But you just, you remember like Moses, right? You remember how he cheated them. Okay, tell me a little bit like about him.
Moses was not, Moses was a friend. So, like I said, I didn't stay there all night long or was always around him. I just saw what I saw was he wasn't bad around when I was around at all. So I didn't see him abuse. I didn't see him do none of that. No.
Yeah, didn't he used to cook for them, to take care of them, to take care of the baby? Didn't he used to take the baby and buy her stuff from 7-Eleven, from like other places?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Yeah. So I'm sure you remember like something like good from him. I'm sure you remember how he treated them.
Yeah. What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna write everything that I know down.
I appreciate you.
About Moses, so that way I can give it to you.
God bless you. God bless you. You are a great woman. And always, whenever I talk to Moses, he remind me, say, Mom, my neighbor knows more than anyone, because she saw how I treat this family. You see Moses, like, he's innocent. If he wasn't innocent, he wouldn't be with this family. He saw them in the cold weather and saved them. He saw women with kids in the car, and then like when he saw this girl good, and he saw innocent kids, he wanted to continue with them, to take care of them, and and I don't know, that's why I want you to tell me about him, the way he.
Yeah, but you might want to talk to the oldest son. He knows more.
Which one?
What Moses? Dan's oldest son.
Which one?
Javen.
So I'm going to pause it here. What she's talking about is Javen, the 14-year-old child. Well, when you open the forensic interview of Javen is telling the forensic interviewer, that she asked him, does Mustafa abuse your mother? He tells her, Tanisha Coleman is telling me that Mustafa abused my mother. So wait a minute. You tell Javen that Mustafa peed on your mother, and now you want to tell us that Mustafa is the best thing that happened to these kids? I mean, what is she telling Mom? She says it's a beautiful relationship. I didn't see any abuse. Mustafa loved those children. Mustafa loved Dorothy. Wait a minute. Hold on now. And then you pedal back and you tell that mother you should talk to the 14-year-old. Well, the 14-year-old is telling the forensic interview in an interview on video. I have that video posted on the internet, that Tanisha Coleman is telling him that Mustafa abused his mother. What exactly is she saying? As a 14-year-old, you're hearing this person tell you that your mother came up to me and told me that Mustafa peed on her. And then Javen goes on and says, investigator told me that Mustafa ran away, fled the scene, left my baby sister to bleed to death. And if he hadn't run away, they could have saved my baby sister. You're talking about a situation. Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. The police are lying. We have body cams where we see Mustafa is flat out unconscious in front of his vehicle. The hospital documents say that he went into a complete coma, woke up, medevac to the hospital. What are you talking about? What you're talking about is children that are being weaponized and then put in a forensic interview. The Google Nest showed that they love Mustafa. What happened before police and this neighbor got involved that now the children are talking about? They're telling us that Mustafa abused our mother. You're talking about a 9-year-old. You're talking about a 10-year-old. You're talking about a 14-year-old that have been weaponized before, put in a forensic interview. He's telling the forensic interview, Tanisha Coleman, the neighbor, is telling me Mustafa abused mom. The investigator is telling me Mustafa left my baby sister to bleed to death. They're telling me that Mustafa did this on purpose. I mean, these are major allegations. But when you find out that I have the forensic interview, it's no longer allegation. It's no longer my word against the police department. That child has been weaponized to be against Mustafa. I mean, this person literally has her children at Mustafa's apartment, but is telling the police, is telling the children that Mustafa peed on their mother. Then why do you have your children at his apartment? If he's such a horrible monster, he's peeing on his girlfriend, why would you trust to have your 8-year-old, your 9-year-old in the apartment? You're telling me, what am I talking about? Let me show you what I'm talking about. This is a Google Nest inside the apartment that literally shows her 8-year-old child, her 9-year-old child in the apartment.
Don't want to get wet to keep out the door unless everybody else.
Don't be mad. No, it's not gonna work.
This is the Google Nest video.
It's not gonna work. I swear to God.
Hey, everybody out of my room.
What about Sean? Can he stay?
Ouch.
Who do you think Sean is? What about Sean? Can he stay? This is Sean. This is her. That's the child. That child right there on the floor. Javen is picking up. That's Sean. That's Tanisha Coleman's child. I have him on a Google Nest the day of the vehicle accident, spending the night at the apartment, sleeping over the day before and the day before. So you're telling me as a mother, the girlfriend is telling you that he's peeing on you, but you have your child in there? I mean, at one point, you have to be able to call out the bullshit.
No way. There's no way your child would be over there. There's no way.
Lock the door.
And you know, I'll take it further. Let's pull up what the that child right there. That's Javen, by the way, the one that was picking up Sean. That's Javen. Why do I have him on a forensic interview telling me that? Let me turn the camera really quick. Let me pull up the forensic interview. He says, "Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. I trusted Mustafa." Wait a minute. You're giving us insight into what the kind of relationship Mustafa has with Dorothy, with your mom. You literally say in an interview, "Mom always told me." This is the 14-year-old child. This is who Tanisha Coleman is talking about. You should talk to the older child. What child exactly? The one that you're telling him that your mom said Mustafa pees on her? So the child loses his mom in a tragic vehicle accident. You have the neighbor telling him that your mom is being peed on. You have the police telling him that he did this on purpose. You have the police telling him that he ran away, left your 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death. We could have saved her. What are you talking about? Mustafa was in a coma. Mustafa was helicoptered. This is what the child is telling us in a forensic interview. And you want to tell me that the police department and this neighbor did not engage in child abuse?
Mark, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, ma'am.
You know how they said the little girl was found outside of the vehicle? And she was actually, they said 5 feet away.
5-year-old Empress? What are we? 5-year-old?
Yeah, 5-year-old Empress.
Who said that?
No. Didn't they say she was found outside of the vehicle, the cops?
The cops said that 5-year-old Empress was outside the vehicle?
I'm asking you, is that what was said? Because somebody just messaged me.
In the police reports, it shows that the 5-year-old Empress was secured in a baby seat. We saw on dash camera that Mustafa gestured to Dorothy to make sure that when 5-year-old Empress first entered the vehicle, the mom did not buckle her. Mustafa gestures to Dorothy, and then Dorothy gets out and makes sure the baby is buckled. So from the dash camera, we know the baby is buckled. Now the police officers says on a body cam that 5-year-old Empress was buckled. There's a baby
Okay.
seat. She's buckled. That's what the police are saying. That's not me saying it. That's what the police. Now, on the news, that's a different story. They've lied about the details. But I've got Officer Chad Mason that is saying on a police body cam that 5-year-old Empress was buckled. I mean, I'm
Okay.
watching the dash camera that 5-year-old Empress
That's
was
what they're
buckled.
doing. They're watching news clips because they're pulling everything up. Thank you, sir, for answering that.
Yes, ma'am. So yeah. I mean, if you're watching NBC4, I don't know what to tell you because this whole entire case is trolled by the media. The police department puts out the narrative, and the media just runs with it. And then we're watching details that's coming out of this case that completely contradict what they have said. I mean, no wonder no one is talking about this case anymore. They're terrified. All right, so I want to play the forensic interview of Javen and what Javen is telling us. And what Javen tells us is disturbing. I mean, he's talking about children being weaponized by the police department. Corona, thank you for being here. There we go.
On the game. I went into my mom's room, was watching with YouTube with my baby sister. My brother wanted me to leave so I can show me something. She had me to stay, so I stayed, and I stayed until I left with Daniel. And because they were leaving soon to go get errands, rather I should have stayed because I was going to be the last day I ever saw her again. I came back from Daniel's house to my brother and my a younger brother, Farron, and I should still here. Apparently they didn't go with them, which was a good thing. Anyway, I was watching them, waiting for them to get back until I caught the news. So I saw we called him Moses, but anyway, he came from the hospital in a hospital gown and blood on his forehead, and which was weird. He told me my mom they got into a T-bone accident. Rather, no, that was on purpose. He made that T-bone accident. He ran out into mid-traffic and he put himself in an accident on purpose. I don't know why, I don't know his reasons, but at the time I was so upset, I didn't realize the truth. I was crying, I was upset, I was really upset. My mom just died. We cleaned the whole house for her too, cheer her up. And at the time my baby sister was in the hospital. She was in a car seat at the accident. She sadly did not make it. The fact is, I saw him lie to my face, and his family lied to my face. His mom lied to my face, and they were trying to protect him. He left before the cops can get there. When he got into the car crash, the detective said he jumped out and ran, left my baby sitting there. And if he just thought to bring her to the hospital, maybe she would have made it, but she didn't because he decided to be a coward. And now she's gone. And now all I have is my two brothers. She was the sweetest. She would never even hurt a fly. She was citizen too. 25. Now my mom's gone. Now she's gone. It's because of one man that I trusted. Because my mom kept on telling me he's a good guy. I kept on saying, okay. Alright, I told her, I had my suspicions, and I should have went with my gut. I knew something wasn't right, and I still believed her, and that's why they're gone today.
What are we talking about? I mean, watching this, this forensic interview is so disturbing on so many levels. They're telling the child that Mustafa ran away, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death, that we could have saved her. Why would the police do that to a 14-year-old child? There's a 9-year-old, there's a 10-year-old, there's a 14. This is a vehicle accident, a tragic vehicle accident. And now you're telling the children that Mustafa did this on purpose. Mustafa ran away, your 5-year-old sister. We could have saved her if it wasn't for this monster running away. You've got a detective telling these children, what are we talking about? And then compound that with, you've got a neighbor that's telling this child that Mustafa pees on your mother. And then she wants to distance herself from the whole thing and say, Mustafa is the best thing that happened to this family. But I'm not saying it. You should talk to the older child. Which older child? The older child that you're telling him that your mom is being peed on? Or the older child that the police department is telling him that Mustafa ran away, left his 5-year-old baby sister to bleed to death? Wait a minute. The child is literally telling us that mom always told me to love Mustafa. Wait a minute. The mother he's giving you insight into the details of their relationship. Wait a minute. The mother always was telling her 14-year-old child to love Mustafa? That mom loves Mustafa? I loved Mustafa? I mean, these are details. And you're watching details out of this that's disturbing. This is child abuse. And I'll tell you something that I find really disturbing. This lady that jumps on Brittany's live, that's on a body cam, Christine Warda, Amy Hodson, Evelyn Horton, whatever she wants to call her name. She tells you that I'm posting these forensic interviews. That this is child abuse. Why is he posting these forensic interviews? You're telling me, you're not talking about the fact that the police department dragged those children all over the forensic interview? Not only do you put these children in a forensic interview without parental consent, in one body cam, you're not allowing the father of this child, the children, Divine Jones, is the father of Pharaoh and Imagine. The father on a body cam, the police department, absolutely, you're not going to be next to the kids. Why? Who gave you consent to walk these children in a forensic interview? And then you find out that their children are being walked into a forensic interview after being weaponized. You don't want to talk about the police department engaging in child abuse? This is not child abuse to you? A 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old that just lost their mother in a tragic vehicle accident? That's not child abuse that you're going to tell them? This is Mustafa after the vehicle accident. You want to tell me that this guy ran away? It's one thing to say it. It's another thing to have his fucking body cam.
You okay? You borrow this arm.
We're gonna start an ID on you.
At the moment, I don't recall what's happening right now. I'm really confused. Okay. What's going on? Do you remember taking any drugs or anything today? Huh? No. Okay. Did y'all find a license on him or anything?
Yes, it's with the unit outside. If you find the captain of Section 23, he'll have it.
Okay, cool.
Great.
You don't know? I don't. What's up? I don't remember. You don't remember? What's that thing you remember? I don't know. You don't know? Okay. I'm just really confused as what's going on. What's that? What's going on? What's going on? You don't remember what's going on?
The off-duty paramedic.
You know where you're going?
The off-duty paramedic tells you, there's an off-duty paramedic that tells you Mustafa believes he's in 2021 and Obama is the president. This vehicle, the timestamp of that body cam is April 5th, 2023. Mustafa thinks he's in 2021. Clearly, he's having a concussion. The medical notes say at one point Mustafa went into a complete coma. Mustafa gets helicoptered to the hospital. You want to tell me that guy? You can only troll this case when you get to seal off this case. The file is sealed, so you can't really verify what's coming out of the police department. You can't even know what they've done to these children. But unfortunately for them, I have the whole file now. I get to see that they've engaged in abusing the children, go over the police report that they falsified every detail in this case, And their worst nightmare is happening right in front of them. That the community is getting a hold of these body cams and the file in this whole entire case. You can no longer bullshit what's coming out of our county. I want to thank everybody for being here. An hour ago, we said we're going to end this podcast. But here we are an hour into it. I want to thank Craig. I want to thank East. I want to thank Mary Jo. I want to thank Dogs with, I know I'm butchering your username. I want to thank Yaya. Yes, ma'am. And thank everybody, Missy, Shelly, Bustos, Dre, Casey, and everybody that I'm forgetting. I'm 9 hours into this podcast in a suit. So I'm really proud of myself for
God
being.
bless you, young man. Thank you for letting us come up here with you. Appreciate that.
Ma'am, I love you, ma'am. I appreciate you. And I look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And everybody, I look forward to connecting with everybody, the individuals that you want me to talk to. I look forward to, this is an answer to a prayer. We're sitting here with complete media blockout. No one is paying attention. And you want to talk about censorship, you're watching it. You're looking at an account, the shadow banned. You're talking about there is no media coverage. You're talking about me being under the arrest that they're telling me we're going to put you in handcuffs. I've got 3 different jurisdictions, and they're all 3 different jurisdictions are coming after me. Prince William County, Warren County, federal court. But I'll tell you, God himself is watching over everything that's happening here.
Yes, sir, he is.
Dorothy.
Yes, he is.
Yes, ma'am. Dorothy, Mustafa's girlfriend, Dorothy, and 5-year-old Empress has their hand on Mustafa. And we're going to get Mustafa, we're going to get his girlfriend, 5-year-old Empress, justice. What they've done is disturbing, is beyond words.
It's a travesty.
And, yes, ma'am. I want to leave everybody with the beautiful documentary that Augie put out yesterday, and it summarizes the majority of the details that's in this case. If I can find it.
And you see a dirty... Brittany's been live for an hour talking about this case. She's going to get some more attention drawn to it.
And I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being there.
We'll make sure and put the right information out.
Yeah. Always.
Front door.
Hey, Alberta.
I know I reposted the video yesterday.
In the discovery, it states like the night before this happened.
I think this is it.
Why you want the night?
It's a beautiful documentary. And I'm going to have this on a loop. Like I'll just have it repeat itself for maybe a good 2-3 minutes. And then I'll just end the live with that. Thank you for being here. I love everybody. And I will talk to everybody tomorrow. Thank you for being here. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. I've never pulled a 9-hour podcast. I am so proud of being able to be here for 9 hours.
Podcast. I am so
put out that information.
Being able to.
This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Judge Carol Weimer under the microscope.
Before this happened, that he not in the discovery, it states like the night before this happened, that he not only body slammed her, but he urinated on her the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
I smack you with this
Hey.
Are you done fucking around?
Damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom!
Let's go to the back. for doing what he's doing to my mom.
Out why he would swerve around, and if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.
All right, God, y'all. Good night, everybody.
In the discovery, it states like the night before this happened
Bye.
that
Thank you,
he
everyone, for being
not
here.
only
Good night, Joe.
body
Love you,
slammed
girl.
her,
Night,
but he
love you.
urinated on
Love
her
everybody.
Love you too.
the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
Night, East. Have a good night, babe.
Hey,
Everybody have a good night, okay?
you got me wet. Let go of that.
Everybody push the door open. Everybody push the door open.
This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom.
Why he would swerve around, and if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.
In the discovery, it states like the night before this happened that he not only body slammed her, but he urinated on her the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
I smack you with this
Hey,
fucking
hey.
Stop! Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom!
Let go of that.
Everybody push the door open. Everybody push the door open.
This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom.
Why he would swerve around, and if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.
in the discovery, it states like the night before this happened that he not only body slammed her, but he urinated on her the night before when she was in the tub. He had urinated on her and her child.
I smack you with this
Hey,
Stop! Are you done fucking around?
God damn it, man.
You got me wet.
Shit! Mom! Everybody push the door open! Everybody push the door open! This is what he gets for doing what he's doing to my mom.
Why he would swerve around. And if you look, you can see the red glow. That car was braking.